Chapter 16. Of Glory. There is the name and the thing. The name is a voice which denotes and signifies the thing. The name is no part of the thing, nor of the substance. 'Tis a foreign piece joined to the thing, and outside it. God, who is all fullness in himself and the height of all perfection, cannot augment or add anything to himself within. But his name may be augmented and increased by the blessing and praise we attribute to his exterior works. Which praise, seeing we cannot incorporate it in him, forasmuch as he can have no accession of good, we attribute to his name, which is the part out of him that is nearest to us. Thus is it that to God alone glory and honor appertain, and there is nothing so remote from reason as that we should go in quest of it for ourselves. For, being indigent and necessitous within, our essence being imperfect, and having continual need of amelioration, 'tis to that we ought to employ all our endeavor. We are all hollow and empty. 'Tis not with wind and voice that we are to fill ourselves. We want a more solid substance to repair us. A man starving with hunger would be very simple to seek rather to provide himself with a gay garment than with a good meal. We are to look after that whereof we have most need, as we have it in our ordinary prayers. Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus. We are in want of beauty, health, wisdom, virtue, and such like essential qualities. Exterior ornaments should be looked after when we have made provision for necessary things. Divinity treats amply and more pertinently of this subject, but I am not much versed in it. Chrysippus and Diogenes were the earliest and firmest advocates of the contempt of glory, and maintained that, amongst all pleasures, there was none more dangerous nor more to be avoided than that which proceeds from the approbation of others. And, in truth, experience makes us sensible of many very hurtful treasons in it. There is nothing that so poisons princes as flattery, nor anything whereby wicked men more easily obtain credit and favor with them, nor panderism so apt and so usually made use of to corrupt the chastity of women as to wheedle and entertain them with their own praises. The first charm the sirens made use of to allure Ulysses is of this nature. Dica vers nous, dica, o tres louable Ulysse, et le plus grand honneur dont la Grèce fleuris. Come hither to us, O admirable Ulysses, come hither, thou greatest ornament and pride of Greece. Homer, Odysseus, Roman 12, 184. These philosophers said that all the glory of the world was not worth an understanding man, holding out his finger to obtain it. Gloria quantilibet quid erit, si gloria tantum est. What is glory, be it as glorious as it may be, if it be no more than glory? Juvenal Sat, Roman 7, 81. I say for it alone, for it often brings several commodities along with it, for which it may justly be desired. It acquires us good will, and renders us less subject and exposed to insult and offense from others, and the like. It was also one of the principal doctrines of Epicurus. For this precept of his sect, conceal thy life, that forbids men to encumber themselves with public negotiations and offices, also necessarily presupposes a contempt of glory, which is the world's approbation of those actions we produce in public. Plutarch, whether the saying, conceal thy life, is well said. He that bids us conceal ourselves, and to have no other concern but for ourselves, and who will not have us known to others, would much less have us honored and glorified. And so advises Idomeneus not in any sort to regulate his actions by the common reputation or opinion, except so as to avoid the other accidental inconveniences that the contempt of men might bring upon him. These discourses are, in my opinion, very true and rational, but we are, I know not how, double in ourselves, which is the cause that what we believe we do not believe, and cannot disengage ourselves from what we condemn. Let us see the last and dying words of Epicurus. They are grand and worthy of such a philosopher, and yet they carry some touches of the recommendation of his name and of that humor he had decried by his precepts. Here is a letter that he dictated a little before his last gasp. Epicurus to Haemachus, health. Whilst I was passing over the happy and last day of my life, I write this, but at the same time, afflicted with such pain in my bladder and bowels that nothing can be greater. But it was recompensed with the pleasure the remembrance of my inventions and doctrines brought to my soul. Now, as the affection thou hast ever from thy infancy borne towards me and philosophy requires, take upon thee the protection of Metrodorus children. This is the letter. and that which makes me interpret that the pleasure he says he had in his soul concerning his inventions has some reference to the reputation he hoped for thence after his death, is the manner of his will, in which he gives order that Ammonomachus and Timocrates, his heirs, should, every January, defray the expense of the celebration of his birthday, as Hermachus should appoint, and also the expense that should be made the 20th of every moon in entertaining the philosophers, his friends, who should assemble in honor of the memory of him and of Metrodorus. Carneades was head of the contrary opinion, and maintained that glory was to be desired for itself, even as we embrace our posthumous issue for themselves, having no knowledge nor enjoyment of them. This opinion has not failed to be the more universally followed, as those commonly are that are most suitable to our inclinations. Aristotle gives it the first place amongst external goods, and avoids, as two extreme vices, the immoderate either seeking or evading it. I believe that, if we had the books Cicero wrote upon this subject, we should there find pretty stories. For he was so possessed with this passion, that, if he had dared, I think he could willingly have fallen into the excess that others did, that virtue itself was not to be coveted, but upon the account of the honor that always attends it. Paulum sepulti, distat inertiae salata virtus. Virtue concealed little differs from dead sloth. Horace, Odd Roman 4, 9:29. Which is an opinion so false, that I am vexed it could ever enter into the understanding of a man that was honored with the name of philosopher. If this were true, men need not be virtuous but in public, and we should be no further concerned to keep the operations of the soul, which is the true seat of virtue, regular and in order, than as they are to arrive at the knowledge of others. Is there no more in it, then, but only slyly and with circumspection to do ill? If thou knowest, says Carneades, of a serpent lurking in a place where, without suspicion, a person is going to sit down, by whose death thou expectest an advantage, thou dost ill if thou dost not give him caution of his danger, and so much the more because the action is to be known by none but thyself. If we do not take up of ourselves the rule of well-doing, if impunity pass with us for justice, to how many sorts of wickedness shall we every day abandon ourselves? I do not find what Sextus Pedusius did, in faithfully restoring the treasure that C. Plotius had committed to his sole secrecy and trust, a thing that I have often done myself, so commendable as I should think it an execrable baseness had we done otherwise. And I think it of good use in our days to recall the example of P. Sextilius Rufus, whom Cicero accuses to have entered upon an inheritance contrary to his conscience, not only not against law, but even by the determination of the laws themselves. And M. Crassus and Hortensius, who, by reason of their authority and power, having been called in by a stranger to share in the succession of a forged will, that so he might secure his own part, satisfied themselves with having no hand in the forgery, and refused not to make their advantage and to come in for a share. Secure enough, if they could shroud themselves from accusations, witnesses, and the cognizance of the laws. Memonerint diem si haber testum, id est, ut ego arbiter mentem suum. Let them consider they have God to witness, that is, as I interpret it, their own consciences. Cicero de Offic, Roman 3, 10. Virtue is a very vain and frivolous thing if it derive its recommendation from glory, and 'tis to no purpose that we endeavor to give it a station by itself, and separate it from fortune, for what is more accidental than reputation? Profto fortuna in omni re dominator, e res cunctas ex libidine magis, quam ex viro, celebrat, obscurate. Fortune rules in all things, it advances and depresses things more out of its own will than of right and justice. Sallust, Catalina, c. 8. So to order it that actions may be known and seen is purely the work of fortune. 'Tis chance that helps us to glory, according to its own temerity. I have often seen her go before merit, and often very much outstrip it. He who first likened glory to a shadow did better than he was aware of. They are both of them things preeminently vain glory also, like a shadow, goes sometimes before the body, and sometimes in length infinitely exceeds it. They who instruct gentlemen only to employ their valor for the obtaining of honor. Quasi non sit honestum, quod nobilitatem non sit. As though it were not a virtue, unless celebrated Cicero de Offic, Roman 3, 10. What do they intend by that, but to instruct them never to hazard themselves if they are not seen, and to observe well if there be witnesses present who may carry news of their valor, whereas 1,000 occasions of well-doing present themselves, which cannot be taken notice of. How many brave individual actions are buried in the crowd of a battle? Whoever shall take upon him to watch another's behavior in such a confusion is not very busy himself, and the testimony he shall give of his companions' deportment will be evidence against himself. Viret sapiens animi magnitudo, honestum illud, quod maxime naturam sequitur, in factis pausatum non in gloria judicat. The true and wise magnanimity judges that the bravery which most follows nature more consists in act than glory. Cicero, De Offic, I-19. All the glory that I pretend to derive from my life is that I have lived it in quiet. In quiet, not according to Metrodorus, or Arcesilaus, or Aristippus, but according to myself. For seeing philosophy has not been able to find out any way to tranquility that is good in common, let every one seek it in particular. To what do Caesar and Alexander owe the infinite grandeur of their renown, but to fortune? How many men has she extinguished in the beginning of their progress, of whom we have no knowledge, who brought as much courage to the work as they, if their adverse hap had not cut them off in the first sally of their arms? Amongst so many and so great dangers, I do not remember I have anywhere read that Caesar was ever wounded. 1,000 have fallen in less dangers than the least of those he went through. An infinite number of brave actions must be performed without witness and lost, before one turns to account. A man is not always on the top of a breach, or at the head of an army in the sight of his general, as upon a scaffold. A man is often surprised betwixt the hedge and the ditch. He must run the hazard of his life against a hen-roost. He must dislodge 4 rascally musketeers out of a barn. He must prick out single from his party, and alone make some attempts, according as necessity will have it. And whoever will observe will, I believe, find it experimentally true, that occasions of the least luster are ever the most dangerous, and that in the wars of our own times there have more brave men been lost in occasions of little moment, and in the dispute about some little paltry fort, than in places of greatest importance, and where their valor might have been more honorably employed. Who thinks his death achieved to ill purpose if he do not fall on some signal occasion, instead of illustrating his death, willfully obscures his life, suffering in the meantime many very just occasions of hazarding himself to slip out of his hands, and every just one is illustrious enough, every man's conscience being a sufficient trumpet to him. Gloria nostra est testimonium conscientiae nostri. For our rejoicing is this, the testimony of our conscience. Corinthians II. He who is only a good man that men may know it, and that he may be the better esteemed when 'tis known, who will not do well but upon condition that his virtue may be known to men, is one from whom much service is not to be expected. Credo ch, el restediquel verno, cos face dignity tenor ni canto, ma fur fin, a quel tempo si nascos, chi non a culpa mia es hor, non la canto, perche Orlando a far elaper virtuos piu ch, nerer la poi sempre era pronto, ni mai fu alcan, desui fati espresso si non quando eb I testimonia presso. The rest of the winter, I believe, was spent in actions worthy of narration, but they were done so secretly that if I do not tell them I am not to blame, for Orlando was more bent to do great acts than to boast of them, so that no deeds of his were ever known but those that had witnesses. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, Zi 81. A man must go to the war upon the account of duty, and expect the recompense that never fails brave and worthy actions, how private soever, or even virtuous thoughts, the satisfaction that a well-disposed conscience receives in itself in doing well. A man must be valiant for himself, and upon account of the advantage it is to him to have his courage seated in a firm and secure place against the assaults of fortune. Virtus, repulsa nescia sordix intaminatis fulgit honoribus nexumit, aut ponit secures arbitrio popularis ora. Virtue, repudiating all base repulse, shines in taintless honors, nor takes nor leaves dignity at the mere will of the vulgar. Horace, Od, Roman 3, 2:17. It is not for outward show that the soul is to play its part, but for ourselves within, where no eyes can pierce but our own. There she defends us from the fear of death, of pain, of shame itself. There she arms us against the loss of our children, friends, and fortunes, and when opportunity presents itself, she leads us on to the hazards of war. Non emolumento aliquo, sed ipsius honestatis decor. Not for any profit, but for the honor of honesty itself. Cicero de Finib, I-10. This profit is of much greater advantage, and more worthy to be coveted and hoped for, than honor and glory, which are no other than a favorable judgment given of us. A dozen men must be called out of a whole nation to judge about an acre of land. And the judgment of our inclinations and actions, the most difficult and most important matter that is, we refer to the voice and determination of the rabble, the mother of ignorance, injustice, and inconstancy. Is it reasonable that the life of a wise man should depend upon the judgment of fools? And quidquam stultius quam, quos singulos contemnes, ios aliquid puter esse universes. Can anything be more foolish than to think that those you despise singly can be anything else in general? Cicero, Tusc, Quas v. 36. He that makes it his business to please them will have enough to do and never have done. 'Tis a mark that can never be aimed at or hit. Nil tam inestimable est, quam animi multitudines. Nothing is to be so little understood as the minds of the multitude. Livy, Roman 31, 34. Demetrius pleasantly said of the voice of the people, that he made no more account of that which came from above than of that which came from below. He says more. Ego hoc judico, si quando terp non sit, tamen non est non terp, quam it a multitudine laudator. I am of opinion that though a thing be not foul in itself, yet it cannot but become so when commended by the multitude. Cicero de Finib, Roman 2, 15. No art, no activity of wit, could conduct our steps so as to follow so wandering and so irregular a guide. In this windy confusion of the noise of vulgar reports and opinions that drive us on, no way worth anything can be chosen. Let us not propose to ourselves so floating and wavering an end. Let us follow constantly after reason. Let the public approbation follow us there, if it will. And as it wholly depends upon fortune, we have no reason sooner to expect it by any other way than that. Even though I would not follow the right way because it is right, I should, however, follow it as having experimentally found that, at the end of the reckoning, 'tis commonly the most happy and of greatest utility. Dedit hoc providentia hominibus munus, ut honesta magis juverant. This gift Providence has given to men that honest things should be the most agreeable. Quintilian inst, orat, I-12. The mariner of old said thus to Neptune in a great tempest, O God, thou wilt save me if thou wilt, and if thou choosest, thou wilt destroy me. But however, I will hold my rudder straight. I have seen in my time 1,000 men supple, half-bred, ambiguous, whom no one doubted to be more worldly wise than I, lose themselves, where I have saved myself. Rissi successus posse cara dolos. I have laughed to see cunning fail of success. Ovid, Heroid, I-18. Paulus Emilius, going on the glorious expedition of Macedonia, above all things charged the people of Rome not to speak of his actions during his absence. Oh, the license of judgments is a great disturbance to great affairs. Forasmuch as every one has not the firmness of Fabius against common, adverse, and injurious tongues, who rather suffered his authority to be dissected by the vain fancies of men, than to do less well in his charge with a favorable reputation and the popular applause. There is, I know, not what natural sweetness in hearing one's self commended, but we are a great deal too fond of it. Laudari metuem, nec enim mihi cornea fibra est sed recti finec extremumque esse recuso utuum, et bell. I should fear to be praised, for my heart is not made of horn, but I deny that excellent admirably done are the terms and final aim of virtue. Persius, I-47. I care not so much what I am in the opinions of others as what I am in my own. I would be rich of myself and not by borrowing. Strangers see nothing but events and outward appearances. Everybody can set a good face on the matter when they have trembling and terror within. They do not see my heart, they see but my countenance. One is right in decrying the hypocrisy that is in war. For what is more easy to an old soldier than to shift in a time of danger, and to counterfeit the brave when he has no more heart than a chicken? There are so many ways to avoid hazarding a man's own person, that we have deceived the world 1,000 times before we come to be engaged in a real danger. And even then, finding ourselves in an inevitable necessity of doing something, We can make shift for that time to conceal our apprehensions by setting a good face on the business, though the heart beats within. And whoever had the use of the Platonic ring, which renders those invisible that wear it, if turned inward towards the palm of the hand, a great many would very often hide themselves when they ought most to appear, and would repent being placed in so honorable a post, where necessity must make them bold. Falsus honor juvet, et mendex infamia territ, quem nisi mendosum et mendacem. False honor pleases and calumny affrights the guilty and the sick. Horace Ep. I 1689. Thus we see how all the judgments that are founded upon external appearances are marvelously uncertain and doubtful, and that there is no so certain testimony as every one is to himself. In these, how many soldiers, boys are companions of our glory? He who stands firm in an open trench, what does he in that more than 50 poor pioneers who open to him the way and cover it with their own bodies for 5 pence a day pay, do before him? Non quicquid turbida Roma elevit, excetas, examinc improbum in alla castiges trutina, nec to quiseveris extra. Do not, if turbulent Rome disparage anything, accede, nor correct a false balance by that scale, nor seek anything beyond thyself. Persius, Sat. I 5. The dispersing and scattering our names into many mouths, we call making them more great. We will have them there well received, and that this increase turn to their advantage, which is all that can be excusable in this design. But the excess of this disease proceeds so far that many covet to have a name, be it what it will. Trogus Pompeius says of Herostratus and Titus Livius of Manlius Capitolinus that they were more ambitious of a great reputation than of a good one. This is very common. We are more solicitous that men speak of us than how they speak, and it is enough for us that our names are often mentioned, be it after what manner it will. It should seem that to be known is in some sort to have a man's life and its duration in others' keeping. I, for my part, hold that I am not but in myself, and of that other life of mine which lies in the knowledge of my friends, to consider it naked and simply in itself, I know very well that I am sensible of no fruit nor enjoyment from it, but by the vanity of a fantastic opinion. And when I shall be dead, I shall be still and much less sensible of it, and shall, withal, absolutely lose the use of those real advantages that sometimes accidentally follow it. I shall have no more handle whereby to take hold of reputation, neither shall it have any whereby to take hold of or to cleave to me. For to expect that my name should be advanced by it, in the first place, I have no name that is enough my own. Of two that I have, one is common to all my race, and indeed to others also. There are two families at Paris and Montpellier, whose surname is Montaigne, another in Brittany, and one in Zaintonge de la Montaigne. The transposition of one syllable only would suffice so to ravel our affairs, that I shall share in their glory, and they peradventure will partake of my discredit. And moreover, my ancestors have formerly been surnamed Iquum. Iquum was the patronymic, a name wherein a family well known in England is at this day concerned. As to my other name, everyone may take it that will, and so, perhaps, I may honor a porter in my own stead. And besides, though I had a particular distinction by myself, what can it distinguish, when I am no more? Can it point out and favor inanity? Non levior sippus nunc imprimit ossa laudet posteritas. Nunc non e manibus illis, nunc non a tumulo fortunatec favilla, nascenter violi. Does the tomb press with less weight upon my bones? Do comrades praise? Not from my manes, not from the tomb, not from the ashes will violets grow. Persius, Sat. I 37. But of this I have spoken elsewhere. As to what remains, in a great battle where 10,000 men are maimed or killed, there are not 15 who are taken notice of. It must be some very eminent greatness, or some consequence of great importance that fortune has added to it, that signalizes a private action, not of a harquebuser only, but of a great captain. For to kill a man or two or 10, to expose a man's self bravely to the utmost peril of death, is indeed something in every one of us, because we there hazard all. But for the world's concern, they are things so ordinary, and so many of them are every day seen, and there must of necessity be so many of the same kind to produce any notable effect, that we cannot expect any particular renown from it. Casus multis hic cognitus, ac jam tritus, et a medio fortuni ductus acervo. The accident is known to many, and now trite, and drawn from the midst of fortune's heap. Juvenal, Sat. Roman 13, 9. Of so many thousands of valiant men who have died within these 1500 years in France with their swords in their hands, not 100 have come to our knowledge. The memory, not of the commanders only, but of battles and victories, is buried and gone. The fortunes of above half of the world, for want of a record, stir not from their place, and vanish without duration. If I had unknown events in my possession, I should think with great ease to outdo those that are recorded in all sorts of examples. Is it not strange that even of the Greeks and Romans, with so many writers and witnesses, and so many rare and noble exploits, so few are arrived at our knowledge? Ad nos vix tenuis famx perlibiter ora. It will be much if, 100 years hence, it be remembered in general that in our times there were civil wars in France. The Lacedaemonians, entering into battle, sacrificed to the Muses, to the end that their actions might be well and worthily written, looking upon it as a divine and no common favor, that brave acts should find witnesses that could give them life and memory. Do we expect that at every musket shot we receive, and at every hazard we run, there must be a register ready to record it? And besides, 100 registers may enroll them whose commentaries will not last above 3 days, and will never come to the sight of anyone. We have not the 1,000th part of ancient writings. 'Tis fortune that gives them a shorter or longer life, according to her favor, and 'tis permissible to doubt whether those we have be not the worst, not having seen the rest. Men do not write histories of things of so little moment. A man must have been general in the conquest of an empire or a kingdom. He must have 150 set battles, and always the weaker in number, as Caesar did. 10,000 brave fellows and many great captains lost their lives valiantly in his service, whose names lasted no longer than their wives and children lived. Quos fama obscura recondit. Even those whom we see behave themselves well, 3 months or 3 years after they have departed hence, are no more mentioned than if they had never been. Whoever will justly consider, and with due proportion, of what kind of men and of what sort of actions the glory sustains itself in the records of history, will find that there are very few actions and very few persons of our times who can there pretend any right. How many worthy men have we known to survive their own reputation, who have seen and suffered the honor and glory most justly acquired in their youth, extinguished in their own presence? And for 3 years of this fantastic and imaginary life, we must go and throw away our true and essential life, and engage ourselves in a perpetual death. The sages propose to themselves a nobler and more just end in so important an enterprise. Rect facti fessus mercis est, officii fructus ipsum officium est. The reward of a thing well done is to have done it. The fruit of a good service is the service itself. Seneca, Ep. 8. It were, peradventure, excusable in a painter or other artisan, or in a rhetorician or a grammarian, to endeavor to raise himself a name by his works. But the actions of virtue are too noble in themselves to seek any other reward than from their own value, and especially to seek it in the vanity of human judgments. If this false opinion, nevertheless, be of such use to the public as to keep men in their duty, if the people are thereby stirred up to virtue, if princes are touched to see the world bless the memory of Trajan, and abominate that of Nero, if it moves them to see the name of that great beast, once so terrible and feared, so freely cursed and reviled by every school, let it by all means increase, and be as much as possible nursed up and cherished amongst us. And Plato, bending his whole endeavor to make his citizens virtuous, also advises them not to despise the good repute and esteem of the people, and says it falls out, by a certain divine inspiration, that even the wicked themselves ofttimes, as well by word as opinion, can rightly distinguish the virtuous from the wicked. This person and his tutor are both marvelous and bold artificers everywhere to add divine operations and revelations where human force is wanting. Ut tragici poeti confugiant ad diem, cum explicare argumenti exitum non possunt. As tragic poets fly to some god when they cannot explain the issue of their argument. Cicero, De Nat. Dior, I-20. And peradventure, for this reason it was that Timon, railing at him, called him the great forger of miracles. Seeing that men, by their insufficiency, cannot pay themselves well enough with current money, let the counterfeit be superadded. 'Tis a way that has been practiced by all the legislators, and there is no government that has not some mixture either of ceremonial vanity or of false opinion that serves for a curb to keep the people in their duty. Tease for this that most of them have their originals and beginnings fabulous, and enriched with supernatural mysteries. Tease this that has given credit to bastard religions, and caused them to be countenanced by men of understanding. And for this, that Numa and Sertorius, to possess their men with a better opinion of them, fed them with this foppery. One, that the nymph Egeria, the other that his white hind, brought them all their counsels from the gods. And the authority that Numa gave to his laws, under the title of the patronage of this goddess, Zoroaster, legislator of the Bactrians and Persians, gave to his under the name of the god Oromazes. Trismegistus, legislator of the Egyptians, under that of Mercury. Zamolxis, legislator of the Scythians, under that of Vesta. Charondas, legislator of the Chalcidians, under that of Saturn. Minos, legislator of the Candiates, under that of Jupiter. Lycurgus, legislator of the Lacedaemonians, under that of Apollo, and Draco and Solon, legislators of the Athenians, under that of Minerva. And every government has a god at the head of it, the others falsely, that truly, which Moses set over the Jews at their departure out of Egypt. The religion of the Bedouins, as the Sire de Joinville reports, amongst other things, enjoined a belief that the soul of him amongst them who died for his prince went into another body more happy, more beautiful, and more robust than the former, by which means they much more willingly ventured their lives. Inferam mens prona viris, animique capaces mortis, et ignavum est redituri parcere vidi. Men's minds are prone to the sword, and their souls able to bear death, and it is base to spare a life that will be renewed. Lucan, I 461. This is a very comfortable belief, however erroneous. Every nation has many such examples of its own, but this subject would require a treatise by itself. To add one word more to my former discourse, I would advise the ladies no longer to call that honor which is but their duty. Ut enim consuetudo laquiter, id solum dicitur honestum, quod est populari fama gloriosum. As custom puts it, that only is called honest which is glorious by the public voice. Cicero, De Finibus, Roman 2, 15. Their duty is the mark, their honor but the outward rind. Neither would I advise them to give this excuse for payment of their denial. For I presuppose that their intentions, their desire, and will, which are things wherein their honor is not at all concerned, forasmuch as nothing thereof appears without, are much better regulated than the effects. Quixque non licet, non facit, illa facit. She who only refuses because 'tis forbidden consents. Ovid Amor, Roman 2, 4. The offense, both towards God and in the conscience, would be as great to desire as to do it. And besides, they are actions so private and secret of themselves, as would be easily enough kept from the knowledge of others, wherein the honor consists, if they had not another respect to their duty, and the affection they bear to chastity, for itself. Every woman of honor will much rather choose to lose her honor than to hurt her conscience. Chapter 17. Of Presumption. There is another sort of glory, which is the having too good an opinion of our own worth. 'Tis an inconsiderate affection with which we flatter ourselves, and that represents us to ourselves other than we truly are, like the passion of love, that lends beauties and graces to the object, and makes those who are caught by it, with a depraved and corrupt judgment, consider the thing which they love other and more perfect than it is. I would not, nevertheless, for fear of failing on this side, that a man should not know himself aright, or think himself less than he is. The judgment ought in all things to maintain its rights. 'Tis all the reason in the world he should discern in himself, as well as in others, what truth sets before him. If it be Caesar, let him boldly think himself the greatest captain in the world. We are nothing but ceremony. Ceremony carries us away, and we leave the substance of things. We hold by the branches, and quit the trunk and the body. We have taught the ladies to blush when they hear that, but named which they are not at all afraid to do. We dare not call our members by their right names, yet are not afraid to employ them in all sorts of debauchery. Ceremony forbids us to express by words things that are lawful and natural, and we obey it. Reason forbids us to do things unlawful and ill, and nobody obeys it. I find myself here fettered by the laws of ceremony, for it neither permits a man to speak well of himself, nor ill. We will leave her there for this time. They whom fortune, call it good or ill, has made to pass their lives in some eminent degree, may by their public actions manifest what they are. But they whom she has only employed in the crowd, and of whom nobody will say a word unless they speak themselves, are to be excused if they take the boldness to speak of themselves to such as are interested to know them. By the example of Lucilius. Ille velet fides arcana sodalibus alim credibat libris, nec si male cesserat, usquam decurrens alio, nec si bene. Quo fit, ut omnes, votiva patet veleri descripta te bella vita sinis. He formerly confided his secret thoughts to his books, as to tried friends, and for good and evil resorted not elsewhere. Hence it came to pass that the old man's life is there all seen as on a votive tablet. Horace sat, Roman 2. I 30. He always committed to paper his actions and thoughts, and there portrayed himself such as he found himself to be. Nec id rutilio et scorocitra fidem, aut obtrictatione fuit. Nor was this considered a breach of good faith or a disparagement to Rutilius or Scorus. Tacitus, Agricola, ci. I remember, then, that from my infancy there was observed in me I know not what kind of carriage and behavior that seemed to relish of pride and arrogance. I will say this, by the way, that it is not unreasonable to suppose that we have qualities and inclinations so much our own, and so incorporate in us, that we have not the means to feel and recognize them. And of such natural inclinations the body will retain a certain bent, without our knowledge or consent. It was an affectation conformable with his beauty that made Alexander carry his head on one side, and caused Alcibiades to lisp. Julius Caesar scratched his head with one finger, which is the fashion of a man full of troublesome thoughts. And Cicero, as I remember, was wont to pucker up his nose, a sign of a man given to scoffing. Such motions as these may imperceptibly happen in us. There are other artificial ones which I meddle not with, as salutations and congees, by which men acquire, for the most part unjustly, the reputation of being humble and courteous. One may be humble out of pride. I am prodigal enough of my hat, especially in summer, and never am so saluted but that I pay it again from persons of what quality soever, unless they be in my own service. I should make it my request to some princes whom I know, that they would be more sparing of that ceremony, and bestow that courtesy where it is more due. For being so indiscreetly and indifferently conferred on all, it is thrown away to no purpose. If it be without respect of persons, it loses its effect. Amongst irregular deportment, let us not forget that haughty one of the Emperor Constantius, who always in public held his head upright and stiff, without bending or turning on either side, not so much as to look upon those who saluted him on one side, planting his body in a rigid immovable posture, without suffering it to yield to the motion of his coach, not daring so much as to spit, blow his nose, or wipe his face before people. I know not whether the gestures that were observed in me were of this first quality, and whether I had really any occult proneness to this vice, as it might well be, and I cannot be responsible for the motions of the body. But as to the motions of the soul, I must here confess what I think of the matter. This glory consists of two parts, the one in setting too great a value upon ourselves, and the other in setting too little a value upon others. As to the one, methinks these considerations ought, in the first place, to be of some force. I feel myself importuned by an error of the soul that displeases me, both as it is unjust and still more as it is troublesome. I attempt to correct it, but I cannot root it out. And this is that I lessen the just value of things that I possess and overvalue things because they are foreign, absent, and none of mine. This humor spreads very far. As the prerogative of the authority makes husbands look upon their own wives with a vicious disdain, and many fathers their children, so I, betwixt two equal merits, should always be swayed against my own. Not so much that the jealousy of my advancement and bettering troubles my judgment, and hinders me from satisfying myself, as that of its self-possession begets a contempt of what it holds and rules. Foreign governments, manners, and languages insinuate themselves into my esteem, and I am sensible that Latin allures me by the favor of its dignity to value it above its due, as it does with children and the common sort of people. The domestic government, house, horse, of my neighbor, though no better than my own, I prize above my own, because they are not mine. Besides that I am very ignorant in my own affairs, I am struck by the assurance that everyone has of himself, whereas there is scarcely anything that I am sure I know, or that I dare be responsible to myself that I can do. I have not my means of doing anything in condition and ready, and am only instructed therein after the effect, as doubtful of my own force as I am of another's. Whence it comes to pass that if I happen to do anything commendable, I attribute it more to my fortune than industry, forasmuch as I design everything by chance and in fear. I have this, also, in general, that of all the opinions antiquity has held of men in gross, I most willingly embrace and adhere to those that most contemn and undervalue us, and most push us to naught. Methinks, philosophy has never so fair a game to play as when it falls upon our vanity and presumption, when it most lays open our irresolution, weakness, and ignorance. I look upon the too good opinion that man has of himself to be the nursing mother of all the most false opinions, both public and private. Those people who ride astride upon the epicycle of Mercury, who see so far into the heavens, are worse to me than a tooth drawer that comes to draw my teeth. For in my study, the subject of which is man, finding so great a variety of judgments, so profound a labyrinth of difficulties, one upon another, so great diversity and uncertainty, even in the school of wisdom itself, you may judge, seeing these people could not resolve upon the knowledge of themselves and their own condition, which is continually before their eyes and within them, seeing they do not know how that moves which they themselves move, nor how to give us a description of the springs they themselves govern and make use of. How can I believe them about the ebbing and flowing of the Nile? The curiosity of knowing things has been given to man for a scourge, says the Holy Scripture. But to return to what concerns myself, I think it would be very difficult for any other man to have a meaner opinion of himself, nay, for any other to have a meaner opinion of me than of myself. I look upon myself as one of the common sort, saving in this, that I have no better an opinion of myself, guilty of the meanest and most popular defects, but not disowning or excusing them, and I do not value myself upon any other account than because I know my own value. If there be any vanity in the case, 'tis superficially infused into me by the treachery of my complexion, and has no body that my judgment can discern. I am sprinkled but not dyed. For in truth, as to the effects of the mind, there is no part of me, be it what it will, with which I am satisfied, and the approbation of others makes me not think the better of myself. My judgment is tender and nice, especially in things that concern myself. I ever repudiate myself, and feel myself float and waver by reason of my weakness. I have nothing of my own that satisfies my judgment. My sight is clear and regular enough, but, at working, it is apt to dazzle, as I most manifestly find in poetry. I love it infinitely, and am able to give a tolerable judgment of other men's works. But in good earnest, when I apply myself to it, I play the child, and am not able to endure myself. A man may play the fool in everything else, but not in poetry. Mediocribus esse poetis non de, non homines, non concessor calumni. Neither men, nor gods, nor the pillars, on which the poets offered their writings, permit mediocrity in poets. Horace, De Art Poet, 372. I would to God this sentence was written over the doors of all our printers, to forbid the entrance of so many rhymesters. Verum nihil securius est malo poeti. The truth is that nothing is more confident than a bad poet. Martial Roman 12, 63:13. Why have not we such people? Dionysius the father valued himself upon nothing so much as his poetry. At the Olympic Games, with chariots surpassing all the others in magnificence, he sent also poets and musicians to present his verses, with tent and pavilions royally gilt and hung with tapestry. When his verses came to be recited, the excellence of the delivery at first attracted the attention of the people. But when they afterwards came to poise the meanness of the composition, they first entered into disdain, and continuing to nettle their judgments, presently proceeded to fury, and ran to pull down and tear to pieces all his pavilions. And that his chariots neither performed anything to purpose in the race, and that the ship which brought back his people failed of making Sicily, and was by the tempest driven and wrecked upon the coast of Tarentum, they certainly believed was through the anger of the gods, incensed, as they themselves were, against the paltry poem. And even the mariners who escaped from the wreck seconded this opinion of the people, to which also the oracle that foretold his death seemed to subscribe, which was that Dionysius should be near his end when he should have overcome those who were better than himself, which he interpreted of the Carthaginians, who surpassed him in power, and having war with them, often declined the victory, not to incur the sense of this prediction, but he understood it ill. For the god indicated the time of the advantage, that by favor and injustice he obtained at Athens over the tragic poets, better than himself, having caused his own play called the Lenyons to be acted in emulation, presently after which victory he died, and partly of the excessive joy he conceived at the success. Diodorus Siculus, Roman 15. 7. The play, however, was called The Ransom of Hector. It was the games at which it was acted that were called Lenyon. They were one of the 4 Dionysiac festivals. What I find tolerable of mine is not so really and in itself, but in comparison of other worse things, that I see well enough received. I envy the happiness of those who can please and hug themselves in what they do, for 'tis an easy thing to be so pleased, because a man extracts that pleasure from himself, especially if he be constant in his self-conceit. I know a poet, against whom the intelligent and the ignorant, abroad and at home, both heaven and earth exclaim that he has but very little notion of it. And yet, for all that, he has never a whit the worse opinion of himself, but is always falling upon some new piece, always contriving some new invention, and still persists in his opinion, by so much the more obstinately, as it only concerns him to maintain it. My works are so far from pleasing me, that as often as I review them, they disgust me. Cum religo scripsis pudet, quia plurima surnomi quoque, qui feci Judas digna leni. When I reperuse, I blush at what I have written. I ever see one passage after another that I, the author, being the judge, consider should be erased. Ovid, De Ponto, I 5:15. I have always an idea in my soul, and a sort of disturbed image which presents me as in a dream with a better form than that I have made use of, but I cannot catch it nor fit it to my purpose, and even that idea is but of the meaner sort. Hence I conclude that the productions of those great and rich souls of former times are very much beyond the utmost stretch of my imagination or my wish. Their writings do not only satisfy and fill me, but they astound me and ravish me with admiration. I judge of their beauty. I see it, if not to the utmost, yet so far at least as 'tis possible for me to aspire. Whatever I undertake, I owe a sacrifice to the graces, as Plutarch says of someone, to conciliate their favor. Si quid enim placet, si quid dulce horninum sensibus influit, debenter lapides omnia gratiis. If anything please that I write, if it infuse delight into men's minds, all is due to the charming graces. The verses are probably by some modern poet. They abandon me throughout. All I write is rude. Polish and beauty are wanting. I cannot set things off to any advantage. My handling adds nothing to the matter, for which reason I must have it forcible, very full, and that has luster of its own. If I pitch upon subjects that are popular and gay, 'tis to follow my own inclination, who do not affect a grave and ceremonious wisdom, as the world does, and to make myself more sprightly, but not my style more wanton, which would rather have them grave and severe. At least if I may call that a style which is an inform and irregular way of speaking, a popular jargon, a proceeding without definition, division, conclusion, perplexed like that Amiphanius and Rabirius. I can neither please nor delight, nor even tickle my readers. The best story in the world is spoiled by my handling and becomes flat. I cannot speak but in rough earnest, and am totally unprovided of that facility which I observe in many of my acquaintance, of entertaining the first comers and keeping a whole company in breath, or taking up the ear of a prince with all sorts of discourse, without wearying themselves. They never want matter by reason of the faculty and grace they have in taking hold of the first thing that starts up, and accommodating it to the humor and capacity of those with whom they have to do. Princes do not much affect solid discourses, nor I to tell stories. The first and easiest reasons, which are commonly the best taken, I know not how to employ. I am an ill orator to the common sort. I am apt of everything to say the extremest that I know. Cicero is of opinion that in treatises of philosophy the exordium is the hardest part. If this be true, I am wise in sticking to the conclusion. And yet we are to know how to wind the string to all notes, and the sharpest is that which is the most seldom touched. There is at least as much perfection in elevating an empty as in supporting a weighty thing. A man must sometimes superficially handle things, and sometimes push them home. I know very well that most men keep themselves in this lower form from not conceiving things otherwise than by this outward bark. But I likewise know that the greatest masters, and Xenophon and Plato, are often seen to stoop to this low and popular manner of speaking and treating of things, but supporting it with graces which never fail them. Farther, my language has nothing in it that is facile and polished. 'Tis rough, free, and irregular, and as such pleases, if not my judgment, at all events my inclination. But I very well perceive that I sometimes give myself too much rein, and that by endeavoring to avoid art and affectation, I fall into the other inconvenience. Brevis esse laboro obscurus fio. Endeavoring to be brief, I become obscure. Hor, Art, Poet, 25. Plato says that the long or the short are not properties, that either take away or give value to language. Should I attempt to follow the other more moderate, united, and regular style, I should never attain to it. And though the short round periods of Sallust best suit with my humor, yet I find Caesar much grander and harder to imitate. And though my inclination would rather prompt me to imitate Seneca's way of writing, yet I do nevertheless more esteem that of Plutarch. Both in doing and speaking I simply follow my own natural way, whence, peradventure, it falls out that I am better at speaking than writing. Motion and action animate words, especially in those who lay about them briskly, as I do, and grow hot. The comportment, the countenance, the voice, the robe, the place, will set off some things that of themselves would appear no better than prating. Messalla complains in Tacitus of the straightness of some garments in his time, and of the fashion of the benches where the orators were to declaim, that were a disadvantage to their eloquence. My French tongue is corrupted, both in the pronunciation and otherwise, by the barbarism of my country. I never saw a man who was a native of any of the provinces on this side of the kingdom who had not a twang of his place of birth, and that was not offensive to ears that were purely French. And yet it is not that I am so perfect in my Perigordin, for I can no more speak it than High Dutch, nor do I much care. 'Tis a language, as the rest about me on every side, of Poitou, Zaintonge, Engaumosen, Limousin, Auvergne, a poor, drawling, scurvy language. There is indeed above us towards the mountains a sort of Gascon spoken, that I am mightily taken with. Blunt, brief, significant, and in truth a more manly and military language than any other I am acquainted with, as sinewy, powerful, and pertinent as the French is graceful, neat, and luxuriant. As to the Latin, which was given me for my mother tongue, I have by discontinuance lost the use of speaking it, and, indeed, of writing it too, wherein I formerly had a particular reputation, by which you may see how inconsiderable I am on that side. Beauty is a thing of great recommendation in the correspondence amongst men. 'Tis the first means of acquiring the favor and good liking of one another, and no man is so barbarous and morose as not to perceive himself in some sort struck with its attraction. The body has a great share in our being, has an eminent place there, and therefore its structure and composition are of very just consideration. They who go about to disunite and separate our two principal parts from one another are to blame. We must, on the contrary, reunite and rejoin them. We must command the soul not to withdraw and entertain itself apart, not to despise and abandon the body, neither can she do it but by some apish counterfeit, but to unite herself close to it, to embrace, cherish, assist, govern, and advise it, and to bring it back and set it into the true way when it wanders. In sum, to espouse and be a husband to it, so that their effects may not appear to be diverse and contrary, but uniform and concurring. Christians have a particular instruction concerning this connection, for they know that the divine justice embraces this society and juncture of body and soul, even to the making the body capable of eternal rewards, and that God has an eye to the whole man's ways, and wills that he receive entire chastisement or reward according to his demerits or merits. The sect of the Peripatetics, of all sects the most sociable, attribute to wisdom this sole care equally to provide for the good of these two associate parts. And the other sects, in not sufficiently applying themselves to the consideration of this mixture, show themselves to be divided, one for the body and the other for the soul, with equal error, and to have lost sight of their subject, which is man, and their guide, which they generally confess to be nature. The first distinction that ever was amongst men, and the first consideration that gave some preeminence over others. Tis likely was the advantage of beauty. Agros divisor ac dedir pro facie cujusc, et viribus ingenioque, nam facies multum valuit, virsc vigement. They distributed and conferred the lands to every man according to his beauty and strength and understanding, for beauty was much esteemed and strength was in favor. Lucretius, v. 1109. Now I am of something lower than the middle stature, a defect that not only borders upon deformity, but carries withal a great deal of inconvenience along with it, especially for those who are in office and command. For the authority which a graceful presence and a majestic mien beget is wanting. C. Marius did not willingly enlist any soldiers who were not 6 feet high. The courtier has, indeed, reason to desire a moderate stature in the gentleman he is setting forth, rather than any other, and to reject all strangeness that should make him be pointed at. But if I were to choose whether this medium must be rather below than above the common standard, I would not have it so in a soldier. Little men, says Aristotle, are pretty, but not handsome, and greatness of soul is discovered in a great body, as beauty is in a conspicuous stature. The Ethiopians and Indians, says he, in choosing their kings and magistrates, had regard to the beauty and stature of their persons. They had reason, for it creates respect in those who follow them, and is a terror to the enemy, to see a leader of a brave and goodly stature march at the head of a battalion. Ips inter primos praestenti corpor turnus vertitur arma, tenens, et toto virtus supra est. In the first rank marches Turnus, brandishing his weapon taller by a head than all the rest. Virgil, Aeneid, Romans 7, 783. Our holy and heavenly King, of whom every circumstance is most carefully, and with the greatest religion and reverence to be observed, has not himself rejected bodily recommendation. Speciasis forma prefiliis hominum. And Plato, together with temperance and fortitude, requires beauty in the conservators of his republic. It would vex you that a man should apply himself to you amongst your servants to inquire where monsieur is, and that you should only have the remainder of the compliment of the hat that is made to your barber or your secretary. As it happened to poor Philopomen, who arriving the first of all his company at an inn where he was expected, the hostess, who knew him not, and saw him an unsightly fellow, employed him to go help her maids a little to draw water, and make a fire against Philopomen's coming. The gentlemen of his train arriving presently after, and surprised to see him busy in this fine employment, for he failed not to obey his landlady's command, asked him what he was doing there. I am, said he, paying the penalty of my ugliness. The other beauties belong to women, the beauty of stature is the only beauty of men. Where there is a contemptible stature, neither the largeness and roundness of the forehead, nor the whiteness and sweetness of the eyes, nor the moderate proportion of the nose, nor the littleness of the ears and mouth, nor the evenness and whiteness of the teeth, nor the thickness of a well-set brown beard, shining like the husk of a chestnut, nor curled hair, nor the just proportion of the head, nor a fresh complexion, nor a pleasing air of a face, nor a body without any offensive scent, nor the just proportion of limbs can make a handsome man. I am, as to the rest, strong and well knit. My face is not puffed, but full, and my complexion betwixt jovial and melancholic, moderately sanguine and hot. Unda rigent sedis mihi crura, et pectora vilis. Whence tease my legs and breast bristle with hair. Martial Roman 2, 36.5. My health vigorous and sprightly, even to a well-advanced age, and rarely troubled with sickness. Such I was, for I do not now make any account of myself, now that I am engaged in the avenues of old age, being already past 40. Minutatum vires, et robur adultum frangit, et in partum pejorum liquider edas. Time by degrees breaks our strength and makes us grow feeble. Lucretius, Roman 2, 1131. What shall be from this time forward will be but a half being, and no more me. I every day escape and steal away from myself. Singula de nobis anni predenter iuns. Of the fleeting years each steals something from me. Horace, Ep, Roman 2, 2. Agility and address I never had, and yet am the son of a very active and sprightly father, who continued to be so to an extreme old age. I have scarce known any man of his condition, his equal in all bodily exercises, as I have seldom met with any who have not excelled me, except in running, at which I was pretty good. In music or singing, for which I have a very unfit voice, or to play on any sort of instrument, they could never teach me anything. In dancing, tennis, or wrestling, I could never arrive to more than an ordinary pitch. In swimming, fencing, vaulting, and leaping, to none at all. My hands are so clumsy that I cannot even write so as to read it myself, so that I had rather do what I have scribbled over again than take upon me the trouble to make it out. I do not read much better than I write, and feel that I weary my auditors otherwise. I am not a bad clerk. I cannot decently fold up a letter, nor could ever make a pen, or carve at table worth a pin, nor saddle a horse, nor carry a hawk and fly her, nor hunt the dogs, nor lure a hawk, nor speak to a horse. In fine, my bodily qualities are very well suited to those of my soul. There is nothing sprightly, only a full and firm vigor. I am patient enough of labor and pains, but it is only when I go voluntary to work, and only so long as my own desire prompts me to it. Molliter ostrum studio fallent laborem. Study softly beguiling severe labor. Horace, Sat, Roman 2, 2:12. Otherwise, if I am not allured with some pleasure, or have other guide than my own pure and free inclination, I am good for nothing. For I am of a humor that, life and health excepted, there is nothing for which I will bite my nails, and that I will purchase at the price of torment of mind and constraint. Tanti mihi non sit opposi omnes arena tagi, quod in mer volvator orum. I would not buy rich Tagus sand so dear, nor all the gold that lies in the sea. Juvenal, Sat, Roman 3, 54. Extremely idle, extremely given up to my own inclination both by nature and art, I would as willingly lend a man my blood as my pains. I have a soul free and entirely its own, and accustomed to guide itself after its own fashion, having hitherto never had either master or governor imposed upon me. I have walked as far as I would, and at the pace that best pleased myself. This is it that has rendered me unfit for the service of others, and has made me of no use to anyone but myself. Nor was there any need of forcing my heavy and lazy disposition. For being born to such a fortune as I had reason to be contented with, a reason, nevertheless, that 1,000 others of my acquaintance would have rather made use of for a plank upon which to pass over in search of higher fortune, to tumult and disquiet. And with as much intelligence as I required, I sought for no more, and also got no more. Non agimer tumitis velis aquilone secundo, non tamen adversus edatum ducimus ostris viribus, ingenio, specie, virtut, loco, re extremi primorum, extremis usque priors. The northern wind does not agitate our sails, nor auster trouble our course with storms. In strength, talent, figure, virtue, honor, wealth, we are short of the foremost, but before the last. Horace, Ep, Roman 2, 2:201. I had only need of what was sufficient to content me, which nevertheless is a government of soul, to take it right, equally difficult in all sorts of conditions, and that of custom we see more easily found in want than in abundance. Forasmuch, peradventure, as according to the course of our other passions, the desire of riches is more sharpened by their use than by the need of them, and the virtue of moderation more rare than that of patience. And I never had anything to desire, but happily to enjoy the estate that God by his bounty had put into my hands. I have never known anything of trouble, and have had little to do in anything but the management of my own affairs. Or, if I have, it has been upon condition to do it at my own leisure and after my own method. committed to my trust by such as had a confidence in me, who did not importune me, and who knew my humor. For good horsemen will make shift to get service out of a rusty and broken-winded jade. Even my infancy was trained up after a gentle and free manner, and exempt from any rigorous subjection. All this has helped me to a complexion delicate and incapable of solicitude, even to that degree that I love to have my losses and the disorders wherein I am concerned concealed from me. In the account of my expenses, I put down what my negligence costs me in feeding and maintaining it. Hic nemp supersunt, qui dominum fallent, qui prosunt furibus. That overplus which the owner knows not of, but which benefits the thieves, Horace Ep. I 645. I love not to know what I have, that I may be less sensible of my loss. I entreat those who serve me, where affection and integrity are absent, to deceive me with something like a decent appearance. For want of constancy enough to support the shock of adverse accidents to which we are subject, and of patience seriously to apply myself to the management of my affairs, I nourish as much as I can this in myself, wholly leaving all to fortune, to take all things at the worst, and to resolve to bear that worst with temper and patience. That is the only thing I aim at, and to which I apply my whole meditation. In a danger, I do not so much consider how I shall escape it, as of how little importance it is whether I escape it or no. Should I be left dead upon the place, what matter? Not being able to govern events, I govern myself and apply myself to them, if they will not apply themselves to me. I have no great art to evade, escape from or force fortune, and by prudence to guide and incline things to my own bias. I have still less patience to undergo the troublesome and painful care therein required, and the most uneasy condition for me is to be suspended on urgent occasions, and to be agitated betwixt hope and fear. Deliberation, even in things of lightest moment, is very troublesome to me, and I find my mind more put to it to undergo the various tumblings and tossings of doubt and consultation, than to set up its rest and to acquiesce in whatever shall happen after the die is thrown. Few passions break my sleep, but of deliberations, the least will do it. As in roads, I preferably avoid those that are sloping and slippery, and put myself into the beaten track how dirty or deep soever, where I can fall no lower, and there seek my safety. So I love misfortunes that are purely so, that do not torment and tease me with the uncertainty of their growing better, but that at the first push plunge me directly into the worst that can be expected. Dubia plus torquent male. Doubtful ills plague us worst. Seneca Agamemnon Roman 3, 1:29. In events I carry myself like a man, in conduct like a child. The fear of the fall more fevers me than the fall itself. The game is not worth the candle. The covetous man fares worse with his passion than the poor, and the jealous man than the cuckold, and a man ofttimes loses more by defending his vineyard than if he gave it up. The lowest walk is the safest. Tease the seat of constancy. You have their need of no one but yourself. Tease their founded and wholly stands upon its own basis. Has not this example of a gentleman very well known some air of philosophy in it? He married, being well advanced in years, having spent his youth in good fellowship, a great talker and a great jeerer, calling to mind how much the subject of cuckoldry had given him occasion to talk and scoff at others. To prevent them from paying him in his own coin, he married a wife from a place where anyone finds what he wants for his money. Good morrow, strumpet. Good morrow, cuckold. And there was not anything wherewith he more commonly and openly entertained those who came to see him than with this design of his, by which he stopped the private chattering of mockers, and blunted all the point from this reproach. As to ambition, which is neighbor, or rather daughter, to presumption, fortune, to advance me, must have come and taken me by the hand. For to trouble myself for an uncertain hope, and to have submitted myself to all the difficulties that accompany those who endeavor to bring themselves into credit in the beginning of their progress, I could never have done it. Spem pretio non emo. I will not purchase hope with ready money, or I do not purchase hope at a price. Terence Adelphi Roman 2, 3:11. I apply myself to what I see and to what I have in my hand, and go not very far from the shore. Alter remus aquas, alter tibi redat arenas. One oar plunging into the sea, the other raking the sands. Propertius Roman 3, 3:23. And besides, a man rarely arrives at these advancements, but in first hazarding what he has of his own. And I am of opinion that if a man have sufficient to maintain him in the condition wherein he was born and brought up, 'tis a great folly to hazard that upon the uncertainty of augmenting it. He to whom fortune has denied whereon to set his foot, and to settle a quiet and composed way of living, is to be excused if he venture what he has, because, happen what will, necessity puts him upon shifting for himself. Capienda rebus in Molly's precepts via est. A course is to be taken in bad cases, or a desperate case must have a desperate course. Seneca, Agamemnon, Roman 2, 1:47. And I rather excuse a younger brother for exposing what his friends have left him to the courtesy of fortune, than him with whom the honor of his family is entrusted, who cannot be necessitous, but by his own fault. I have found a much shorter and more easy way, by the advice of the good friends I had in my younger days, to free myself from any such ambition, and to sit still. Cuisit conditio dulcis, sine pulver pommi. What condition can compare with that where one has gained the palm without the dust of the course? Horace, Ep. II 51. Judging rightly enough of my own strength, that it was not capable of any great matters, and calling to mind the saying of the late Chancellor Olivier, that the French were like monkeys that swarm up a tree from branch to branch, and never stop till they come to the highest, and there show their breach. Terp est quod nequias, capiti committer pondus, et pressum in flix, mox der terga geniu. It is a shame to load the head so that it cannot bear the burthen, and the knees give way. Propertius, Roman 3, 9:5. I should find the best qualities I have useless in this age. The facility of my manners would have been called weakness and negligence, my faith and conscience, scrupulosity and superstition. My liberty and freedom would have been reputed troublesome, inconsiderate, and rash. Ill luck is good for something. It is good to be born in a very depraved age, for so, in comparison of others, you shall be reputed virtuous good cheap. He who in our days is but a parricide and a sacrilegious person is an honest man and a man of honor. Nunc si depositum non inficiatur amicus, si redet veterum cum tota erugin fallum, prodigiosa fids, et tuscus digna libellis, qui coronata lustrari debit agna. Now, if a friend does not deny his trust, but restores the old purse with all its rust, 'tis a prodigious faith, worthy to be enrolled in amongst the Tuscan annals, and a crowned lamb should be sacrificed to such exemplary integrity. Juvenal, Sat., Roman 13, 611. And never was time or place wherein princes might propose to themselves more assured or greater rewards for virtue and justice. The first who shall make it his business to get himself into favor and esteem by those ways, I am much deceived if he do not, and by the best title outstrip his competitors. Force and violence can do something, but not always all. We see merchants, country justices, and artisans go cheek by jowl with the best gentry in valor and military knowledge. They perform honorable actions, both in public engagements and private quarrels. They fight duels, they defend towns in our present wars. A prince stifles his special recommendation, renown in this crowd. Let him shine bright in humanity, truth, loyalty, temperance, and especially in justice. Marks rare, unknown, and exiled. 'Tis by no other means, but by the sole goodwill of the people that he can do his business. And no other qualities can attract their goodwill like those, as being of the greatest utility to them. Nil est tam populare quam benites. Nothing is so popular as an agreeable manner, goodness. Cicero Pro Liger, C12. By this standard I had been great and rare, just as I find myself now pygmy and vulgar by the standard of some past ages, wherein, if no other better qualities concurred, it was ordinary and common to see a man moderate in his revenges, gentle in resenting injuries, religious of his word, neither double nor supple, nor accommodating his faith to the will of others or the turns of the times. I would rather see all affairs go to wreck and ruin than falsify my faith to secure them. For as to this new virtue of feigning and dissimulation, which is now in so great credit, I mortally hate it, and of all vices find none that evidences so much baseness and meanness of spirit. 'Tis a cowardly and servile humor to hide and disguise a man's self under a visor, and not to dare to show himself what he is. 'Tis by this our servants are trained up to treachery, being brought up to speak what is not true, they make no conscience of a lie. A generous heart ought not to belie its own thoughts, It will make itself seen within. All there is good, or at least human. Aristotle reputes it the office of magnanimity openly and professedly to love and hate, to judge and speak with all freedom, and not to value the approbation or dislike of others in comparison of truth. Apollonius said it was for slaves to lie, and for freemen to speak truth. 'Tis the chief and fundamental part of virtue. We must love it for itself. He who speaks truth because he is obliged so to do, and because it serves him, and who is not afraid to lie when it signifies nothing to anybody, is not sufficiently true. My soul naturally abominates lying and hates the very thought of it. I have an inward shame and a sharp remorse if sometimes a lie escapes me, as sometimes it does, being surprised by occasions that allow me no premeditation. A man must not always tell all, for that were folly, but what a man says should be what he thinks, otherwise 'tis knavery. I do not know what advantage men pretend to by eternally counterfeiting and dissembling, if not never to be believed when they speak the truth. It may once or twice pass with men, but to profess the concealing their thought, and to brag, as some of our princes have done, that they would burn their shirts if they knew their true intentions, which was a saying of the ancient Metellus of Macedon, and that they who know not how to dissemble know not how to rule, is to give warning to all who have anything to do with them, that all they say is nothing but lying and deceit. Quo quis versutior et calidior est, hoc invisior et suspectior, detracto opinii probitatis. By how much anyone is more subtle and cunning, by so much is he hated and suspected, the opinion of his integrity being withdrawn. Cicero de Off, Roman 2, 9. It were a great simplicity in any one to lay any stress, either on the countenance or word of a man, who has put on a resolution to be always another thing without than he is within, as Tiberius did. And I cannot conceive what part such persons can have in conversation with men, seeing they produce nothing that is received as true. Whoever is disloyal to truth is the same to falsehood also. Those of our time who have considered in the establishment of the duty of a prince the good of his affairs only, and have preferred that to the care of his faith and conscience, might have something to say to a prince whose affairs fortune had put into such a posture that he might forever establish them by only once breaking his word. But it will not go so. They often buy in the same market. They make more than one peace and enter into more than one treaty in their lives. Gain tempts to the first breach of faith and almost always presents itself, as in all other ill acts, sacrileges, murders, rebellions, treasons, as being undertaken for some kind of advantage. But this first gain has infinite mischievous consequences, throwing this prince out of all correspondence and negotiation by this example of infidelity. Solomon of the Ottoman race, a race not very solicitous of keeping their words or compacts, when in my infancy he made his army land at Otranto, being informed that Mercurino de Gratinaire and the inhabitants of Castro were detained prisoners. After having surrendered the place, contrary to the articles of their capitulation, sent orders to have them set at liberty, saying that having other great enterprises in hand in those parts, the disloyalty, though it carried a show of present utility, would for the future bring on him a disrepute and distrust of infinite prejudice. Now, for my part, I had rather be troublesome and indiscreet than a flatterer and a dissembler. I confess that there may be some mixture of pride and obstinacy in keeping myself so upright and open as I do, without any consideration of others, and methinks I am a little too free, where I ought least to be so, and that I grow hot by the opposition of respect. And it may be also that I suffer myself to follow the propension of my own nature for want of art, using the same liberty, speech, and countenance towards great persons that I bring with me from my own house. I am sensible how much it declines towards incivility and indiscretion, but besides that I am so bred, I have not a wit supple enough to evade a sudden question, and to escape by some evasion, nor to feign a truth, nor memory enough to retain it so feigned, nor, truly, assurance enough to maintain it, and so play the brave out of weakness. And therefore it is that I abandon myself to candor, always to speak as I think, both by complexion and design, leaving the event to fortune. Aristippus was wont to say that the principal benefit he had extracted from philosophy was that he spoke freely and openly to all. Memory is a faculty of wonderful use, and without which the judgment can very hardly perform its office. For my part, one have none at all. What anyone will propound to me, he must do it piecemeal, for to answer a speech consisting of several heads I am not able. I could not receive a commission by word of mouth without a notebook. And when I have a speech of consequence to make, if it be long, I am reduced to the miserable necessity of getting by heart word for word what I am to say. I should otherwise have neither method nor assurance, being in fear that my memory would play me a slippery trick. But this way is no less difficult to me than the other. I must have 3 hours to learn 3 verses. And besides, in a work of a man's own, the liberty and authority of altering the order, of changing a word, incessantly varying the matter, makes it harder to stick in the memory of the author. The more I mistrust it, the worse it is. It serves me best by chance. I must solicit it negligently, for if I press it, tease confused, and after it once begins to stagger, the more I sound it, the more it is perplexed. It serves me at its own hour, not at mine. And the same defect I find in my memory, I find also in several other parts. I fly command, obligation, and constraint, that which I can otherwise naturally and easily do. If I impose it upon myself by an express and strict injunction, I cannot do it. Even the members of my body, which have a more particular jurisdiction of their own, sometimes refuse to obey me, if I enjoin them a necessary service at a certain hour. This tyrannical and compulsive appointment baffles them. They shrink up either through fear or spite, and fall into a trance. Being once in a place where it is looked upon as barbarous discourtesy not to pledge those who drink to you, though I had their all liberty allowed me, I tried to play the good fellow, out of respect to the ladies who were there, according to the custom of the country. But there was sport enough for this pressure and preparation, to force myself contrary to my custom and inclination, so stopped my throat that I could not swallow one drop, and was deprived of drinking so much as with my meat. I found myself gorged, and my thirst quenched by the quantity of drink that my imagination had swallowed. This effect is most manifest in such as have the most vehement and powerful imagination, but it is natural, notwithstanding, and there is no one who does not in some measure feel it. They offered an excellent archer, condemned to die, to save his life, if he would show some notable proof of his art, but he refused to try, fearing lest the too great contention of his will should make him shoot wide, and that instead of saving his life, he should also lose the reputation he had got of being a good marksman. A man who thinks of something else will not fail to take over and over again the same number and measure of steps, even to an inch, in the place where he walks. But if he made it his business to measure and count them, he will find that what he did by nature and accident, he cannot so exactly do by design. My library, which is a fine one among those of the village type, is situated in a corner of my house. If anything comes into my head that I have a mind to search or to write, lest I should forget it in but going across the court, I am fain to commit it to the memory of some other. If I venture in speaking to digress never so little from my subject, I am infallibly lost, which is the reason that I keep myself, in discourse, strictly close. I am forced to call the men who serve me either by the names of their offices or their country, for names are very hard for me to remember. I can tell indeed that there are 3 syllables, that it has a harsh sound, and that it begins or ends with such a letter. But that's all, and if I should live long, I do not doubt but I should forget my own name, as some others have done. Messala Corvinus was 2 years without any trace of memory, which is also said of Georgius Trapezuntius. For my own interest, I often meditate what a kind of life theirs was, and if, without this faculty, I should have enough left to support me with any manner of ease, and prying narrowly into it, I fear that this privation, if absolute, destroys all the other functions of the soul. Plenus rimorum sum, hac ac iliac perfluo. I'm full of chinks and leak out every way. Ter Eunuchus Roman 2:23. It has befallen me more than once to forget the watchword I had 3 hours before given or received, and to forget where I had hidden my purse. Whatever Cicero is pleased to say, I help myself to lose what I have a particular care to lock safe up. Memoria cert non modo philosophium sed omnis vidi usum, omnesque arts, una maxime continet. It is certain that memory contains not only philosophy, but all the arts and all that appertain to the use of life. Cicero, Acad. Roman 2:7. Memory is the receptacle and case of science, and therefore mine being so treacherous, if I know little, I cannot much complain. I know, in general, the names of the arts and of what they treat, but nothing more. I turn over books. I do not study them. What I retain I no longer recognize as another's. Tease only what my judgment has made its advantage of, the discourses and imaginations in which it has been instructed. The author, place, words, and other circumstances I immediately forget, and I am so excellent at forgetting that I no less forget my own writings and compositions than the rest. I am very often quoted to myself, and am not aware of it. Whoever should inquire of me where I had the verses and examples that I have here huddled together would puzzle me to tell him. And yet I have not borrowed them but from famous and known authors, not contenting myself that they were rich, if I, moreover, had them not from rich and honorable hands, where there is a concurrence of authority with reason. It is no great wonder if my book run the same fortune that other books do, if my memory lose what I have written as well as what I have read, and what I give as well as what I receive. Besides the defect of memory, I have others which very much contribute to my ignorance. I have a slow and heavy wit, the least cloud stops its progress, so that, for example, I never propose to it any never so easy a riddle that it could find out. There is not the least idle subtlety that will not gravel me. In games, where wit is required, as chess, draughts, and the like, I understand no more than the common movements. I have a slow and perplexed apprehension, but what it once apprehends, it apprehends well, for the time it retains it. My sight is perfect, entire, and discovers at a very great distance, but is soon weary and heavy at work, which occasions that I cannot read long, but am forced to have one to read to me. The younger Pliny can inform such as have not experimented it themselves, how important an impediment this is to those who devote themselves to this employment. There is no so wretched and coarse a soul, wherein some particular faculty is not seen to shine, no soul so buried in sloth and ignorance, but it will sally at one end or another. And how it comes to pass that a man blind and asleep to everything else shall be found sprightly, clear, and excellent in some one particular effect, we are to inquire of our masters. But the beautiful souls are they that are universal, open, and ready for all things, if not instructed, at least capable of being so. Which I say to accuse my own, for whether it be through infirmity or negligence, and to neglect that which lies at our feet, which we have in our hands, and what nearest concerns the use of life, is far from my doctrine. There is not a soul in the world so awkward as mine, and so ignorant of many common things, and such as a man cannot without shame fail to know. I must give some examples. I was born and bred up in the country, and amongst husbandmen. I have had business and husbandry in my own hands ever since my predecessors, who were lords of the estate I now enjoy, left me to succeed them. And yet I can neither cast accounts, nor reckon my counters. Most of our current money I do not know, nor the difference betwixt one grain and another, either growing or in the barn, if it be not too apparent, and scarcely can distinguish between the cabbage and lettuce in my garden. I do not so much as understand the names of the chief instruments of husbandry, nor the most ordinary elements of agriculture, which the very children know. Much less the mechanic arts, traffic, merchandise, the variety and nature of fruits, wines, and viands, nor how to make a hawk fly, nor to physic a horse or a dog. And since I must publish my whole shame, 'tis not above a month ago that I was trapped in my ignorance of the use of leaven to make bread, or to what end it was to keep wine in the vat. They conjectured of old at Athens, an aptitude for the mathematics in him they saw ingeniously bavin up a burthen of brushwood. In earnest, they would draw a quite contrary conclusion from me, for give me the whole provision and necessaries of a kitchen, I should starve. By these features of my confession, men may imagine others to my prejudice. But whatever I deliver myself to be, provided it be such as I really am, I have my end. Neither will I make any excuse for committing to paper such mean and frivolous things as these. The meanness of the subject compels me to it. They may, if they please, accuse my project, but not my progress. So it is, that without anybody, needing to tell me, I sufficiently see of how little weight and value all this is, and the folly of my design. 'Tis enough that my judgment does not contradict itself, of which these are the essays. Nasutus sis usclicit, sis denique nasus, quantum nolurit fer rogetus atlas, et possus ipsum to deridir Latinum, non pots in nugas dicer plura mes, ips ego quam dixi. Quid dentum dent juvabit rotor? Carn opus est, si satur esse velis, ni perdas operam, qui si muranter in a los virus habe, Nos hic novimus esse nihil. Let your nose be as keen as it will, be all nose, and even a nose so great that Atlas will refuse to bear it. If asked, could you even excel Latinus in scoffing? Against my trifles you could say no more than I myself have said. Then to what end contend tooth against tooth? You must have flesh if you want to be full. Lose not your labor then, cast your venom upon those that admire themselves. I know already that these things are worthless. Mart, Roman 13. 2. I am not obliged not to utter absurdities, provided I am not deceived in them and know them to be such. And to trip knowingly is so ordinary with me that I seldom do it otherwise and rarely trip by chance. 'Tis no great matter to add ridiculous actions to the temerity of my humor, since I cannot ordinarily help supplying it with those that are vicious. I was present one day at Bar-le-Duc, when King Francis Roman II, for a memorial of René, King of Sicily, was presented with a portrait he had drawn of himself. Why is it not in like manner lawful for everyone to draw himself with a pen, as he did with a crayon? I will not, therefore, omit this blemish, though very unfit to be published, which is irresolution, a very great effect and very incommodious in the negotiations of the affairs of the world. In doubtful enterprises, I know not which to choose. Nisi, nino, nel cor mi suona intero. I can maintain an opinion, but I cannot choose one. By reason that in human things, to what sect soever we incline, many appearances present themselves that confirm us in it, and the philosopher Chrysippus said that he would of Zeno and Cleanthes his masters learn their doctrines only, for, as to proofs and reasons, he should find enough of his own. Which way soever I turn, I still furnish myself with causes and likelihood enough to fix me there, which makes me detain doubt and the liberty of choosing till occasion presses. And then, to confess the truth, I, for the most part, throw the feather into the wind, as the saying is, and commit myself to the mercy of fortune. A very light inclination and circumstance carries me along with it. Dum in dubio est animus, paulo momento huc ac illuc impellitor. While the mind is in doubt, in a short time it is impelled this way and that. Terence Ander, I6:32. The uncertainty of my judgment is so equally balanced in most occurrences that I could willingly refer it to be decided by the chance of a die. And I observe, with great consideration of our human infirmity, the examples that the divine history itself has left us of this custom of referring to fortune and chance the determination of election in doubtful things. Sors cessidit super mattheum. Human reason is a two-edged and dangerous sword. Observe in the hands of Socrates, her most intimate and familiar friend, how many several points it has. I am thus good for nothing but to follow and suffer myself to be easily carried away with the crowd. I have not confidence enough in my own strength to take upon me to command and lead. I am very glad to find the way beaten before me by others. If I must run the hazard of an uncertain choice, I am rather willing to have it under such a one as is more confident in his opinions than I am in mine, whose ground and foundation I find to be very slippery and unsure. Yet I do not easily change, by reason that I discern the same weakness in contrary opinions. Ipsa consuetudo, ascensiondi periculosa es vidter, et lubrica. The very custom of assenting seems to be dangerous and slippery. Cicero, Acad. Roman 2, 21. Especially in political affairs, there is a large field open for changes and contestation. Justa peri premiter veludi cum pondir libra, prona, nec hac plus pain sedit, nec surgit ob illa. As a just balance, pressed with equal weight, neither dips nor rises on either side. Tibullus, Roman 4, 41. Machiavelli's writings, for example, were solid enough for the subject. Yet were they easy enough to be controverted, and they who have done so have left as great a facility of controverting theirs. There was never wanting in that kind of argument replies and replies upon replies, and as infinite a contexture of debates as our wrangling lawyers have extended in favor of long suits. Quidemur et toditum, plagas consumimus hostum. We are slain, and with as many blows kill the enemy, or it is a fight wherein we exhaust each other by mutual wounds. Horace, Epist., Roman 2, 297. The reasons have little other foundation than experience, and the variety of human events presenting us with infinite examples of all sorts of forms. An understanding person of our time says, That whoever would, in contradiction to our almanacs, write cold where they say hot, and wet where they say dry, and always put the contrary to what they foretell. If he were to lay a wager, he would not care which side he took, excepting where no uncertainty could fall out, as to promise excessive heats at Christmas or extremity of cold at midsummer. I have the same opinion of these political controversies. Be on which side you will, you have as fair a game to play as your adversary, provided you do not proceed so far as to shock principles that are broad and manifest. And yet, in my conceit in public affairs, there is no government so ill, provided it be ancient and has been constant, that is not better than change and alteration. Our manners are infinitely corrupt, and wonderfully inclined to the worse. Of our laws and customs there are many that are barbarous and monstrous nevertheless, by reason of the difficulty of reformation, and the danger of stirring things. If I could put something under to stop the wheel, and keep it where it is, I would do it with all my heart. Numquam adeo fotis, adioque pudendis udimer exemplis, ut non pejora supersint. The examples we use are not so shameful and foul, but that worse remain behind. Juvenal, Roman 8, 183. The worst thing I find in our state is instability, and that our laws, no more than our clothes, cannot settle in any certain form. It is very easy to accuse a government of imperfection, for all mortal things are full of it. It is very easy to beget in a people a contempt of ancient observances. Never any man undertook it, but he did it. But to establish a better regimen in the stead of that which a man has overthrown, many who have attempted it have foundered. I very little consult my prudence in my conduct. I am willing to let it be guided by the public rule. Happy the people who do what they are commanded, better than they who command, without tormenting themselves as to the causes, who suffer themselves gently to roll after the celestial revolution. Obedience is never pure nor calm in him who reasons and disputes. In fine, to return to myself, the only thing by which I something esteem myself is that wherein never any man thought himself to be defective, my recommendation is vulgar, common, and popular, for who ever thought he wanted sense? It would be a proposition that would imply a contradiction in itself. 'Tis a disease that never is where it is discerned. 'Tis tenacious and strong, but what the first ray of the patient's sight nevertheless pierces through and disperses, as the beams of the sun do thick and obscure mists. To accuse one's self would be to excuse in this case, and to condemn, to absolve. There never was porter or the silliest girl that did not think they had sense enough to do their business. We easily enough confess in others an advantage of courage, strength, experience, activity, and beauty, but an advantage in judgment we yield to none. And the reasons that proceed simply from the natural conclusions of others, we think, if we had but turned our thoughts that way, we should ourselves have found out as well as they. Knowledge, style, and such parts as we see in others, works, we are soon aware of if they excel our own. But for the simple products of the understanding, everyone thinks he could have found out the like in himself, and is hardly sensible of the weight and difficulty, if not, and then with much ado, in an extreme and incomparable distance. And whoever should be able clearly to discern the height of another's judgment would be also able to raise his own to the same pitch. So that it is a sort of exercise, from which a man is to expect very little praise, a kind of composition of small repute. And besides, for whom do you write? The learned, to whom the authority appertains of judging books, know no other value but that of learning, and allow of no other proceeding of wit but that of erudition and art. If you have mistaken one of the Scipios for another, what is all the rest you have to say worth? Whoever is ignorant of Aristotle, according to their rule, is in some sort ignorant of himself. Vulgar souls cannot discern the grace and force of a lofty and delicate style. Now these two sorts of men take up the world. The third sort into whose hands you fall, of souls that are regular and strong of themselves, is so rare that it justly has neither name nor place amongst us, and 'tis so much time lost to aspire unto it, or to endeavor to please it. 'Tis commonly said that the justest portion nature has given us of her favors is that of sense, for there is no one who is not contented with his share. Is it not reason? Whoever should see beyond that would see beyond his sight. I think my opinions are good and sound, but who does not think the same of his own? One of the best proofs I have that mine are so is the small esteem I have of myself. For had they not been very well assured, they would easily have suffered themselves to have been deceived by the peculiar affection I have to myself, as one that places it almost wholly in myself, and do not let much run out. All that others distribute amongst an infinite number of friends and acquaintance, to their glory and grandeur, I dedicate to the repose of my own mind and to myself. That which escapes thence is not properly by my direction. Mihi nemp valor et vivere doctus. To live and to do well for myself. Lucretius, v. 959. Now I find my opinions very bold and constant in condemning my own imperfection. And to say the truth, 'tis a subject upon which I exercise my judgment as much as upon any other. The world looks always opposite. I turn my sight inwards, and there fix and employ it. I have no other business but myself. I am eternally meditating upon myself, considering and tasting myself. Other men's thoughts are ever wandering abroad. If they will but see it, they are still going forward. Nemo incies tentat descendir. No one thinks of descending into himself. Persius, Roman 4, 23. For my part, I circulate in myself. This capacity of trying the truth, whatever it be, in myself, and this free humor of not over easily subjecting my belief, I owe principally to myself. For the strongest and most general imaginations I have are those that, as a man may say, were born with me. They are natural and entirely my own. I produce them crude and simple, with a strong and bold production, but a little troubled and imperfect. I have since established and fortified them with the authority of others and the sound examples of the ancients, whom I have found of the same judgment. They have given me faster hold, and a more manifest fruition and possession of that I had before embraced. The reputation that every one pretends to of vivacity and promptness of wit, I seek in regularity. The glory they pretend to from a striking and signal action, or some particular excellence, I claim from order, correspondence, and tranquillity of opinions and manners. Omnino si quidquam est decorum, nihil est profito magis, quam equabilitas universi vidi, tum singularum actionem, quam conserver non possis, si, alirum naturam imitans, omidas tuam. If anything be entirely decorous, nothing certainly can be more so than an equability alike in the whole life and in every particular action, which thou canst not possibly observe if, imitating other men's natures, thou layest aside thy own. Cicero, De Rev. I 31. Here, then, you see to what degree I find myself guilty of this first part, that I said was the vice of presumption. As to the second, which consists in not having a sufficient esteem for others, I know not whether or no I can so well excuse myself. But whatever comes on't, I am resolved to speak the truth. And whether, peradventure, it be that the continual frequentation I have had with the humors of the ancients, and the idea of those great souls of past ages, put me out of taste both with others and myself, or that, in truth, the age we live in produces but very indifferent things, yet so it is that I see nothing worthy of any great admiration. Neither, indeed, have I so great an intimacy with many men as is requisite to make a right judgment of them. And those with whom my condition makes me the most frequent are, for the most part, men who have little care of the culture of the soul, but that look upon honor as the sum of all blessings, and valor as the height of all perfection. What I see that is fine in others I very readily commend and esteem. Nay, I often say more in their commendation than I think they really deserve, and give myself so far leave to lie, for I cannot invent a false subject. My testimony is never wanting to my friends in what I conceive deserves praise, and where a foot is due I am willing to give them a foot and a half. But to attribute to them qualities that they have not, I cannot do it, nor openly defend their imperfections. Nay, I frankly give my very enemies their due testimony of honor. My affection alters, my judgment does not, and I never confound my animosity with other circumstances that are foreign to it. And I am so jealous of the liberty of my judgment that I can very hardly part with it for any passion whatever. I do myself a greater injury in lying than I do him of whom I tell a lie. This commendable and generous custom is observed of the Persian nation, that they spoke of their mortal enemies and with whom they were at deadly war, as honorably and justly as their virtues deserved. I know men enough that have several fine parts, one wit, another courage, another address, another conscience, another language, one science, another. but a generally great man, and who has all these brave parts together, or any one of them to such a degree of excellence that we should admire him or compare him with those we honor of times past, my fortune never brought me acquainted with. And the greatest I ever knew, I mean for the natural parts of the soul, was Etienne de la Bodie. His was a full soul indeed, and that had every way a beautiful aspect. A soul of the old stamp, and that had produced great effects had his fortune been so pleased, having added much to those great natural parts by learning and study. But how it comes to pass I know not, and yet it is certainly so. There is as much vanity and weakness of judgment in those who profess the greatest abilities, who take upon them learned callings and bookish employments, as in any other sort of men whatever. Either because more is required and expected from them, and that common defects are excusable in them, or because the opinion they have of their own learning makes them more bold to expose and lay themselves too open, by which they lose and betray themselves. As an artificer more manifests his want of skill in a rich matter he has in hand, if he disgrace the work by ill handling and contrary to the rules required, than in a matter of less value. And men are more displeased at a disproportion in a statue of gold than in one of plaster. So do these when they advance things that in themselves and in their place would be good. For they make use of them without discretion, honoring their memories at the expense of their understandings, and making themselves ridiculous by honoring Cicero, Galen, Ulpian, and St. Jerome alike. I willingly fall again into the discourse of the vanity of our education, the end of which is not to render us good and wise, but learned, and she has obtained it. She has not taught us to follow and embrace virtue and prudence, but she has imprinted in us their derivation and etymology. We know how to decline virtue, if we know not how to love it. If we do not know what prudence is really and in effect, and by experience, we have it however by jargon and heart. We are not content to know the extraction, kindred, and alliances of our neighbors. We desire, moreover, to have them our friends, and to establish a correspondence and intelligence with them. But this education of ours has taught us definitions, divisions, and partitions of virtue, as so many surnames and branches of a genealogy, without any further care of establishing any familiarity or intimacy betwixt her and us. It has culled out for our initiatory instruction not such books as contain the soundest and truest opinions, but those that speak the best Greek and Latin, and by their fine words has instilled into our fancy the vainest humours of antiquity. A good education alters the judgment and manners. As it happened to Pullman, a lewd and debauched young Greek, who going by chance to hear one of Xenocrate's lectures, did not only observe the eloquence and learning of the reader, and not only brought away the knowledge of some fine matter, but a more manifest and more solid profit, which was the sudden change and reformation of his former life. Whoever found such an effect of our discipline? Faciasne, quod olim mutatis Pullman, ponas insignia morbi faciolas, cubital focalia, potus ut ille dicitur ex calo ferdum carpsis coronas, postquem est impransi corruptus voce magistri. Will you do what reformed Pullman did of old? Will you lay aside the joys of your disease, your garters, capuchin, muffler, as he in his cups is said to have secretly torn off his garlands from his neck when he heard what that temperate teacher said? Horace, Sat. Roman 2. 3, 253. That seems to me to be the least contemptible condition of men, which by its plainness and simplicity is seated in the lowest degree, and invites us to a more regular course. I find the rude manners and language of country people commonly better suited to the rule and prescription of true philosophy than those of our philosophers themselves. Plus sapit vulgus, quia tantum, quantum opus est sapit. The vulgar are so much the wiser because they only know what is needful for them to know. Lactantums instit, div Roman 3, 5. The most remarkable men, as I have judged by outward appearance, for to judge of them according to my own method, I must penetrate a great deal deeper. For soldiers and military conduct were the Duc de Guise, who died at Orleans, and the late Marshal Strozzi. And for men of great ability and no common virtue, Olivier and de L. Hospital, chancellors of France. Poetry, too, in my opinion, has flourished in this age of ours. We have abundance of very good artificers in the trade. Doret, Beza, Buchanan, L. Hospital, Montdor, Turnebus. As to the French poets, I believe they raise their art to the highest pitch to which it can ever arrive. And in those parts of it wherein Ronsard and Du Bellay excel, I find them little inferior to the ancient perfection. Adrian Turnebus knew more, and what he did know, better than any man of his time or long before him. The lives of the last Duke of Alva and of our Constable de Montmorency were both of them great and noble, and that had many rare resemblances of fortune. But the beauty and glory of the death of the last, in the sight of Paris and of his king, in their service, against his nearest relations, at the head of an army through his conduct victorious, and by a sudden stroke, in so extreme old age, merits methinks to be recorded amongst the most remarkable events of our times. As also the constant goodness, sweetness of manners, and conscientious facility of Monsieur de Lannoy, in so great an injustice of armed parties, the true school of treason, inhumanity, and robbery, wherein he always kept up the reputation of a great and experienced captain. I have taken a delight to publish in several places the hopes I have of Marie de Gournay-Lajars. She was adopted by him in 1588. See Leon Fugger's Mademoiselle de Gournay, Études sur Savai et ses ouvrages. My adopted daughter, and certainly beloved by me more than paternally, and enveloped in my retirement and solitude as one of the best parts of my own being. I have no longer regard to anything in this world but her. And if a man may presage from her youth, her soul will one day be capable of very great things, and amongst others, of the perfection of that sacred friendship, to which we do not read that any of her sex could ever yet arrive. The sincerity and solidity of her manners are already sufficient for it, and her affection towards me more than superabundant, and such, in short, as that there is nothing more to be wished, if not that the apprehension she has of my end, being now 55 years old, might not so much afflict her. The judgment she made of my first essays, being a woman, so young and in this age, and alone in her own country, and the famous vehemence wherewith she loved me, and desired my acquaintance solely from the esteem she had thence of me, before she ever saw my face, is an incident very worthy of consideration. Other virtues have had little or no credit in this age, but valor is become popular by our civil wars, and in this we have souls brave even to perfection, and in so great number that the choice is impossible to make. This is all of extraordinary and uncommon grandeur that has hitherto arrived at my knowledge. Chapter 18. Of giving the lie. Well, but someone will say to me, this design of making a man's self the subject of his writing were indeed excusable in rare and famous men, who by their reputation had given others a curiosity to be fully informed of them. It is most true, I confess and know very well, that a mechanic will scarce lift his eyes from his work to look at an ordinary man, whereas a man will forsake his business and his shop to stare at an eminent person when he comes into a town. It misbecomes any other to give his own character, but him who has qualities worthy of imitation, and whose life and opinions may serve for example. Caesar and Xenophon had a just and solid foundation whereon to found their narrations, the greatness of their own performances, and were to be wished that we had the journals of Alexander the Great, the commentaries that Augustus, Cato, Sylla, Brutus, and others left of their actions. Of such persons men love and contemplate the very statues, even in copper and marble. This remonstrance is very true, but it very little concerns me. Non recedo cuiquam, nisi amicis, id coctus non ubivis, coram quibus libet, in medio qui scripta foro recitant, sunt multi, quic levantes. I repeat my poems only to my friends, and when bound to do so, not before every one and everywhere. There are plenty of reciters in the open marketplace and at the baths. Horace, Sat. I 473. I do not here form a statue to erect in the great square of a city, in a church, or any public place. Non equidem hoc studio, bullatis ut mihi nugas, pagina turgiscat, secreti laquimer. I study not to make my pages swell with empty trifles. You and I are talking in private. Persius, Sat. V19. Tease for some corner of a library, or to entertain a neighbor. A kinsman, a friend, who has a mind to renew his acquaintance and familiarity with me in this image of myself. Others have been encouraged to speak of themselves, because they found the subject worthy and rich. I, on the contrary, am the bolder, by reason the subject is so poor and sterile that I cannot be suspected of ostentation. I judge freely of the actions of others. I give little of my own to judge of, because they are nothing. I do not find so much good in myself that I cannot tell it without blushing. What contentment would it not be to me to hear anyone thus relate to me the manners, faces, countenances, the ordinary words and fortunes of my ancestors? How attentively should I listen to it? In earnest, it would be evil nature to despise so much as the pictures of our friends and predecessors, the fashion of their clothes and arms. I preserve their writing, seal, and a particular sword they wore, and have not thrown the long staves my father used to carry in his hand out of my closet. Paterna vestes, et annulus, tanto charier est posteris, quanto erga parents major affectus. A father's garment and ring is by so much dearer to his posterity as there is the greater affection towards parents. St. Aug. De Civat. Day I 13. If my posterity, nevertheless, shall be of another mind, I shall be avenged on them, for they cannot care less for me than I shall then do for them. All the traffic that I have in this with the public is that I borrow their utensils of writing, which are more easy and most at hand, and in recompense shall peradventure keep a pound of butter in the market from melting in the sun. Montaigne semi-seriously speculates on the possibility of his mis being used to wrap up butter. Ni toga cordiales, ni pennula desit olivis, et laxus scambra seep dabo tunicas. Let not wrappers be wanting to tunny fish, nor olives, and I shall supply loose coverings to mackerel. Martial, Roman 13. I. And though nobody should read me, have I wasted time in entertaining myself so many idle hours in so pleasing and useful thoughts? In molding this figure upon myself, I have been so often constrained to temper and compose myself in a right posture, that the copy is truly taken, and has in some sort formed itself. Painting myself for others, I represent myself in a better coloring than my own natural complexion. I have no more made my book than my book has made me. 'Tis a book consubstantial with the author, of a peculiar design, a parcel of my life, and whose business is not designed for others, as that of all other books is. In giving myself so continual and so exact an account of myself, have I lost my time. For they who sometimes cursorily survey themselves only, do not so strictly examine themselves, nor penetrate so deep, as he who makes it his business, his study, and his employment, who intends a lasting record with all his fidelity, and with all his force the most delicious pleasures digested within, avoid leaving any trace of themselves, and avoid the sight not only of the people, but of any other person. How often has this work diverted me from troublesome thoughts? And all that are frivolous should be reputed so. Nature has presented us with a large faculty of entertaining ourselves alone, and often calls us to it, to teach us that we owe ourselves in part to society, but chiefly and mostly to ourselves. That I may habituate my fancy even to meditate in some method and to some end, and to keep it from losing itself and roving at random, 'tis but to give to body, and to record all the little thoughts that present themselves to it. I give ear to my whimsies, because I am to record them. It often falls out, that being displeased at some action that civility and reason will not permit me openly to reprove, I here disgorge myself, not without design of public instruction, and also these poetical lashes. Zanzer LOL, Ian sur le groin, zanzer le douze du Sagan. A slap on his eye, a slap on his snout, a slap on Sagan's back. Marat, Fripe lips, valet de Marat a Sagan. imprint themselves better upon paper than upon the flesh. What if I listen to books a little more attentively than ordinary, since I watch if I can purloin anything that may adorn or support my own? I have not at all studied to make a book, but I have in some sort studied because I had made it. If it be studying to scratch and pinch now one author, and then another, either by the head or foot, not with any design to form opinions from them, but to assist, second, and fortify those I already have embraced. But whom shall we believe in the report he makes of himself in so corrupt an age? Considering there are so few, if any at all, whom we can believe when speaking of others, where there is less interest to lie. The first thing done in the corruption of manners is banishing truth, for, as Pindar says, to be true is the beginning of a great virtue, and the first article that Plato requires in the governor of his republic. The truth of these days is not that which really is, but what every man persuades another man to believe. As we generally give the name of money not only to pieces of the dust alloy, but even to the false also, if they will pass. Our nation has long been reproached with this vice, for Salvianus of Marseille, who lived in the time of the Emperor Valentinian, says that lying and forswearing themselves is with the French not a vice, but a way of speaking. He who would enhance this testimony might say that it is now a virtue in them. Men form and fashion themselves to it as to an exercise of honor. For dissimulation is one of the most notable qualities of this age. I have often considered whence this custom that we so religiously observe should spring, of being more highly offended with the reproach of a vice so familiar to us than with any other, and that it should be the highest insult that can in words be done us to reproach us with a lie. Upon examination, I find that it is natural most to defend the defects with which we are most tainted. It seems as if by resenting and being moved at the accusation, we in some sort acquit ourselves of the fault. Though we have it in effect, we condemn it in outward appearance. May it not also be that this reproach seems to imply cowardice and feebleness of heart? Of which can there be a more manifest sign than to eat a man's own words, nay, to lie against a man's own knowledge? Lying is a base vice, a vice that one of the ancients portrays in the most odious colors when he says that it is to manifest a contempt of God and withal a fear of men. It is not possible more fully to represent the horror, baseness, and irregularity of it. For what can a man imagine more hateful and contemptible than to be a coward towards men and valiant against his Maker? Our intelligence being by no other way communicable to one another but by a particular word, he who falsifies that betrays public society. 'Tis the only way by which we communicate our thoughts and wills. 'Tis the interpreter of the soul, and if it deceive us, we no longer know nor have further tie upon one another. If that deceive us, it breaks all our correspondence, and dissolves all the ties of government. Certain nations of the newly discovered Indies, I need not give them names, seeing they are no more, for by wonderful and unheard-of example, the desolation of that conquest has extended to the utter abolition of names, and the ancient knowledge of places, offered to their gods human blood, but only such as was drawn from the tongue and ears, to expiate for the sin of lying, as well heard as pronounced. That good fellow of Greece said that children are amused with toys and men with words. As to our diverse usages of giving the lie, and the laws of honor in that case, and the alteration they have received, I defer saying what I know of them to another time, and shall learn, if I can, in the meanwhile, at what time the custom took beginning of so exactly weighing and measuring words, and of making our honor interested in them. For it is easy to judge that it was not anciently amongst the Romans and Greeks. And it has often seemed to me strange to see them rail at and give one another the lie without any quarrel. Their laws of duty steered some other course than ours. Caesar is sometimes called thief, and sometimes drunkard to his teeth. We see the liberty of invective they practiced upon one another, I mean the greatest chiefs of war of both nations, where words are only revenged with words, and do not proceed any farther. Chapter 19. Of liberty of conscience. 'Tis usual to see good intentions, if carried on without moderation, push men on to very vicious effects. In this dispute, which has at this time engaged France in a civil war, the better and the soundest cause, no doubt, is that which maintains the ancient religion and government of the kingdom. Nevertheless, amongst the good men of that party, for I do not speak of those who only make a pretense of it, either to execute their own particular revenges or to gratify their avarice, or to conciliate the favor of princes, but of those who engage in the quarrel out of true zeal to religion and a holy desire to maintain the peace and government of their country. Of these, I say, we see many whom passion transports beyond the bounds of reason, and sometimes inspires with counsels that are unjust and violent, and, moreover, rash. It is certain that in those first times, when our religion began to gain authority with the laws, zeal armed many against all sorts of pagan books, by which the learned suffered an exceeding great loss, a disorder that I conceive to have done more prejudice to letters than all the flames of the barbarians. Of this Cornelius Tacitus is a very good testimony. For though the Emperor Tacitus, his kinsman, had, by express order, furnished all the libraries in the world with it, nevertheless one entire copy could not escape the curious examination of those who desired to abolish it for only 5 or 6 idle clauses that were contrary to our belief. They had also the trick easily to lend undue praises to all the emperors who made for us, and universally to condemn all the actions of those who were adversaries, as is evidently manifest in the Emperor Julian, surnamed the Apostate. The character of the Emperor Julian was censured, when Montaigne was at Rome in 1581, by the master of the Sacred Palace, who, however, as Montaigne tells us in his journal, Roman 2:35, referred it to his conscience to alter what he should think in bad taste. This Montaigne did not do, and this chapter supplied Voltaire with the greater part of the praises he bestowed upon the emperor, Leclerc, who was, in truth, a very great and rare man, a man in whose sole philosophy was imprinted in the best characters, by which he professed to govern all his actions, and, in truth, there is no sort of virtue of which he has not left behind him very notable examples. In chastity, of which the whole of his life gave manifest proof, we read the same of him that was said of Alexander and Scipio, that being in the flower of his age, for he was slain by the Parthians at 31, of a great many very beautiful captives, he would not so much as look upon one. As to his justice, he took himself the pains to hear the parties, and although he would out of curiosity inquire what religion they were of, nevertheless, the antipathy he had to ours never gave any counterpoise to the balance. He made himself several good laws, and repealed a great part of the subsidies and taxes levied by his predecessors. We have 2 good historians who were eyewitnesses of his actions, one of whom, Marcellinus, in several places of his history, sharply reproves an edict of his whereby he interdicted all Christian rhetoricians and grammarians to keep school or to teach, and says he could wish that act of his had been buried in silence. It is probable that had he done any more severe thing against us, he, so affectionate as he was to our party, would not have passed it over in silence. He was indeed sharp against us, but yet no cruel enemy. For our own people tell this story of him, that one day, walking about the city of Chalcedon, Mares, bishop of the place, was so bold as to tell him that he was impious and an enemy to Christ, at which they say he was no further moved than to reply, "Go, poor wretch, and lament the loss of thy eyes." To which the bishop replied again, "I thank Jesus Christ for taking away my sight, that I may not see thy impudent visage," affecting in that, they say, a philosophical patience. But this action of his bears no comparison to the cruelty that he is said to have exercised against us. He was, says Eutropius, my other witness, an enemy to Christianity, but without putting his hand to blood. And, to return to his justice, there is nothing in that whereof he can be accused, the severity excepted he practiced in the beginning of his reign against those who had followed the party of Constantius, his predecessor. As to his sobriety, he lived always a soldier-like life, and observed a diet and routine, like one that prepared and inured himself to the austerities of war. His vigilance was such that he divided the night into 3 or 4 parts, of which the least was dedicated to sleep. The rest was spent either in visiting the state of his army and guards in person, or in study. for amongst other rare qualities, he was very excellent in all sorts of learning. 'Tis said of Alexander the Great, that being in bed, for fear lest sleep should divert him from his thoughts and studies, he had always a basin set by his bedside, and held one of his hands out with a ball of copper in it, to the end, that, beginning to fall asleep, and his fingers leaving their hold, the ball by falling into the basin, might awake him. But the other had his soul so bent upon what he had a mind to do, and so little disturbed with fumes by reason of his singular abstinence, that he had no need of any such invention. As to his military experience, he was excellent in all the qualities of a great captain, as it was likely he should, being almost all his life in a continual exercise of war, and most of that time with us in France, against the Germans and Franks. We hardly read of any man who ever saw more dangers, or who made more frequent proofs of his personal valor. His death has something in it parallel with that of Epaminondas, for he was wounded with an arrow, and tried to pull it out, and had done so, but that, being edged, it cut and disabled his hand. He incessantly called out that they should carry him again into the heat of the battle, to encourage his soldiers, who very bravely disputed the fight without him, till night parted the armies. He stood obliged to his philosophy for the singular contempt he had for his life and all human things. He had a firm belief of the immortality of souls. In matter of religion he was wrong throughout, and was surnamed the apostate for having relinquished hours. Nevertheless, the opinion seems to me more probable that he had never thoroughly embraced it, but had dissembled out of obedience to the laws till he came to the empire. He was in his own so superstitious that he was laughed at for it by those of his own time, of the same opinion, who jeeringly said that had he got the victory over the Parthians, he had destroyed the breed of oxen in the world to supply his sacrifices. He was, moreover, besotted with the art of divination, and gave authority to all sorts of predictions. He said, amongst other things at his death, that he was obliged to the gods, and thanked them in that they would not cut him off by surprise, having long before advertised him of the place and hour of his death, nor by a mean and unmanly death, more becoming lazy and delicate people, nor by a death that was languishing, long, and painful, and that they had thought him worthy to die after that noble manner, in the progress of his victories, in the flower of his glory. He had a vision like that of Marcus Brutus, that first threatened him in Gaul, and afterward appeared to him in Persia just before his death. These words that some make him say when he felt himself wounded: "Thou hast overcome, Nazarene," or as others, "Content thyself, Nazarene," would hardly have been omitted had they been believed by my witnesses, who, being present in the army, have set down to the least motions and words of his end, no more than certain other miracles that are reported about it. And to return to my subject, he long nourished, says Marcellinus, paganism in his heart, but all his army being Christians, he durst not own it. But in the end, seeing himself strong enough to dare to discover himself, he caused the temples of the gods to be thrown open, and did his uttermost to set on foot and to encourage idolatry. Which the better to effect, having at Constantinople found the people disunited, and also the prelates of the church divided amongst themselves, having convened them all before him, he earnestly admonished them to calm those civil dissensions, and that every one might freely, and without fear, follow his own religion. Which he the more sedulously solicited, in hope that this license would augment the schisms and factions of their division, and hinder the people from reuniting, and consequently fortifying themselves against him by their unanimous intelligence and concord, having experienced by the cruelty of some Christians, that there is no beast in the world so much to be feared by man as man. These are very nearly his words. Wherein this is very worthy of consideration, that the Emperor Julian made use of the same receipt of liberty of conscience to inflame the civil dissensions that our kings do to extinguish them. So that a man may say on one side that to give the people the reins to entertain every man his own opinion is to scatter and sow division, and, as it were, to lend a hand to augment it, there being no legal impediment or restraint to stop or hinder their career. But on the other side, a man may also say that to give the people the reins to entertain every man his own opinion is to mollify and appease them by facility and toleration, and to dull the point which is whetted and made sharper by singularity, novelty, and difficulty. And I think it is better for the honor of the devotion of our kings, that not having been able to do what they would, They have made a show of being willing to do what they could. Chapter 20. That we taste nothing pure. The feebleness of our condition is such that things cannot, in their natural simplicity and purity, fall into our use. The elements that we enjoy are changed, and so tease with metals. And gold must be debased with some other matter to fit it for our service. Neither has virtue, so simple as that which Aristo, Pyrrho, and also the Stoics made the end of life, nor the Cyrenaic and Aristipic pleasure, been without mixture useful to it. Of the pleasure and goods that we enjoy, there is not one exempt from some mixture of ill and inconvenience. Medio defant leporum, surgit amari aliquid, quod in ipsis fioribus angat. From the very fountain of our pleasure, something rises that is bitter, which even in flowers destroys. Lucretius, Roman 4, 1130. Our extremest pleasure has some sort of groaning and complaining in it. Would you not say that it is dying of pain? Nay, when we frame the image of it in its full excellence, we stuff it with sickly and painful epithets and qualities, languor, softness, feebleness, faintness, morbidza, a great testimony of their consanguinity and consubstantiality. The most profound joy has more of severity than gaiety in it. The highest and fullest contentment offers more of the grave than of the merry. Ipsa felicitas, si nisi temperat premit. Even felicity, unless it moderate itself, oppresses. Seneca, Ep. 74. Pleasure chews and grinds us, according to the old Greek verse, which says that the gods sell us all the goods they give us. That is to say, that they give us nothing pure and perfect, and that we do not purchase but at the price of some evil. Labor and pleasure, very unlike in nature, associate nevertheless, by I know not what natural conjunction. Socrates says that some god tried to mix in one mass and to confound pain and pleasure, but not being able to do it, he bethought him at least to couple them by the tail. Metrodorus said that in sorrow there is some mixture of pleasure. I know not whether or no he intended anything else by that saying, but for my part, I am of opinion that there is design, consent, and complacency in giving a man's self up to melancholy. I say that besides ambition, which may also have a stroke in the business, there is some shadow of delight and delicacy which smiles upon and flatters us even in the very lap of melancholy. Are there not some constitutions that feed upon it? Est quidem flir voluptas. 'Tis a certain kind of pleasure to weep. Ovid Trist, Roman 4, 3:27. And one Attalus in Seneca says that the memory of our lost friends is as grateful to us, as bitterness in wine, when too old, is to the palate. Minister Vetchely, pure, Falernian jur, me calix amoriers. Boy, when you pour out old Falernian wine, the bitterest put into my bowl. Catullus, Roman 27, I. And as apples that have a sweet tartness. Nature discovers this confusion to us. Painters hold that the same motions and grimaces of the face that serve for weeping, serve for laughter too. And indeed, before the one or the other be finished, do but observe the painter's manner of handling, and you will be in doubt to which of the two the design tends. And the extreme of laughter does at last bring tears. Nullum sine octuramento malum est. When I imagine man abounding with all the conveniences that are to be desired, let us put the case that all his members were always seized with a pleasure like that of generation, in its most excessive height. I feel him melting under the weight of his delight, and see him utterly unable to support so pure, so continual, and so universal a pleasure. Indeed, he is running away whilst he is there, and naturally makes haste to escape, as from a place where he cannot stand firm and where he is afraid of sinking. When I religiously confess myself to myself, I find that the best virtue I have has in it some tincture of vice, and I am afraid that Plato, in his purest virtue, I, who am as sincere and loyal a lover of virtue of that stamp as any other whatever, if he had listened and laid his ear close to himself, and he did so no doubt would have heard some jarring note of human mixture, but faint and only perceptible to himself. Man is holy and throughout, but patch and motley. Even the laws of justice themselves cannot subsist without mixture of injustice, insomuch that Plato says they undertake to cut off the Hydra's head, who pretend to clear the law of all inconveniences. Omni magnum exemplum habet aliquid ex iniquo, quod contra singulos utilitate publics rependitur. Every great example has in it some mixture of injustice, which recompenses the wrong done to particular men by the public utility. Annals, Roman 14, 44. Says Tacitus, "It is likewise true, that for the use of life and the service of public commerce, there may be some excesses in the purity and perspicacity of our minds. That penetrating light has in it too much of subtlety and curiosity. We must a little stupefy and blunt them to render them more obedient to example and practice, and a little veil and obscure them, the better to proportion them to this dark and earthly life. And therefore common and less speculative souls are found to be more proper for and more successful in the management of affairs, and the elevated and exquisite opinions of philosophy unfit for business. This sharp vivacity of soul, and the supple and restless volubility attending it, disturb our negotiations. We are to manage human enterprises more superficially and roughly, and leave a great part to fortune. It is not necessary to examine affairs with so much subtlety and so deep. A man loses himself in the consideration of many contrary lustres, and so many various forms. Volutantibus res inter si pugnantes obtorpurunt animi. Whilst they considered of things so indifferent in themselves, they were astonished and knew not what to do. Livy, Roman 32, 20. 'Tis what the ancients say of Simonides, that by reason his imagination suggested to him, upon the question King Hiero had put to him what God was, Cicero, de Nat. Dior, I 22. To answer which he had had many days for thought, several sharp and subtle considerations, whilst he doubted which was the most likely, he totally despaired of the truth. He who dives into and in his inquisition comprehends all circumstances and consequences, hinders his election. A little engine well handled is sufficient for executions, whether of less or greater weight. The best managers are those who can worst give account how they are so, while the greatest talkers, for the most part, do nothing to purpose. I know one of this sort of men, and a most excellent discourser upon all sorts of good husbandry, who has miserably let 100,000 livres yearly revenue slip through his hands. I know another who talks, who better advises than any man of his counsel, and there is not in the world a fairer show of soul and understanding than he has. Nevertheless, when he comes to the test, his servants find him quite another thing, not to make any mention of his misfortunes. Chapter 21. Against idleness. The Emperor Vespasian, being sick of the disease whereof he died, did not for all that neglect to inquire after the state of the empire, and even in bed continually dispatched very many affairs of great consequence, for which, being reproved by his physician as a thing prejudicial to his health, "An emperor," said he, "must die standing." A fine saying, in my opinion, and worthy a great prince. The Emperor Adrian since made use of the same words, and kings should be often put in mind of them, to make them know that the great office conferred upon them of the command of so many men is not an employment of ease, and that there is nothing can so justly disgust a subject, and make him unwilling to expose himself to labor and danger for the service of his prince, than to see him, in the meantime, devoted to his ease and frivolous amusement, and to be solicitous of his preservation who so much neglects that of his people. Whoever will take upon him to maintain that 'tis better for a prince to carry on his wars by others than in his own person, fortune will furnish him with examples enough of those whose lieutenants have brought great enterprises to a happy issue, and of those also whose presence has done more hurt than good. But no virtuous and valiant prince can with patience endure so dishonorable counsels. Under color of saving his head, like the statue of a saint, for the happiness of his kingdom, they degrade him from and declare him incapable of his office, which is military throughout. I know one who had much rather be beaten than to sleep whilst another fights for him, and who never without jealousy heard of any brave thing done even by his own officers in his absence. And Solomon I said, with very good reason, in my opinion, that victories obtained without the master were never complete. Much more would he have said that that master ought to blush for shame, to pretend to any share in the honor, having contributed nothing to the work, but his voice and thought, nor even so much as these, considering that in such work as that, the direction and command that deserve honor are only such as are given upon the spot, and in the heat of the business. No pilot performs his office by standing still. The princes of the Ottoman family, the chiefest in the world in military fortune, have warmly embraced this opinion and badges it Roman too. With his son, who swerved from it, spending their time in science and other retired employments, gave great blows to their empire, and Amurath Roman III, now reigning, following their example, begins to find the same. Was it not Edward Roman III, King of England, who said this of our Charles V? There never was king who so seldom put on his armor, and yet never king who gave me so much to do. He had reason to think it strange, as an effect of chance more than of reason. And let those seek out some other to join with them than me, who will reckon the kings of Castile and Portugal amongst the warlike and magnanimous conquerors, because at the distance of 1,200 leagues from their lazy abode, by the conduct of their captains, they made themselves masters of both Indies, of which it has to be known if they would have had even the courage to go and in person enjoy them. The Emperor Julian said yet further, that a philosopher and a brave man ought not so much as to breathe. That is to say, not to allow any more to bodily necessities than what we cannot refuse, keeping the soul and body still intent and busy about honorable, great, and virtuous things. He was ashamed if anyone in public saw him spit or sweat, which is said by some, also of the Lacedaemonian young men, and which Xenophon says of the Persian, forasmuch as he conceived that exercise, continual labor, and sobriety ought to have dried up all those superfluities. What Seneca says will not be unfit for this place, which is, that the ancient Romans kept their youth always standing, and taught them nothing that they were to learn sitting. 'Tis a generous desire to wish to die usefully and like a man, but the effect lies not so much in our resolution as in our good fortune. 1,000 have proposed to themselves in battle, either to overcome or to die, who have failed both in the one and the other, wounds and imprisonment crossing their design and compelling them to live against their will. There are diseases that overthrow even our desires and our knowledge. Fortune ought not to second the vanity of the Roman legions, who bound themselves by oath, either to overcome or die. Victor Mars Fabi reverter exerci. See follow, Jovem Patrum, gradivumque mardum aliosque irados invoco Dios. I will return Marcus Fabius, a conqueror, from the fight, and if I fail, I invoke Father Jove, Mars Gradivus, and the other angry gods. Livy, Roman 2. 45. The Portuguese say that in a certain place of their conquest of the Indies, they met with soldiers who had condemned themselves, with horrible execrations, to enter into no other composition but either to cause themselves to be slain or to remain victorious, and had their heads and beards shaved in token of this vow. 'Tis to much purpose for us to hazard ourselves and to be obstinate. It seems as if blows avoided those who present themselves too briskly to them, and do not willingly fall upon those who too willingly seek them, and so defeat them of their design. Such there have been, who, after having tried all ways, not having been able with all their endeavor to obtain the favor of dying by the hand of the enemy, have been constrained to make good their resolution of bringing home the honor of victory or of losing their lives, to kill themselves even in the heat of battle. Of which there are other examples, but this is one. Philistus, general of the naval army of Dionysius the Younger against the Syracusans, presented them battle which was sharply disputed, their forces being equal. In this engagement he had the better at the first, through his own valor. But the Syracusans drawing about his galley to environ him, after having done great things in his own person to disengage himself, and hoping for no relief, with his own hand he took away the life he had so liberally, and in vain exposed to the enemy. Mulmalic, king of Fez, who lately won against Sebastian, king of Portugal, the battle so famous for the death of 3 kings, and for the transmission of that great kingdom to the crown of Castile, was extremely sick when the Portuguese entered in an hostile manner into his dominions, and from that day forward grew worse and worse, still drawing nearer to and foreseeing his end. Yet never did man better employ his own sufficiency more vigorously and bravely than he did upon this occasion. He found himself too weak to undergo the pomp and ceremony of entering into his camp, which after their manner is very magnificent, and therefore resigned that honor to his brother. But this was all of the office of a general that he resigned. All the rest of greatest utility and necessity he most exactly and gloriously performed in his own person, his body lying upon a couch, but his judgment and courage upright and firm to his last gasp, and in some sort beyond it. He might have wasted his enemy, indiscreetly advanced into his dominions, without striking a blow. And it was a very unhappy occurrence, that for want of a little life or somebody to substitute in the conduct of this war and the affairs of a troubled state, he was compelled to seek a doubtful and bloody victory, having another by a better and surer way already in his hands. Notwithstanding, he wonderfully managed the continuance of his sickness in consuming the enemy, and in drawing them far from the assistance of the navy and the ports they had on the coast of Africa, even till the last day of his life, which he designedly reserved for this great battle. He arranged his battalions in a circular form, environing the Portuguese army on every side, which round circle coming to close in and to draw up close together, not only hindered them in the conflict, which was very sharp through the valor of the young invading king, considering that they had every way to present a front, but prevented their flight after the defeat, so that finding all passages possessed and shut up by the enemy, they were constrained to close up together again. Coserventurc non solum quid, sed etiam fuga. And there they were slain in heaps upon one another, leaving to the conqueror a very bloody and entire victory. Dying, he caused himself to be carried and hurried from place to place where most need was, and passing along the files, encouraged the captains and soldiers one after another. But a corner of his main battalions being broken, he was not to be held from mounting on horseback with his sword in his hand. He did his utmost to break from those about him, and to rush into the thickest of the battle, they all the while withholding him, some by the bridle, some by his robe, and others by his stirrups. This last effort totally overwhelmed the little life he had left. They again laid him upon his bed, but coming to himself, and starting as it were out of his swoon, all other faculties failing, to give his people notice that they were to conceal his death the most necessary command he had then to give, that his soldiers might not be discouraged with the news, he expired with his finger upon his mouth, the ordinary sign of keeping silence. Who ever lived so long and so far into death? Whoever died so erect, or more like a man? The most extreme degree of courageously treating death, and the most natural, is to look upon it not only without astonishment, but without care, continuing the wonted course of life even into it, as Cato did, who entertained himself in study, and went to sleep, having a violent and bloody death in his heart, and the weapon in his hand with which he was resolved to dispatch himself. Chapter 22. Of posting. I have been none of the least able in this exercise, which is proper for men of my pitch, well-knit and short, but I give it over. It shakes us too much to continue it long. I was at this moment reading that King Cyrus, the better to have news brought him from all parts of the empire, which was of a vast extent, caused it to be tried how far a horse could go in a day without baiting, and at that distance appointed men, whose business it was to have horses always in readiness, to mount those who were dispatched to him. And some say that this swift way of posting is equal to that of the flight of cranes. Caesar says that Lucius Vibullius Rufus, being in great haste to carry intelligence to Pompey, rode night and day, still taking fresh horses for the greater diligence and speed. And he himself, as Suetonius reports, traveled 100 miles a day in a hired coach. But he was a furious courier, for where the rivers stopped his way he passed them by swimming, without turning out of his way to look for either bridge or ford. Tiberius Nero, going to see his brother Drusus, who was sick in Germany, traveled 200 miles in 24 hours, having 3 coaches. In the war of the Romans against King Antiochus, T. Sempronius Gracchus, says Livy, per dispositos equos prop incredibili celeritate ab amphissa tertio dipellum pervenit. By prearranged relays of horses, he, with an almost incredible speed, rode in 3 days from Amphissa to Pella. Livy, Roman 37, 7. And it appears that they were established posts, and not horses purposely laid in upon this occasion. Cecina's invention to send back news to his family was much more quick, for he took swallows along with him from home, and turned them out towards their nests when he would send back any news, setting a mark of some color upon them to signify his meaning, according to what he and his people had before agreed upon. At the theater at Rome, masters of families carried pigeons in their bosoms to which they tied letters when they had a mind to send any orders to their people at home, and the pigeons were trained up to bring back an answer. D. Brutus made use of the same device when besieged in Modena, and others elsewhere have done the same. In Peru they rode post upon men, who took them upon their shoulders in a certain kind of litters made for that purpose, and ran with such agility that, in their full speed, the first couriers transferred their load to the second without making any stop. I understand that the Wallachians, the grand signor's couriers, perform wonderful journeys, by reason they have liberty to dismount the first person they meet upon the road, giving him their own tired horses, and that to preserve themselves from being weary, they gird themselves straight about the middle with a broad girdle. But I could never find any benefit from this. Chapter 23. Of ill means employed to good end. There is wonderful relation and correspondence in this universal government of the works of nature, which very well makes it appear that it is neither accidental nor carried on by divers masters. The diseases and conditions of our bodies are, in like manner, manifest in states and governments. Kingdoms and republics are founded, flourish, and decay with age as we do. We are subject to a repletion of humors, useless and dangerous, whether of those that are good, for even those the physicians are afraid of. And seeing we have nothing in us that is stable, they say that a too brisk and vigorous perfection of health must be abated by art, lest our nature, unable to rest in any certain condition, and not having whither to rise to mend itself, make too sudden and too disorderly a retreat. And therefore prescribe wrestlers to purge and bleed, to qualify that superabundant health, or else a repletion of evil humors, which is the ordinary cause of sickness. States are very often sick of the like repletion, and various sorts of purgations have commonly been applied. Sometimes a great multitude of families are turned out to clear the country, who seek out new abodes elsewhere and encroach upon others. After this manner, our ancient Franks came from the remotest part of Germany to seize upon Gaul, and to drive thence the first inhabitants. So was that infinite deluge of men made up who came into Italy under the conduct of Brennus and others. So the Goths and Vandals, and also the people who now possess Greece, left their native country to go settle elsewhere, where they might have more room, and there are scarce 2 or 3 little corners in the world that have not felt the effect of such removals. The Romans by this means erected their colonies, for, perceiving their city to grow immeasurably populous, they eased it of the most unnecessary people, and sent them to inhabit and cultivate the lands conquered by them. Sometimes also they purposely maintained wars with some of their enemies, not only to keep their own men in action, for fear lest idleness, the mother of corruption, should bring upon them some worse inconvenience. Et patimer longi passus mala, severe armies luxuria incumbit. And we suffer the ills of a long peace. Luxury is more pernicious than war. Juvenal, Romans 6, 291. But also to serve for a bloodletting to their republic, and a little to evaporate the too vehement heat of their youth, to prune and clear the branches from the stock too luxuriant in wood. And to this end it was that they maintained so long a war with Carthage. In the Treaty of Bretigny, Edward Roman III, King of England, would not, in the general peace he then made with our king, comprehend the controversy about the Duchy of Brittany, that he might have a place wherein to discharge himself of his soldiers, and that the vast number of English he had brought over to serve him in his expedition here might not return back into England. And this also was one reason why our King Philip consented to send his son John upon a foreign expedition, that he might take along with him a great number of hot young men who were then in his pay. There are many in our times who talk at this rate, wishing that this hot emotion that is now amongst us might discharge itself in some neighboring war. For fear lest all the peccant humors that now reign in this politic body of ours may diffuse themselves farther, keep the fever still in the height, and at last cause our total ruin. And in truth, a foreign is much more supportable than a civil war. But I do not believe that God will favor so unjust a design as to offend and quarrel with others for our own advantage. Nil mihi tam valde placet, ramnuja virgo, quod temur invitus suscipietur Harris. Ramnusian virgin, let nothing ever so greatly please me which is taken without justice from the unwilling owners, Catullus, LXVI. 77. And yet the weakness of our condition often pushes us upon the necessity of making use of ill means to a good end. Lycurgus, the most perfect legislator that ever was, virtuous and invented this very unjust practice of making the helots, who were their slaves, drunk by force, to the end that the Spartans, seeing them so lost and buried in wine, might abhor the excess of this vice. And yet those were still more to blame who of old gave leave that criminals, to what sort of death soever condemned, should be cut up alive by the physicians, that they might make a true discovery of our inward parts and build their art upon greater certainty. For, if we must run into excesses, it is more excusable to do it for the health of the soul than that of the body. As the Romans trained up the people to valor and the contempt of dangers and death by those furious spectacles of gladiators and fencers, who, having to fight it out to the last, cut, mangled, and killed one another in their presence. Quid visani aliad sibi vult ars impia ludi, quid morts juvenum, quid sanguine posta voluptas? What other end does the impious art of the gladiators propose to itself? What the slaughter of young men, what pleasure fed with blood? Prudentius, contra Simachum, Roman 2, 643. And this custom continued till the Emperor Theodosius, time. A ripe dilatum tua, dux, in tempora famem, quod patris superist, successor laudis habito nullis in herb cadet, cujus sit pona voluptas. Jam solis contentiferis, infamies arena nulla cruntatis homicidia ludet in armies. Prince, take the honors delayed for thy reign, and be successor to thy fathers. Henceforth let none at Rome be slain for sport. Let beasts' blood stain the infamous arena, and no more homicides be there acted. Prudentius, contra Simachum, Roman 2, 643. It was, in truth, a wonderful example, and of great advantage for the training up the people, to see every day before their eyes 100, 200, nay, 1,000 couples of men armed against one another, cut one another to pieces with so great a constancy of courage, that they were never heard to utter so much as one syllable of weakness or commiseration. Never seen to turn their backs, nor so much as to make one cowardly step to evade a blow, but rather exposed their necks to the adversary's sword and presented themselves to receive the stroke. And many of them, when wounded to death, have sent to ask the spectators if they were satisfied with their behavior, before they lay down to die upon the place. It was not enough for them to fight and to die bravely, but cheerfully too, insomuch that they were hissed and cursed if they made any hesitation about receiving their death. The very girls themselves set them on. Consurgit ad ictus, et, quadis victor ferrum jugulo inserit, illa delicias 8 esse suas, pectusque jacentes virgo modest adjubit converso paulus rumpi. The modest virgin is so delighted with the sport that she applauds the blow, and when the victor bathes his sword in his fellow's throat, she says it is her pleasure, and with turned thumb orders him to rip up the bosom of the prostrate victim. Prudentius, contra Simachum, Roman 2, 617. The first Romans only condemned criminals to this example, but they afterwards employed innocent slaves in the work, and even freemen too, who sold themselves to this purpose, nay, moreover, senators and knights of Rome, and also women. Nunc caput in mortem vendunt, et funis arena, at costum sibi quisque perit, cum bella quiescunt. They sell themselves to death and the circus, and since the wars are ceased, each for himself a foe prepares. Manilius Astron, Roman 4, 225. Hos inter fremidus navas glucis, stat sexus rudis in siusque feri, et pugnas capit improbus virils. Amidst these tumults and new sports, the tender sex, unskilled in arms, immodestly engaged in manly fights. Statius Silv, I6, 51. Which I should think strange and incredible, if we were not accustomed every day to see in our own wars many thousands of men of other nations, for money to stake their blood and their lives in quarrels wherein they have no manner of concern. Chapter 24. Of the Roman grandeur. I will only say a word or two of this infinite argument, to show the simplicity of those who compare the pitiful greatness of these times with that of Rome. In the 7th book of Cicero's Familiar Epistles, and let the grammarians put out that surname of familiar if they please, for in truth it is not very suitable. And they who, instead of familiar, have substituted ad familiars, may gather something to justify them for so doing out of what Suetonius says in the Life of Caesar, that there was a volume of letters of his ad familiars. There is one directed to Caesar, then in Gaul, wherein Cicero repeats these words, which were in the end of another letter that Caesar had written to him. As to what concerns Marcus Furius, whom you have recommended to me, I will make him king of Gaul, and if you would have me advance any other friend of yours, send him to me. It was no new thing for a simple citizen of Rome, as Caesar then was, to dispose of kingdoms, for he took away that of King Deiotarus from him to give it to a gentleman of the city of Pergamus, called Mithridates. And they who wrote his life record several cities sold by him. And Suetonius says that he had once from King Ptolemy 3,600,000 crowns, which was very like selling him his own kingdom. Tot Galati, tot Pontus, tot Lydia nummies. So much for Galatia, so much for Pontus, so much for Lydia, Claudius in Eutrop, I 203. Marcus Antonius said that the greatness of the people of Rome was not so much seen in what they took, as in what they gave. And, indeed, some ages before Antonius, they had dethroned one amongst the rest with so wonderful authority, that in all the Roman history I have not observed anything that more denotes the height of their power. Antiochus possessed all Egypt, and was, moreover, ready to conquer Cyprus and other appendages of that empire. When being upon the progress of his victories, c. Popilius came to him from the Senate, and at their first meeting refused to take him by the hand, till he had first read his letters, which after the king had read, and told him he would consider of them, Popilius made a circle about him with his cane, saying, Return me an answer, that I may carry it back to the Senate, before thou stirrest out of this circle. Antiochus, astonished at the roughness of so positive a command, after a little pause, replied, I will obey the Senate's command. Then Popilius saluted him as friend of the Roman people, to have renounced claim to so great a monarchy, and a course of such successful fortune, from the effects of 3 lines in writing. Truly he had reason, as he afterwards did, to send the Senate word by his ambassadors, that he had received their order with the same respect as if it had come from the immortal gods. All the kingdoms that Augustus gained by the right of war, he either restored to those who had lost them or presented them to strangers. And Tacitus, in reference to this, speaking of Cogigunus, king of England, gives us, by a marvelous touch, an instance of that infinite power. The Romans, says he, were from all antiquity accustomed to leave the kings they had subdued in possession of their kingdoms under their authority. Ut haberent instruments servitudes et reges. That they might have even kings to be their slaves. Livy, Roman 45, 13. 'Tis probable that Solomon, whom we have seen make a gift of Hungary and other principalities, had therein more respect to this consideration than to that he was wont to allege, viz., that he was glutted and overcharged with so many monarchies and so much dominion, as his own valor and that of his ancestors had acquired. Chapter 25. Not to counterfeit being sick. There is an epigram in Martial, and one of the very good ones, for he has of all sorts, where he pleasantly tells the story of Callias, who, to avoid making his court to some great men of Rome, to wait their rising, and to attend them abroad, pretended to have the gout. And the better to colour this, anointed his legs, and had them lapped up in a great many swathings, and perfectly counterfeited both the gesture and countenance of a gouty person. Till in the end, fortune did him the kindness to make him one indeed. Quantum curs, potest et ars doloris disiet finger Callias podogram. How great is the power of counterfeiting pain! Callias has ceased to feign the gout, he has got it. Martial ep. Romans 7, 39-8. I think I have read somewhere in a pian a story like this, of one who, to escape the proscriptions of the triumvirs of Rome, and the better to be concealed from the discovery of those who pursued him, having hidden himself in a disguise, would yet add this invention, to counterfeit having but one eye. But when he came to have a little more liberty, and went to take off the plaster he had a great while worn over his eye, he found he had totally lost the sight of it indeed, and that it was absolutely gone. 'Tis possible that the action of sight was dulled from having been so long without exercise, and that the optic power was wholly retired into the other eye. For we evidently perceive that the eye we keep shut sends some part of its virtue to its fellow, so that it will swell and grow bigger. And so in action, with the heat of ligatures and plasters, might very well have brought some gouty humour upon the counterfeiter in Martial. Reading in Froissart the vow of a troop of young English gentlemen to keep their left eyes bound up till they had arrived in France and performed some notable exploit upon us, I have often been tickled with this thought, that it might have befallen them as it did those others, and they might have returned with but an eye apiece to their mistresses, for whose sakes they had made this ridiculous vow. Mothers have reason to rebuke their children when they counterfeit having but one eye, squinting, lameness, or any other personal defect. For, besides that their bodies being then so tender, may be subject to take an ill bent, fortune, I know not how, sometimes seems to delight in taking us at our word. And I have heard several examples related of people who have become really sick, by only feigning to be so. I have always used, whether on horseback or on foot, to carry a stick in my hand, and even to affect doing it with an elegant air. Many have threatened that this fancy would one day be turned into necessity. If so, I should be the first of my family to have the gout. But let us a little lengthen this chapter, and add another anecdote concerning blindness. Pliny reports of one who, dreaming he was blind, found himself so indeed in the morning without any preceding infirmity in his eyes. The force of imagination might assist in this case, as I have said elsewhere, and Pliny seems to be of the same opinion. But it is more likely that the motions which the body felt within, of which physicians, if they please, may find out the cause, taking away his sight, were the occasion of his dream. Let us add another story, not very improper for this subject, which Seneca relates in one of his epistles. You know, says he, writing to Lucilius, that harpaste, my wife's fool, is thrown upon me as an hereditary charge, for I have naturally an aversion to those monsters, and if I have a mind to laugh at a fool, I need not seek him far. I can laugh at myself. This fool has suddenly lost her sight. I tell you a strange, but a very true thing, she is not sensible that she is blind, but eternally importunes her keeper to take her abroad, because she says the house is dark. That what we laugh at in her, I pray you to believe, happens to every one of us. No one knows himself to be avaricious or grasping, and again the blind call for a guide, while we stray of our own accord. I am not ambitious, we say, but a man cannot live otherwise at Rome. I am not wasteful, but the city requires a great outlay. 'Tis not my fault if I am choleric, if I have not yet established any certain course of life. 'Tis the fault of youth. Let us not seek our disease out of ourselves. 'Tis in us, and planted in our bowels, and the mere fact that we do not perceive ourselves to be sick renders us more hard to be cured. If we do not betimes begin to see to ourselves, when shall we have provided for so many wounds and evils wherewith we abound? And yet we have a most sweet and charming medicine in philosophy, for of all the rest we are sensible of no pleasure till after the cure. This pleases and heals at once. This is what Seneca says, that has carried me from my subject, but there is advantage in the change. Chapter 26. Of thumbs. Tacitus reports that amongst certain barbarian kings their manner was, when they would make a firm obligation, to join their right hands close to one another and intertwist their thumbs. And when, by force of straining the blood it appeared in the ends, they lightly pricked them with some sharp instrument and mutually sucked them. Physicians say that the thumbs are the master fingers of the hand, and that their Latin etymology is derived from poller. The Greeks called them aphtyxape, as who should say, another hand, and it seems that the Latins also sometimes take it in this sense for the whole hand. Sed nec vocibus excitata blandis, molli pollici nec regata, surgit. Neither to be excited by soft words or by the thumb. Mart, Roman 12, 98-8. It was at Rome a signification of favor to depress and turn in the thumbs. Foder etroque tuum laudabit pallis ludum. Thy patron will applaud thy sport with both thumbs, Horace, and of disfavor to elevate and thrust them outward. Converso pollis vulgi, quemlibit occident popularitor. The populace with inverted thumbs kill all that come before them. Juvenal, Roman 3, 36. The Romans exempted from war all such as were maimed in the thumbs, as having no more sufficient strength to hold their weapons. Augustus confiscated the estate of a Roman knight who had maliciously cut off the thumbs of 2 young children he had, to excuse them from going into the armies. And before him, the Senate, in the time of the Italic War, had condemned Caius Vatienus to perpetual imprisonment, and confiscated all his goods for having purposely cut off the thumb of his left hand to exempt himself from that expedition. Someone, I have forgotten who, having won a naval battle, cut off the thumbs of all his vanquished enemies to render them incapable of fighting and of handling the oar. The Athenians also caused the thumbs of the Aeginatans to be cut off, to deprive them of the superiority in the art of navigation. In Lacedaemon, pedagogues chastised their scholars by biting their thumbs. Chapter 27. Cowardice the mother of cruelty. I have often heard it said that cowardice is the mother of cruelty, and I have found by experience that malicious and inhuman animosity and fierceness are usually accompanied with feminine weakness. I have seen the most cruel people, and upon frivolous occasions, apt to cry. Alexander, the tyrant of fears, durst not be a spectator of tragedies in the theater, for fear lest his citizens should see him weep at the misfortunes of Hecuba and Andromache, who himself without pity caused so many people every day to be murdered. Is it not meanness of spirit that renders them so pliable to all extremities? Valor, whose effect is only to be exercised against resistance. Nec nisi bellantes gaudet servus juvenci. Nor delights in killing a bull unless he resists. Claudius Ep. Ad Hadrianum v. 39. Stops when it sees the enemy at its mercy. But pusillanimity, to say that it was also in the game, not having dared to meddle in the first act of danger, takes as its part the second, of blood and massacre. The murders in victories are commonly performed by the rascality and hangers-on of an army. And that which causes so many unheard of cruelties in domestic wars is that this canaille makes war in imbruing itself up to the elbows in blood, and ripping up a body that lies prostrate at its feet, having no sense of any other valor. Et lupus, et terps instant morientibus ursi, et quicunc minor nobilitate fera est. Wolves and the filthy bears and all the baser beasts fall upon the dying. Ovid Trist, Roman 3, 5:35. Like cowardly dogs, that in the house worry and tear the skins of wild beasts, they durst not come near in the field. What is it in these times of ours that makes our quarrels mortal? And that, whereas our fathers had some degrees of revenge, we now begin with the last in ours, and at the first meeting nothing is to be said but kill? What is this but cowardice? Everyone is sensible that there is more bravery and disdain in subduing an enemy than in cutting his throat, and in making him yield than in putting him to the sword. Besides that the appetite of revenge is better satisfied and pleased because its only aim is to make itself felt. And this is the reason why we do not fall upon a beast or a stone when they hurt us, because they are not capable of being sensible of our revenge, and to kill a man is to save him from the injury and offense we intend him. And as Bias cried out to a wicked fellow, I know that sooner or later thou wilt have thy reward, but I am afraid I shall not see it. And pitied the Orchomenians that the penitence of Lyciscus for the treason committed against them came at a season when there was no one remaining alive of those who had been interested in the offense, and whom the pleasure of this penitence should affect. So revenge is to be pitied when the person on whom it is executed is deprived of means of suffering under it. For as the avenger will look on to enjoy the pleasure of his revenge, so the person on whom he takes revenge should be a spectator too, to be afflicted and to repent. He will repent it, we say, and because we have given him a pistol shot through the head, do we imagine he will repent? On the contrary, if we but observe, we shall find that he makes mouths at us in falling and is so far from penitency that he does not so much as repine at us. And we do him the kindest office of life, which is to make him die insensibly and soon. We are afterwards to hide ourselves and to shift and fly from the officers of justice who pursue us whilst he is at rest. Killing is good to frustrate an offense to come, not to revenge one that is already past, and more an act of fear than of bravery, of precaution than of courage, of defense than of enterprise. It is manifest that by it we lose both the true end of revenge and the care of our reputation. We are afraid, if he lives, he will do us another injury as great as the first. Tease not out of animosity to him, but care of thyself that thou gettest rid of him. In the kingdom of Narsinga, this expedient would be useless to us, where not only soldiers, but tradesmen also, end their differences by the sword. The king never denies the field to any who wish to fight, and when they are persons of quality, he looks on, rewarding the victor with a chain of gold for which anyone who pleases may fight with him again, so that, by having come off from one combat, he has engaged himself in many. If we thought by virtue to be always masters of our enemies, and to triumph over them at pleasure, we should be sorry they should escape from us as they do, by dying. But we have a mind to conquer, more with safety than honor, and, in our quarrel, more pursue the end than the glory. Asnius Pollio, who, as being a worthy man, was the less to be excused, committed a like error, when, having written a libel against Plancus, he forbore to publish it till he was dead. Which is to bite one's thumb at a blind man, to rail at one who is deaf, to wound a man who has no feeling, rather than to run the hazard of his resentment. And it was also said of him that it was only for hobgoblins to wrestle with the dead. He who stays to see the author die, whose writings he intends to question, what does he say but that he is weak in his aggressiveness? It was told to Aristotle that someone had spoken ill of him. Let him do more, said he. Let him whip me too, provided I am not there. Our fathers contented themselves with revenging an insult with the lie with a box of the ear, and so forward. They were valiant enough not to fear their adversaries. Living and provoked, we tremble for fear so soon as we see them on foot. And that this is so, does not our noble practice of these days, equally to prosecute to death both him that has offended us and him we have offended, make it out. 'Tis also a kind of cowardice that has introduced the custom of having seconds, thirds, and fourths in our duels. They were formerly duels, they are now skirmishes, rencontres, and battles. Solitude was, doubtless, terrible to those who were the first inventors of this practice. Quam in si cuique minimum fiduciae asset. For naturally any company whatever is consolatory in danger. Third persons were formerly called in to prevent disorder and foul play only, and to be witness of the fortune of the combat. But now they have brought it to this pass that the witnesses themselves engage. Whoever is invited cannot handsomely stand by as an idle spectator, for fear of being suspected either of want of affection or of courage. Besides the injustice and unworthiness of such an action, of engaging other strength and valor in the protection of your honor than your own, I conceive it a disadvantage to a brave man, and who wholly relies upon himself, to shuffle his fortune with that of a second. Every one runs hazard enough himself without hazarding for another, and has enough to do to assure himself in his own valor for the defense of his life, without entrusting a thing so dear in a third man's hand. For if it be not expressly agreed upon before to the contrary, 'tis a combined party of all four, and if your second be killed, you have two to deal withal, with good reason. And to say that it is foul play, it is so indeed, as it is, well armed to attack a man who has but the hilt of a broken sword in his hand, or, clear and untouched, a man who is desperately wounded. But if these be advantages you have got by fighting, you may make use of them without reproach. The disparity and inequality are only weighed and considered from the condition of the combatants when they began. As to the rest, you must take your chance. And though you had, alone, 3 enemies upon you at once, your 2 companions being killed, you have no more wrong done you than I should do in a battle, by running a man through whom I should see engaged with one of our own men, with the like advantage. The nature of society will have it so that where there is troop against troop, as where our Duke of Orleans challenged Henry, King of England, 100 against 100, 300 against as many as the Argians against the Lacedaemonians, 3 to 3 as the Horatae against the Curiatii, the multitude on either side is considered but as one single man, the hazard, wherever there is company, being confused and mixed. I have a domestic interest in this discourse, for my brother, the seer de Maticulum, was at Rome asked by a gentleman with whom he had no great acquaintance, and who was a defendant challenged by another, to be his second. In this duel he found himself matched with a gentleman much better known to him. I would fain have an explanation of these rules of honor, which so often shock and confound those of reason. After having dispatched his man, seeing the 2 principals still on foot and sound, he ran in to disengage his friend. What could he do less? Should he have stood still, and if chance would have ordered it so, have seen him he was come thither to defend killed before his face? What he had hitherto done helped not the business. The quarrel was yet undecided. The courtesy that you can, and certainly ought to show to your enemy, when you have reduced him to an ill condition and have a great advantage over him, I do not see how you can do it, where the interest of another is concerned, where you are only called in as an assistant, and the quarrel is none of yours. He could neither be just nor courteous, at the hazard of him he was there to serve. And he was therefore enlarged from the prisons of Italy at the speedy and solemn request of our king. Indiscreet nation. We are not content to make our vices and follies known to the world by report only, but we must go into foreign countries, there to show them what fools we are. Put 3 Frenchmen into the deserts of Libya, they will not live a month together without fighting. So that you would say this peregrination were a thing purposely designed to give foreigners the pleasure of our tragedies, and, for the most part, to such as rejoice and laugh at our miseries. We go into Italy to learn to fence, and exercise the art at the expense of our lives before we have learned it. And yet, by the rule of discipline, we should put the theory before the practice. We discover ourselves to be but learners. Primiti juvenum miseri, bellic futuri dura rudimenta. Wretched the elementary trials of youth, and hard the rudiments of approaching war. Virgil, Aeneid, Sigh 156. I know that fencing is an art very useful to its end. In a duel betwixt 2 princes, cousin Germans in Spain, the elder, says Livy, by his skill and dexterity in arms, easily overcoming the greater and more awkward strength of the younger, and of which the knowledge, as I experimentally know, has inspired some with courage above their natural measure. But this is not properly valor, because it supports itself upon address, and is founded upon something besides itself. The honor of combat consists in the jealousy of courage, and not of skill. And therefore I have known a friend of mine, famed as a great master in this exercise, in his quarrels make choice of such arms as might deprive him of this advantage, and that wholly depended upon fortune and assurance, that they might not attribute his victory rather to his skill in fencing than his valor. When I was young, gentlemen avoided the reputation of good fencers as injurious to them, and learned to fence with all imaginable privacy as a trade of subtlety, derogating from true and natural valor. Non scivar non parer, non ritterarsi voglian coster, niqui destreza hapart non dano I calpi or finti, or pini, or scarsi tagli elira a il furor el uso de l'art, odi la spade orabilment udarcie mezzo il ferro. Il pi dorma non part, semper a il pi fermo, a la man sempre in mode, ni send taglio in van, ni punta vodo. They neither shrank, nor vantage sought of ground, they traversed not, nor skipped from part to part. Their blows were neither false nor feigned found. In fight their rage would let them use no art. Their swords together clash with dreadful sound. Their feet stand fast, and neither stir nor start. They move their hands, steadfast their feet remain. Nor blow nor foin they strook, or thrust in vain. Tasso Gyrus. Lib. C12, St. 55, Fairfax's translation. Butts, tilting, and barriers, the feint of warlike fights, were the exercises of our forefathers. This other exercise is so much the less noble, as it only respects a private end. That teaches us to destroy one another against law and justice, and that every way always produces very ill effects. It is much more worthy and more becoming to exercise ourselves in things that strengthen than that weaken our government, and that tend to the public safety and common glory. The consul, Publius Rutilius, was the first who taught the soldiers to handle their arms with skill, and joined art with valor, not for the rise of private quarrel, but for war and the quarrels of the people of Rome, a popular and civil defense. And besides the example of Caesar, who commanded his men to shoot chiefly at the face of Pompey's soldiers in the battle of Pharsalia, 1,000 other commanders have also bethought them to invent new forms of weapons and new ways of striking and defending, according as occasion should require. But as Philopoemen condemned wrestling, wherein he excelled, because the preparatives that were therein employed were differing from those that appertain to military discipline, to which alone he conceived men of honor ought wholly to apply themselves. So it seems to me that this address to which we form our limbs, those writhings and motions young men are taught in this new school, are not only of no use, but rather contrary and hurtful to the practice of fight in battle. And also our people commonly make use of particular weapons, and peculiarly designed for duel. And I have seen, when it has been disapproved, that a gentleman challenged to fight with rapier and poignard appeared in the array of a man-at-arms, and that another should take his cloak instead of his poignard. It is worthy of consideration that Laches in Plato, speaking of learning to fence after our manner, says that he never knew any great soldier come out of that school, especially the masters of it. And indeed, as to them, our experience tells as much. As to the rest, we may at least conclude that they are qualities of no relation or correspondence. And in the education of the children of his government, Plato interdicts the art of boxing, introduced by Amycus and Eppius, and that of wrestling, by Antaeus and Circio, because they have another end than to render youth fit for the service of war and contribute nothing to it. But I see that I have somewhat strayed from my theme. The Emperor Mauritius, being advertised by dreams and several prognostics, that one Phocas, an obscure soldier, should kill him, questioned his son-in-law Philip, who this Phocas was, and what were his nature, qualities, and manners. And so soon as Philip, amongst other things, had told him that he was cowardly and timorous, the emperor immediately concluded then that he was a murderer and cruel. What is it that makes tyrants so sanguinary? 'Tis only the solicitude for their own safety, and that their faint hearts can furnish them with no other means of securing themselves than in exterminating those who may hurt them, even so much as women, for fear of a scratch. Cuncta ferit, dum cuncta timer. He strikes at all who fears all. Claudius in Eutrop, I 182. The first cruelties are exercised for themselves, thence springs the fear of a just revenge, which afterwards produces a series of new cruelties to obliterate one another. Philip, king of Macedon, who had so much to do with the people of Rome, agitated with the horror of so many murders committed by his order, and doubting of being able to keep himself secure from so many families, at divers times mortally injured and offended by him, resolved to seize all the children of those he had caused to be slain, to dispatch them daily one after another, and so to establish his own repose. Fine matter is never impertinent, however placed, and therefore I, who more consider the weight and utility of what I deliver than its order and connection, need not fear in this place to bring in an excellent story, though it be a little by the by. For when they are rich in their own native beauty, and are able to justify themselves, the least end of a hair will serve to draw them into my discourse. Amongst others condemned by Philip had been one Hierodicus, prince of Thessaly. He had, moreover, after him caused his 2 sons-in-law to be put to death, each leaving a son very young behind him. Theoxena and Archo were their 2 widows. Theoxena, though highly courted to it, could not be persuaded to marry again. Archo married Porus, the greatest man among the Aenians, and by him had a great many children, whom she, dying, left at a very tender age. Theoxena, moved with a maternal charity towards her nephews, that she might have them under her own eyes and in her own protection, married Porus, when presently comes a proclamation of the king's edict. This brave-spirited mother, suspecting the cruelty of Philip, and afraid of the insolence of the soldiers towards these charming and tender children, was so bold as to declare she would rather kill them with her own hands than deliver them. Porus, startled at this protestation, promised her to steal them away and to transport them to Athens, and there commit them to the custody of some faithful friends of his. They took, therefore, the opportunity of an annual feast which was celebrated at Aenia in honor of Aeneas, and thither they went. Having appeared by day at the public ceremonies and banquet, they stole the night following into a vessel laid ready for the purpose, to escape away by sea. The wind proved contrary, and finding themselves in the morning within sight of the land, whence they had launched overnight, and being pursued by the guards of the port, Porus, perceiving this, labored all he could to make the mariners do their utmost to escape from the pursuers. But Theoxena, frantic with affection and revenge, in pursuance of her former resolution, prepared both weapons and poison, and exposing them before them. "Go to, my children," said she. "Death is now the only means of your defense and liberty, and shall administer occasion to the gods to exercise their sacred justice. These sharp swords and these full cups will open you the way into it. Courage, fear nothing. And thou, my son, who art the eldest, take this steel into thy hand, that thou mayest the more bravely die." The children, having on one side so powerful a counselor, and the enemy at their throats on the other, run all of them eagerly upon what was next to hand, and, half dead, were thrown into the sea. Theoxena, proud of having so gloriously provided for the safety of her children, clasping her arms with great affection about her husband's neck. "Let us, my friend," said she, "follow these boys and enjoy the same sepulchre they do." And so, having embraced, they threw themselves headlong into the sea, so that the ship was carried back without the owners into the harbor. Tyrants, at once both to kill and to make their anger felt, have employed their capacity to invent the most lingering deaths. They will have their enemies dispatched, but not so fast that they may not have leisure to taste their vengeance. And therein they are mightily perplexed, for if the torments they inflict are violent, they are short; if long, they are not then so painful as they desire, and thus plague themselves in choice of the greatest cruelty. Of this we have 1,000 examples in antiquity, and I know not whether we, unawares, do not retain some traces of this barbarity. All that exceeds a simple death appears to me absolute cruelty. Our justice cannot expect that he, whom the fear of dying by being beheaded or hanged will not restrain, should be any more awed by the imagination of a languishing fire, pincers, or the wheel. And I know not, in the meantime, whether we do not throw them into despair. For in what condition can be the soul of a man, expecting 24 hours together to be broken upon a wheel, or after the old way, nailed to a cross? Josephus relates that in the time of the war the Romans made in Judea, happening to pass by where they had 3 days before crucified certain Jews, he amongst them knew 3 of his own friends, and obtained the favor of having them taken down, of whom 2, he says, died. The 3rd lived a great while after. Chalcondylas, a writer of good credit, in the records he has left behind him of things that happened in his time, and near him, tells us, as of the most excessive torment, of that the Emperor Mohammed very often practiced, of cutting off men in the middle by the diaphragm with one blow of a scimitar, whence it followed that they died as it were 2 deaths at once. And both the one part, says he, and the other, were seen to stir and strive a great while after in very great torment. I do not think there was any great suffering in this motion. The torments that are the most dreadful to look on are not always the greatest to endure. And I find those that other historians relate to have been practiced by him upon the Epirot lords are more horrid and cruel, where they were condemned to be flayed alive piecemeal, after so malicious a manner that they continued 15 days in that misery. And these other two, Croesus, having caused a gentleman, the favorite of his brother Pantolon, to be seized, carried him into a fuller's shop, where he caused him to be scratched and carded with the cards and combs belonging to that trade, till he died. George Sechel, chief commander of the peasants of Poland, who committed so many mischiefs under the title of the Crusade, being defeated in battle and taken by the voivode of Transylvania, was 3 days bound naked upon the rack, exposed to all sorts of torments that anyone could contrive against him, during which time many other prisoners were kept fasting. In the end, he living and looking on, they made his beloved brother Lucat, for whom alone he entreated, taking on himself the blame of all their evil actions, drink his blood, and caused 20 of his most favored captains to feed upon him, tearing his flesh in pieces with their teeth and swallowing the morsels. The remainder of his body and his bowels, so soon as he was dead, were boiled, and others of his followers compelled to eat them. Chapter 28. All things have their season. Such as compare Cato the censor with the younger Cato, who killed himself, compare two beautiful natures, much resembling one another. The first acquired his reputation several ways and excels in military exploits and the utility of his public employments. But the virtue of the younger, besides that it were blasphemy to compare any to it in vigor, was much more pure and unblemished. For who could absolve that of the censor from envy and ambition, having dared to attack the honor of Scipio, a man in goodness and all other excellent qualities infinitely beyond him or any other of his time? That which they report of him, amongst other things, that in his extreme old age he put himself upon learning the Greek tongue with so greedy an appetite, as if to quench a long thirst, does not seem to me to make much for his honor, it being properly what we call falling into second childhood. All things have their seasons, even good ones, and I may say my paternoster out of time. As they accused T. Quintus Flaminius, that being general of an army, he was seen praying a part in the time of a battle that he won. Imponet finem sapiens et rebus honesties. Eudemonidas, seeing Xenocrates when very old, still very intent upon his school lectures. When will this man be wise, said he, if he is yet learning? And Philopemon, to those who extolled King Ptolemy for every day inuring his person to the exercise of arms. It is not, said he, commendable in a king of his age to exercise himself in these things. He ought now really to employ them. The young are to make their preparations, the old to enjoy them, say the sages, and the greatest vice they observe in us is that our desires incessantly grow young again. We are always re-beginning to live. Our studies and desires should sometime be sensible of age. Yet we have one foot in the grave, and still our appetites and pursuits spring every day anew within us. Tu secanda marmora locus sub ipsum funis, et sepulchri immimer, struis domos. You against the time of death have marble cut for use, and forgetful of the tomb build houses. Horace, Od. Roman 2. 18:17. The longest of my designs is not of above a year's extent. I think of nothing now but ending, rid myself of all new hopes and enterprises, take my last leave of every place I depart from, and every day dispossess myself of what I have. Olim jam nec paret quicquam mihi, nec acquiritur. E plus superest viatis aequam via. Henceforward I will neither lose nor expect to get. I have more wherewith to defray my journey than I have way to go. Or, hitherto nothing of me has been lost or gained, more remains to pay the way than there is way. Seneca, Ep. 77. The sense seems to be that so far he had met his expenses, but that for the future he was likely to have more than he required. Vixi et quem dederat cursum fortuna perigi. I have lived and finished the career fortune placed before me. Aeneid Roman 4, 653. 'Tis indeed the only comfort I find in my old age, that it mortifies in me several cares and desires wherewith my life has been disturbed. The care how the world goes, the care of riches, of grandeur, of knowledge, of health, of myself. There are men who are learning to speak at a time when they should learn to be silent forever. A man may always study, but he must not always go to school. What a contemptible thing is an old abecedarian. Diversos diversa juvent, non omnibus annis omnia conveniunt. Various things delight various men, all things are not for all ages. Gall, Elig, I 104. If we must study, let us study what is suitable to our present condition, that we may answer as he did, who being asked to what end he studied in his decrepit age, that I may go out better, said he, and at greater ease. Such a study was that of the younger Cato, feeling his end approach, and which he met with in Plato's discourse of the eternity of the soul. Not, as we are to believe, that he was not long before furnished with all sorts of provision for such a departure. For of assurance, an established will and instruction, he had more than Plato had in all his writings. His knowledge and courage were in this respect above philosophy. He applied himself to this study, not for the service of his death, but as a man whose sleeps were never disturbed in the importance of such a deliberation, he also, without choice or change, continued his studies with the other accustomary actions of his life. The night that he was denied the praetorship he spent in play, that wherein he was to die he spent in reading. The loss either of life or of office was all one to him. Chapter 29. Of virtue. I find by experience that there is a good deal to be said betwixt the flights and emotions of the soul, or a resolute and constant habit, and very well perceive that there is nothing we may not do, nay, even to the surpassing the divinity itself, says a certain person, forasmuch as it is more to render a man's self impassible by his own study and industry, than to be so by his natural condition, and even to be able to conjoin to man's imbecility and frailty a godlike resolution and assurance. But it is by fits and starts, and in the lives of those heroes of times past there are sometimes miraculous impulses, and that seem infinitely to exceed our natural force. But they are indeed only impulses, and 'tis hard to believe that these so elevated qualities in a man can so thoroughly tinct and imbue the soul that they should become ordinary, and, as it were, natural in him. It accidentally happens even to us, who are but abortive births of men, sometimes to launch our souls, when roused by the discourses or examples of others, much beyond their ordinary stretch. But 'tis a kind of passion which pushes and agitates them, and in some sort ravishes them from themselves. But this perturbation once overcome, we see that they insensibly flag and slacken of themselves, if not to the lowest degree, at least so as to be no more the same. Insomuch as that upon every trivial occasion, the losing of a bird or the breaking of a glass, we suffer ourselves to be moved little less than one of the common people. I am of opinion that order, moderation, and constancy excepted, all things are to be done by a man that is very imperfect and defective in general. Therefore it is, say the sages, that to make a right judgment of a man, you are chiefly to pry into his common actions, and surprise him in his everyday habit. Pyrrho, he who erected so pleasant a knowledge upon ignorance, endeavored, as all the rest who were really philosophers did, to make his life correspond with his doctrine. And because he maintained the imbecility of human judgment to be so extreme as to be incapable of any choice or inclination, and would have it perpetually wavering and suspended, considering and receiving all things as indifferent, 'tis said that he always comforted himself after the same manner and countenance. If he had begun a discourse, he would always end what he had to say, though the person he was speaking to had gone away. If he walked, he never stopped for any impediment that stood in his way, being preserved from precipices, collision with carts, and other like accidents by the care of his friends. For, to fear or to avoid anything, had been to shock his own propositions, which deprived the senses themselves of all election and certainty. Sometimes he suffered incision and cauteries with so great constancy as never to be seen so much as to wince. 'Tis something to bring the soul to these imaginations. 'Tis more to join the effects, and yet not impossible. But to conjoin them with such perseverance and constancy as to make them habitual is certainly, in attempts so remote from the common usage, almost incredible to be done. Therefore it was, that being sometime taken in his house sharply scolding with his sister, and being reproached that he therein transgressed his own rules of indifference. What? Said he, must this bit of a woman also serve for a testimony to my rules? Another time, being seen to defend himself against a dog. It is, said he, very hard totally to put off man, and we must endeavor and force ourselves to resist and encounter things, first by effects, but at least by reason and argument. About 7 or 8 years since, a husbandman yet living, but 2 leagues from my house, having long been tormented with his wife's jealousy, coming one day home from his work, and she welcoming him with her accustomed railing, entered into so great fury that with a sickle he had yet in his hand, he totally cut off all those parts that she was jealous of and threw them in her face. And 'tis said that a young gentleman of our nation, brisk and amorous, having by his perseverance at last mollified the heart of a fair mistress, enraged that upon the point of fruition he found himself unable to perform, and that nec viriliter iners senile penis extulit caput. The 19th or 20th century translators leave this phrase untranslated and with no explanation. D.W. Tibullus Priap, Carm, 84. As soon as ever he came home, he deprived himself of the rebellious member, and sent it to his mistress, a cruel and bloody victim for the expiation of his offense. If this had been done upon mature consideration, and upon the account of religion, as the priests of Cybele did, what should we say of so high an action? A few days since, at Bergerac, 5 leagues from my house, up the river Dordogne, a woman having overnight been beaten and abused by her husband, a choleric ill-conditioned fellow, resolved to escape from his ill usage at the price of her life. And going so soon as she was up the next morning to visit her neighbors, as she was wont to do, and having let some words fall in recommendation of her affairs, she took a sister of hers by the hand, and led her to the bridge. Whither being come, and having taken leave of her, in just as it were, without any manner of alteration in her countenance, she threw herself headlong from the top into the river, and was there drowned. That which is the most remarkable in this is, that this resolution was a whole night forming in her head. It is quite another thing with the Indian women, for it being the custom there for the men to have many wives, and the best beloved of them to kill herself at her husband's decease. Every one of them makes it the business of her whole life to obtain this privilege and gain this advantage over her companions. And the good offices they do their husbands aim at no other recompense, but to be preferred in accompanying him in death. Ubi mortifero jacta est fax ultima lecto, uxorum fusis stat pia turba commis, et certamen habent lethae, qui viva sequetur conjugum. Puter est non liquis mori, ardent victrices, et flammi pectora prebent, imponant sues ora perusta viris. For when they threw the torch on the funeral bed, the pious wives with hair dishevelled stand around striving which, living, shall accompany her spouse, and are ashamed that they may not die. They who are preferred expose their breasts to the flame, and they lay their scorched lips on those of their husbands. Propertius, Roman 3. 13:17. A certain author of our times reports that he has seen in those Oriental nations this custom in practice, that not only the wives bury themselves with their husbands, but even the slaves he has enjoyed also, which is done after this manner. The husband being dead, the widow may if she will, but few will demand 2 or 3 months' respite wherein to order her affairs. The day being come, she mounts on horseback, dressed as fine as at her wedding, and with a cheerful countenance says she is going to sleep with her spouse, holding a looking-glass in her left hand and an arrow in the other. Being thus conducted in pomp, accompanied with her kindred and friends and a great concourse of people in great joy, she is at last brought to the public place appointed for such spectacles. This is a great space, in the midst of which is a pit full of wood, and adjoining to it a mount raised 4 or 5 steps, upon which she is brought and served with a magnificent repast. Which being done, she falls to dancing and singing, and gives order, when she thinks fit, to kindle the fire. This being done, she descends, and taking the nearest of her husband's relations by the hand, they walk to the river close by, where she strips herself stark naked, and having distributed her clothes and jewels to her friends, plunges herself into the water, as if there to cleanse herself from her sins. Coming out thence, she wraps herself in a yellow linen of 25 ells long, and again giving her hand to this kinsman of her husband, they return back to the mount, where she makes a speech to the people, and recommends her children to them, if she have any. Betwixt the pit and the mount there is commonly a curtain drawn to screen the burning furnace from their sight, which some of them, to manifest the greater courage, forbid. Having ended what she has to say, a woman presents her with a vessel of oil, wherewith to anoint her head and her whole body, which when done with she throws into the fire, and in an instant precipitates herself after. Immediately, the people throw a good many billets and logs upon her that she may not be long in dying, and convert all their joy into sorrow and mourning. If they are persons of meaner condition, the body of the defunct is carried to the place of sepulture, and they're placed sitting, the widow kneeling before him, embracing the dead body, and they continue in this posture whilst the people build a wall about them, which so soon as it is raised to the height of the woman's shoulders, one of her relations comes behind her, and taking hold of her head, twists her neck. So soon as she is dead, the wall is presently raised up and closed, and there they remain entombed. There was, in this same country, something like this in their gymnosophists. For not by constraint of others nor by the impetuosity of a sudden humor, but by the express profession of their order, their custom was, as soon as they arrived at a certain age, or that they saw themselves threatened by any disease, to cause a funeral pile to be erected for them, and on the top a stately bed, where, after having joyfully feasted their friends and acquaintance, they laid them down with so great resolution, that fire being applied to it, they were never seen to stir either hand or foot. And after this manner, one of them, Calenus by name, expired in the presence of the whole army of Alexander the Great, and he was neither reputed holy nor happy amongst them who did not thus destroy himself, dismissing his soul purged and purified by the fire, after having consumed all that was earthly and mortal. This constant premeditation of the whole life is that which makes the wonder. Amongst our other controversies, that of Fodom has also crept in, and to tie things to come, and even our own wills, to a certain and inevitable necessity, we are yet upon this argument of time past. Since God foresees that all things shall so fall out, as doubtless he does, it must then necessarily follow that they must so fall out. To which our masters reply, that the seeing anything come to pass, as we do, and as God himself also does, for all things being present with him, he rather sees than foresees, is not to compel an event. That is, we see because things do fall out, but things do not fall out because we see. Events cause knowledge, but knowledge does not cause events. That which we see happen does happen, but it might have happened otherwise, and God, in the catalogue of the causes of events which he has in his prescience, has also those which we call accidental and voluntary, depending upon the liberty. He has given our free will, and knows that we do amiss because we would do so. I have seen a great many commanders encourage their soldiers with this fatal necessity. For if our time be limited to a certain hour, neither the enemy's shot nor our own boldness, nor our flight and cowardice, can either shorten or prolong our lives. This is easily said, but see who will be so easily persuaded. And if it be so that a strong and lively faith draws along with it actions of the same kind, certainly this faith we so much brag of is very light in this age of ours, unless the contempt it has of works makes it disdain their company. So it is that to this very purpose the Sire de Joinville, as credible a witness as any other whatever, tells us of the Bedouins, a nation amongst the Saracens, with whom the King St. Louis had to do in the Holy Land, that they, in their religion, so firmly believed the number of every man's days to be from all eternity prefixed, and set down by an inevitable decree, that they went naked to the wars, excepting a Turkish sword, and their bodies only covered with a white linen cloth. And for the greatest curse they could invent when they were angry, this was always in their mouths: "Accursed be thou, as he that arms himself for fear of death." This is a testimony of faith very much beyond ours, and of this sort is that also that 2 friars of Florence gave in our fathers' days. Being engaged in some controversy of learning, they agreed to go both of them into the fire in the sight of all the people, each for the verification of his argument, and all things were already prepared, and the thing just upon the point of execution, when it was interrupted by an unexpected accident. 7th April 1498. Savonarola issued the challenge. After many delays from demands and counter-demands by each side as to the details of the fire, both parties found that they had important business to transact in another county. Both just barely escaped assassination at the hands of the disappointed spectators. D.W. A young Turkish lord, having performed a notable exploit in his own person in the sight of both armies, that of Amurath and that of Huniades, ready to join battle, being asked by Amurath, what in such tender and inexperienced years, for it was his first sally into arms, had inspired him with so brave a courage, replied that his chief tutor for valor was a hare. For being, said he, one day a hunting, I found a hare sitting, and though I had a brace of excellent greyhounds with me, yet methought it would be best for sureness to make use of my bow, for she sat very fair. I then fell to letting fly my arrows, and shot 40 that I had in my quiver, not only without hurting, but without starting her from her form. At last I slipped my dogs after her, but to no more purpose than I had shot, by which I understood that she had been secured by her destiny, and that neither darts nor swords can wound without the permission of fate, which we can neither hasten nor defer. This story may serve, by the way, to let us see how flexible our reason is to all sorts of images. A person of great years, name, dignity, and learning boasted to me that he had been induced to a certain very important change in his faith by a strange and whimsical incitation, and one otherwise so inadequate that I thought it much stronger, taken the contrary way. He called it a miracle, and so I look upon it, but in a different sense. The Turkish historians say that the persuasion those of their nation have imprinted in them of the fatal and unalterable prescription of their days manifestly conduces to the giving them great assurance in dangers. And I know a great prince who makes very fortunate use of it, whether it be that he really believes it, or that he makes it his excuse for so wonderfully hazarding himself. Let us hope fortune may not be too soon weary of her favor to him. There has not happened in our memory a more admirable effect of resolution than in those 2 who conspired the death of the Prince of Orange. The first of these was Jehan de Joragai, who wounded the Princess March 1582. The second, by whom the prince was killed 10th July, was Balthazar Gerard. 'Tis marvelous how the second who executed it could ever be persuaded into an attempt, wherein his companion, who had done his utmost, had had so ill success. And after the same method, and with the same arms, to go attack a lord, armed with so recent a late lesson of distrust, powerful in followers and bodily strength, in his own hall, amidst his guards, and in a city wholly at his devotion. Assuredly, he employed a very resolute arm and a courage inflamed with furious passion. A poignard is surer for striking home. But by reason that more motion and force of hand is required than with a pistol, the blow is more subject to be put by or hindered. That this man did not run to a certain death, I make no great doubt. For the hopes anyone could flatter him withal could not find place in any sober understanding, and the conduct of his exploit sufficiently manifests that he had no want of that, no more than of courage. The motives of so powerful a persuasion may be diverse, for our fancy does what it will, both with itself and us. The execution that was done near Orleans was nothing like this. There was in this more of chance than vigor. The wound was not mortal, if fortune had not made it so, and to attempt to shoot on horseback, and at a great distance, by one whose body was in motion from the motion of his horse, was the attempt of a man who had rather miss his blow than fail of saving himself. This was apparent from what followed, for he was so astonished and stupefied with the thought of so high an execution, that he totally lost his judgment both to find his way to flight and to govern his tongue. What needed he to have done more than to fly back to his friends across the river? 'Tis what I have done in less dangers, and that I think of very little hazard, how broad soever the river may be, provided your horse have easy going in, and that you see on the other side easy landing according to the stream. The other, when they pronounced his dreadful sentence, I was prepared for this, said he, beforehand, and I will make you wonder at my patience. The assassins, a nation bordering upon Phoenicia, or in Egypt, Syria, and Persia. Derivation of assassin is from Hassan ben Saba, one of their early leaders, and they had an existence for some centuries. They are classed among the secret societies of the Middle Ages. D.W. are reputed amongst the Mohammedans, a people of very great devotion and purity of manners. They hold that the nearest way to gain paradise is to kill someone of a contrary religion, which is the reason they have often been seen, being but one or two, and without armor, to attempt against powerful enemies, at the price of a certain death, and without any consideration of their own danger. So was our Raymond, Count of Tripoli, assassinated, which word is derived from their name, in the heart of his city, during our enterprises of the Holy War. And likewise Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, the murderers at their execution bearing themselves with great pride and glory that they had performed so brave an exploit. Chapter 30. Of a monstrous child. This story shall go by itself, for I will leave it to physicians to discourse of. 2 days ago I saw a child that 2 men and a nurse, who said they were the father, the uncle, and the aunt of it, carried about to get money by showing it, by reason it was so strange a creature. It was, as to all the rest, of a common form, and could stand upon its feet, could go and gabble much like other children of the same age. It had never as yet taken any other nourishment but from the nurse's breasts, and what, in my presence, they tried to put into the mouth of it, it only chewed a little and spat it out again without swallowing. The cry of it seemed indeed a little odd and particular, and it was just 14 months old. Under the breast it was joined to another child, but without a head, and which had the spine of the back without motion, the rest entire. For though it had one arm shorter than the other, it had been broken by accident at their birth. They were joined breast to breast, and as if a lesser child sought to throw its arms about the neck of one something bigger. The juncture and thickness of the place where they were conjoined was not above 4 fingers or thereabouts, so that if you thrust up the imperfect child you might see the navel of the other below it, and the joining was betwixt the paps and the navel. The navel of the imperfect child could not be seen, but all the rest of the belly, so that all that was not joined of the imperfect one, as arms, buttocks, thighs, and legs, hung dangling upon the other, and might reach to the mid-leg. The nurse, moreover, told us that it urined at both bodies, and that the members of the other were nourished, sensible, and in the same plight with that she gave suck to, excepting that they were shorter and less. This double body and several limbs relating to one head might be interpreted a favorable prognostic to the king of maintaining these various parts of our state under the union of his laws. But lest the event should prove otherwise, 'tis better to let it alone, for in things already past there needs no divination. Ut quam fax sunt, tum ad conjecturam aliqui interpretation revocenter. So as when they are come to pass, they may then by some interpretation be recalled to conjecture. Cicero de Divin, Roman 2, 31. As 'tis said of Epimenides, that he always prophesied backward. I have just seen a herdsman in Medoc, of about 30 years of age, who has no sign of any genital parts. He has 3 holes by which he incessantly voids his water. He is bearded, has desire, and seeks contact with women. Those that we call monsters are not so to God, who sees in the immensity of his work the infinite forms that he has comprehended therein. And it is to be believed that this figure which astonishes us has relation to some other figure of the same kind unknown to man. From his all wisdom nothing but good, common, and regular proceeds, but we do not discern the disposition and relation. Quod crebro vidit, non muretur, etiamzi cur fiat nescit. Quod anti non vidit, id si evenerit, ostentum esse senset. What he often sees he does not admire, though he be ignorant how it comes to pass. When a thing happens he never saw before, he thinks that it is a portent. Cicero de Divin, Roman 2, 22. Whatever falls out contrary to custom, we say, is contrary to nature, but nothing, whatever it be, is contrary to her. Let, therefore, this universal and natural reason expel the error and astonishment that novelty brings along with it. Chapter 31. Of anger. Plutarch is admirable throughout, but especially where he judges of human actions. What fine things does he say in the comparison of Lycurgus and Numa upon the subject of our great folly in abandoning children to the care and government of their fathers. The most of our civil governments, as Aristotle says, leave, after the manner of the Cyclopes, to every one the ordering of their wives and children, according to their own foolish and indiscreet fancy. And the Lacedaemonian and Cretan are almost the only governments that have committed the education of children to the laws. Who does not see that in a state all depends upon their nurture and bringing up? And yet they are left to the mercy of parents, let them be as foolish and ill-conditioned as they may, without any manner of discretion. Amongst other things, how often have I, as I have passed along our streets, had a good mind to get up a farce, to revenge the poor boys whom I have seen hided, knocked down, and miserably beaten by some father or mother, when in their fury and mad with rage. You shall see them come out with fire and fury sparkling in their eyes. Rabi jecer incendent, feruntur praecipites, ut saxa jugis abrupta, quibus mons subtrahiter, clivoque latus pendent recedit. They are headlong borne with burning fury as great stones torn from the mountains, by which the steep sides are left naked and bare. Juvenal, Sat. Roman 6, 647. And according to Hippocrates, the most dangerous maladies are they that disfigure the countenance, with a roaring and terrible voice, very often against those that are but newly come from nurse. And there they are lamed and spoiled with blows, whilst our justice takes no cognizance of it, as if these maims and dislocations were not executed upon members of our commonwealth. Gradum est quod patria, saevum populoque dedisti, si facis, ut patrix sit Idonius, utilis agris, utilis et bellorum et passus rebus agendis. It is well when to thy country and the people thou hast given a citizen, provided thou make fit for his country's service, useful to till the earth, useful in affairs of war and peace. Juvenal, Sat. Roman 14, 70. There is no passion that so much transports men from their right judgment as anger. No one would demur upon punishing a judge with death who should condemn a criminal on the account of his own choler. Why, then, should fathers and pedagogues be any more allowed to whip and chastise children in their anger? 'Tis then no longer correction, but revenge. Chastisement is instead of physic to children, and would we endure a physician who should be animated against and enraged at his patient? We ourselves, to do well, should never lay a hand upon our servants whilst our anger lasts. When the pulse beats, and we feel emotion in ourselves, let us defer the business. Things will indeed appear otherwise to us when we are calm and cool. 'Tis passion that then commands, 'tis passion that speaks, and not we. Faults seen through passion appear much greater to us than they really are, as bodies do when seen through a mist. He who is hungry uses meat, but he who will make use of chastisement should have neither hunger nor thirst to it. And moreover, chastisements that are inflicted with weight and discretion are much better received and with greater benefit by him who suffers. Otherwise, he will not think himself justly condemned by a man transported with anger and fury, and will allege his master's excessive passion, his inflamed countenance, his unwonted oaths, his emotion and precipitous rashness for his own justification. Oratument ira, nigris cunt sanguine veni, lumina gorgoneo sevius in micant. Their faces swell, their veins grow black with rage, and their eyes sparkle with Gorgonian fire. Ovid, de Art, Amandi, Roman 3, 503. Suetonius reports that Caius Rabirius having been condemned by Caesar, the thing that most prevailed upon the people, to whom he had appealed to determine the cause in his favor, was the animosity and vehemence that Caesar had manifested in that sentence. Saying is a different thing from doing. We are to consider the sermon apart and the preacher apart. These men lent themselves to a pretty business, who in our times have attempted to shake the truth of our church by the vices of her ministers. She extracts her testimony elsewhere. 'Tis a foolish way of arguing, and that would throw all things into confusion. A man whose morals are good may have false opinions, and a wicked man may preach truth, even though he believe it not himself. 'Tis doubtless a fine harmony when doing and saying go together. And I will not deny but that saying, when the actions follow, is not of greater authority and efficacy, as Eudamidas said, hearing a philosopher talk of military affairs. These things are finely said, but he who speaks them is not to be believed, for his ears have never been used to the sound of the trumpet. And Cleomenes, hearing an orator declaiming upon valor, burst out into laughter, at which the other being angry. I should, said he to him, do the same if it were a swallow that spoke of this subject, but if it were an eagle I should willingly hear him. I perceive, methinks, in the writings of the ancients, that he who speaks what he thinks strikes much more home than he who only feigns. Hear Cicero speak of the love of liberty. Hear Brutus speak of it. The mere written words of this man sound as if he would purchase it at the price of his life. Let Cicero, the father of eloquence, treat of the contempt of death. Let Seneca do the same. The first languishingly draws it out, so you perceive he would make you resolve upon a thing on which he is not resolved himself. He inspires you not with courage, for he himself has none. The other animates and inflames you. I never read an author, even of those who treat of virtue and of actions, that I do not curiously inquire what kind of a man he was himself. For the ephori at Sparta, seeing a dissolute fellow propose a wholesome advice to the people, commanded him to hold his peace, and entreated a virtuous man to attribute to himself the invention and to propose it. Plutarch's writings, if well understood, sufficiently bespeak their author, and so that I think I know him even into his soul. And yet I could wish that we had some fuller account of his life. And I am thus far wandered from my subject, upon the account of the obligation I have to Aulus Gellius, for having left us in writing this story of his manners, that brings me back to my subject of anger. A slave of his, a vicious, ill-conditioned fellow, but who had the precepts of philosophy often ringing in his ears, having for some offense of his been stripped by Plutarch's command, whilst he was being whipped, muttered at first that it was without cause and that he had done nothing to deserve it. But at last, falling in good earnest to exclaim against and rail at his master, he reproached him that he was no philosopher, as he had boasted himself to be. That he had often heard him say it was indecent to be angry, nay, had written a book to that purpose, and that the causing him to be so cruelly beaten in the height of his rage totally gave the lie to all his writings, to which Plutarch calmly and coldly answered, "How, ruffian," said he, "by what dost thou judge that I am now angry? Does either my face, my color, or my voice give any manifestation of my being moved? I do not think my eyes look fierce, that my countenance appears troubled, or that my voice is dreadful. Am I red? Do I foam? Does any word escape my lips I ought to repent? Do I start? Do I tremble with fury? For those, I tell thee, are the true signs of anger." And so, turning to the fellow that was whipping him, "Ply on thy work," said he, "whilst this gentleman and I dispute." This is his story. Archidas Tarentinus, returning from a war wherein he had been captain general, found all things in his house in very great disorder, and his lands quite out of tillage, through the ill husbandry of his receiver, and having caused him to be called to him. "Go," said he, "if I were not in anger I would soundly drub your sides." Plato likewise, being highly offended with one of his slaves, gave Speusippus order to chastise him, excusing himself from doing it because he was in anger. And Carolus, a Lacedaemonian, to a helot who carried himself insolently towards him. "By the gods," said he, "if I was not angry, I would immediately cause thee to be put to death." 'Tis a passion that is pleased with and flatters itself. How often, being moved under a false cause, if the person offending makes a good defense and presents us with a just excuse, are we angry against truth and innocence itself? In proof of which, I remember a marvelous example of antiquity. Piso, otherwise a man of very eminent virtue, being moved against a soldier of his, for that returning alone from forage, he could give him no account where he had left a companion of his, took it for granted that he had killed him, and presently condemned him to death. He was no sooner mounted upon the gibbet, but behold, his wandering companion arrives, at which all the army were exceedingly glad, and after many embraces of the two comrades, the hangman carried both the one and the other into Piso's presence, all those present believing it would be a great pleasure even to himself. But it proved quite contrary, for through shame and spite, his fury, which was not yet cool, redoubled. And by a subtlety which his passions suddenly suggested to him, he made 3 criminals for having found one innocent, and caused them all to be dispatched. The first soldier, because sentence had passed upon him; the second, who had lost his way, because he was the cause of his companion's death; and the hangman, for not having obeyed the order which had been given him. Such as have had to do with testy and obstinate women may have experimented into what a rage it puts them to oppose silence and coldness to their fury, and that a man disdains to nourish their anger. The orator Celius was wonderfully choleric by nature, and to one who supped in his company, a man of a gentle and sweet conversation, and who, that he might not move him, approved and consented to all he said. He, impatient that his ill humor should thus spend itself without aliment, "For the love of the gods deny me something," said he, "that we may be too." Women, in like manner, are only angry that others may be angry again, in imitation of the laws of love. Phocion, to one who interrupted his speaking by injurious and very opprobrious words, made no other return than silence, and to give him full liberty and leisure to vent his spleen, which he having accordingly done, and the storm blown over, without any mention of this disturbance, he proceeded in his discourse where he had left off before. No answer can nettle a man like such a contempt. Of the most choleric man in France, anger is always an imperfection, but more excusable in a soldier, for in that trait it cannot sometimes be avoided. I often say that he is the most patient man that I know and the most discreet in bridling his passions, which rise in him with so great violence and fury. Magno veludi cum flamma sonor vergia suggeriter costis undantes ahum, exultant adulatices, furit intus aquivis. E fumitus ac alt spumis exuberat amnes, nec jam si capit unda, volat vapor ader ad auras. When with loud crackling noise, a fire of sticks is applied to the boiling cauldron's side, by the heat in frisky bells the liquor dances, within the water rages, and high the smoky fluid in foam overflows. Nor can the wave now contain itself, the black steam flies all abroad. Aeneid, Roman 7, 462. That he must of necessity cruelly constrain himself to moderate it. And for my part, I know no passion which I could with so much violence to myself attempt to cover and conceal. I would not set wisdom at so high a price, and do not so much consider what a man does as how much it costs him to do no worse. Another boasted himself to me of the regularity and gentleness of his manners, which are to truth very singular. To whom I replied that it was indeed something, especially persons of so eminent a quality as himself, upon whom every one had their eyes, to present himself always well-tempered to the world. But that the principal thing was to make provision for within and for himself. And that it was not, in my opinion, very well to order his business outwardly well, and to grate himself within, which I was afraid he did, in putting on and maintaining this mask and external appearance. A man incorporates anger by concealing it, as Diogenes told Demosthenes, who, for fear of being seen in a tavern, withdrew himself the more retiredly into it. The more you retire backward, the farther you enter in. I would rather advise that a man should give his servant a box of the ear a little unseasonably, than rack his fancy to present this grave and composed countenance, and had rather discover my passions than brood over them at my own expense. They grow less inventing and manifesting themselves, and tease much better their point should wound others without, than be turned towards ourselves within. Omnia vitia in aperto levera sunt, et tunc perniciosissima, quam simulata sanitate subsident. All vices are less dangerous when open to be seen, and then most pernicious when they lurk under a dissembled good nature. Seneca, Ep. 56. I admonish all those who have authority to be angry in my family, in the first place to manage their anger, and not to lavish it upon every occasion, for that both lessens the value and hinders the effect. Rash and incessant scolding runs into custom, and renders itself despised. And what you lay out upon a servant for a theft is not felt, because it is the same he has seen you 100 times employ against him for having ill washed a glass, or set a stool out of place. Secondly, that they be not angry to no purpose, but make sure that their reprehension reach him with whom they are offended. For, ordinarily, they rail and bawl before he comes into their presence, and continue scolding an age after he is gone. Et secum petulans amentia surdat. And petulant madness contends with itself. Claudian in Eutrop, I 237. They attack his shadow, and drive the storm in a place where no one is either chastised or concerned, but in the clamor of their voice. I likewise in quarrels condemn those who huff and vapor without an enemy. Those rhodomontades should be reserved to discharge upon the offending party. Mugitus veludi cum prima in preliatoris terrificos sciat. At girascae in corneo attentat, arboris obnixus trunco, ventispu licessit ictibus, et sparsa ad pugnum proludit arena. As when a bull to usher in the fight makes dreadful bellowings and whets his horns against the trunk of a tree, with blows he beats the air and rehearses the fight by scattering the sand. Aeneid, Roman 12, 103. When I am angry, my anger is very sharp but withal very short, and as private as I can. I lose myself indeed in promptness and violence, but not in trouble. So that I throw out all sorts of injurious words at random, and without choice, and never consider pertinently to dart my language where I think it will deepest wound, for I commonly make use of no other weapon than my tongue. My servants have a better bargain of me in great occasions than in little. The little ones surprise me, and the misfortune is that when you are once upon the precipice, 'tis no matter who gave you the push, you always go to the bottom, the fall urges, moves, and makes haste of itself. In great occasions this satisfies me, that they are so just everyone expects a reasonable indignation, and then I glorify myself in deceiving their expectation. Against these, I fortify and prepare myself. They disturb my head, and threaten to transport me very far, should I follow them. I can easily contain myself from entering into one of these passions, and am strong enough when I expect them to repel their violence, be the cause never so great. But if a passion once prepossess and seize me, it carries me away, be the cause never so small. I bargain thus with those who may contend with me when you see me moved first. Let me alone, right or wrong. I'll do the same for you. The storm is only begot by a concurrence of angers, which easily spring from one another, and are not born together. Let every one have his own way, and we shall be always at peace. A profitable advice, but hard to execute. Sometimes also it falls out that I put on a seeming anger, for the better governing of my house, without any real emotion. As age renders my humors more sharp, I study to oppose them, and will, if I can, order it so, that for the future I may be so much the less peevish and hard to please, as I have more excuse and inclination to be so, although I have heretofore been reckoned amongst those who have the greatest patience. A word more to conclude this argument. Aristotle says that anger sometimes serves for arms to virtue and valor. That is probable, nevertheless, they who contradict him pleasantly answer, that 'tis a weapon of novel use, for we move all other arms, this moves us. Our hand guides it not, 'tis it that guides our hand. It holds us, we hold not it. Chapter 32. Defense of Seneca and Plutarch. The familiarity I have with these two authors, and the assistance they have lent to my age and to my book, wholly compiled of what I have borrowed from them, oblige me to stand up for their honor. As to Seneca, amongst a million of little pamphlets that those of the so-called reformed religion disperse abroad for the defense of their cause, and which sometimes proceed from so good a hand, that 'tis pity his pen is not employed in a better subject. I have formerly seen one, that to make up the parallel he would fain find out betwixt the government of our late poor King Charles Roman IX, and that of Nero, compares the late Cardinal of Lorraine with Seneca. Their fortunes, in having both of them been the prime ministers in the government of their princes, and in their manners, conditions, and deportments to have been very near alike. Wherein, in my opinion, he does the said cardinal a very great honor. For though I am one of those who have a very high esteem for his wit, eloquence, and zeal to religion and the service of his king, and his good fortune to have lived in an age wherein it was so novel, so rare, and also so necessary for the public good to have an ecclesiastical person of such high birth and dignity, and so sufficient and capable of his place. Yet, to confess the truth, I do not think his capacity by many degrees near to the other, nor his virtue either so clean, entire, or steady as that of Seneca. Now the book whereof I speak, to bring about its design, gives a very injurious description of Seneca, having borrowed its approaches from Dion the historian, whose testimony I do not at all believe, for besides that he is inconsistent, that after having called Seneca one while very wise, and again a mortal enemy to Nero's vices, makes him elsewhere avaricious, an usurer, ambitious, effeminate, voluptuous, and a false pretender to philosophy. His virtue appears so vivid and vigorous in his writings, and his vindication is so clear from any of these imputations, as of his riches and extraordinarily expensive way of living, that I cannot believe any testimony to the contrary. And besides, it is much more reasonable to believe the Roman historians in such things than Greeks and foreigners. Now Tacitus and the rest speak very honorably both of his life and death, and represent him to us a very excellent and virtuous person in all things. And I will allege no other reproach against Dion's report but this, which I cannot avoid, namely, that he has so weak a judgment in the Roman affairs, that he dares to maintain Julius Caesar's cause against Pompey, and that of Antony against Cicero. Let us now come to Plutarch. Jean Bodin is a good author of our times, and a writer of much greater judgment than the rout of scribblers of his age, and who deserves to be read and considered. I find him, though, a little bold in this passage of his method of history, where he accuses Plutarch not only of ignorance, wherein I would have let him alone, for that is beyond my criticism, but that he often writes things incredible and absolutely fabulous. These are his own words. If he had simply said that he had delivered things otherwise than they really are, it had been no great reproach. For what we have not seen, we are forced to receive from other hands and take upon trust, and I see that he purposely sometimes variously relates the same story, as the judgment of the 3 best captains that ever were, given by Hannibal. 'Tis one way in the life of Flammius, and another in that of Pyrrhus. But to charge him with having taken incredible and impossible things for current pay is to accuse the most judicious author in the world of want of judgment. And this is his example. As, says he, when he relates that a Lacedaemonian boy suffered his bowels to be torn out by a fox cub he had stolen, and kept it still concealed under his coat till he fell down dead, rather than he would discover his theft. I find, in the first place, this example ill chosen, forasmuch as it is very hard to limit the power of the faculties of the soul, whereas we have better authority to limit and know the force of the bodily limbs. And therefore, if I had been he, I should rather have chosen an example of this second sort, and there are some of these less credible. And amongst others, that which he refates of Pyrrhus, that all wounded as he was, he struck one of his enemies, who was armed from head to foot, so great a blow with his sword, that he clave him down from his crown to his seat, so that the body was divided into 2 parts. In this example, I find no great miracle, nor do I admit the excuse with which he defends Plutarch in having added these words, as Tease said, to suspend our belief. For unless it be in things received by authority and the reverence to antiquity or religion, he would never have himself admitted or enjoined us to believe things incredible in themselves. And that these words, as Tease said, are not put in this place to that effect is easy to be seen, because he elsewhere relates to us, upon this subject, of the patience of the Lacedaemonian children, examples happening in his time more unlikely to prevail upon our faith. As what Cicero has also testified before him, as having, as he says, been upon the spot. That even to their times there were children found who, in the trial of patience they were put to before the altar of Diana, suffered themselves to be there whipped till the blood ran down all over their bodies, not only without crying out, but without so much as a groan, and some till they there voluntarily lost their lives. And that which Plutarch also, amongst 100 other witnesses, relates that at a sacrifice, a burning coal having fallen into the sleeve of a Lacedaemonian boy, as he was censing, he suffered his whole arm to be burned, till the smell of the broiling flesh was perceived by those present. There was nothing, according to their custom, wherein their reputation was more concerned, nor for which they were to undergo more blame and disgrace than in being taken in theft. I am so fully satisfied of the greatness of those people that this story does not only not appear to me, as to Bodin, incredible, but I do not find it so much as rare and strange. The Spartan history is full of 1,000 more cruel and rare examples, and is, indeed, all miracle in this respect. Marcellinus, concerning theft, reports that in his time there was no sort of torments which could compel the Egyptians, when taken in this act, though a people very much addicted to it, so much as to tell their name. A Spanish peasant, being put to the rack as to the accomplices of the murder of the praetor Lucius Piso, cried out in the height of the torment, that his friends should not leave him, but look on in all assurance, and that no pain had the power to force from him one word of confession, which was all they could get the first day. The next day, as they were leading him a second time to another trial, strongly disengaging himself from the hands of his guards, he furiously ran his head against a wall and beat out his brains. Epicurus, having tired and glutted the cruelty of Nero's satellites and undergone their fire, their beating, their racks, a whole day together, without one syllable of confession of her conspiracy, being the next day brought again to the rack, with her limbs almost torn to pieces, conveyed the lace of her robe with a running noose over one of the arms of her chair, and suddenly slipping her head into it, with the weight of her own body hanged herself. Having the courage to die in that manner, is it not to be presumed that she purposely lent her life to the trial of her fortitude the day before, to mock the tyrant, and encourage others to the like attempt? And whoever will inquire of our troopers the experiences they have had in our civil wars, will find effects of patience and obstinate resolution in this miserable age of ours, and amongst this rabble even more effeminate than the Egyptians, worthy to be compared with those we have just related of the Spartan virtue. I know there have been simple peasants amongst us who have endured the soles of their feet to be broiled upon a gridiron, their finger ends to be crushed with the cock of a pistol, and their bloody eyes squeezed out of their heads by force of a cord twisted about their brows, before they would so much as consent to a ransom. I have seen one left stark naked for dead in a ditch, his neck black and swollen, with a halter yet about it with which they had dragged him all night at a horse's tail, his body wounded in 100 places, with stabs of daggers that had been given him, not to kill him, but to put him to pain and to affright him, who had endured all this, and even to being speechless and insensible, resolved, as he himself told me, rather to die 1,000 deaths, as indeed, as to matter of suffering. He had borne one before he would promise anything, and yet he was one of the richest husbandmen of all the country. How many have been seen patiently to suffer themselves to be burnt and roasted for opinions taken upon trust from others, and by them not at all understood? I have known 100 women, for Gascony has a cert prerogative for obstinacy, whom you might sooner have made eat fire than forsake an opinion they had conceived in anger. They are all the more exasperated by blows and constraint. And he that made the story of the woman who, in defiance of all correction, threats, and bastinadoes, ceased not to call her husband lousy knave, and who being plunged over head and ears in water, yet lifted her hands above her head and made a sign of cracking lice, feigned a tale of which, in truth, we every day see a manifest image in the obstinacy of women. And obstinacy is the sister of constancy, at least in vigor and stability. We are not to judge what is possible and what is not, according to what is credible and incredible to our apprehension, as I have said elsewhere, and it is a great fault, and yet one that most men are guilty of, which, nevertheless, I do not mention with any reflection upon Baden, to make a difficulty of believing that in another which they could not or would not do themselves. Every one thinks that the sovereign stamp of human nature is imprinted in him, and that from it all others must take their rule, and that all proceedings which are not like his are feigned and false. Is anything of another's actions or faculties proposed to him? The first thing he calls to the consultation of his judgment is his own example, and as matters go with him, so they must of necessity do with all the world besides dangerous and intolerable folly. For my part, I consider some men as infinitely beyond me, especially amongst the ancients, and yet, though I clearly discern my inability to come near them by 1,000 paces, I do not forbear to keep them in sight, and to judge of what so elevates them, of which I perceive some seeds in myself, as I also do of the extreme meanness of some other minds, which I neither am astonished at nor yet misbelieve. I very well perceive the turns those great souls take to raise themselves to such a pitch, and admire their grandeur, and those flights that I think the bravest eye could be glad to imitate, where, though I want wing, yet my judgment readily goes along with them. The other example he introduces of things incredible and wholly fabulous, delivered by Plutarch, is that Agesilaus was fined by the Ephori for having wholly engrossed the hearts and affections of his citizens to himself alone. And herein, I do not see what sign of falsity is to be found. Clearly Plutarch speaks of things that must needs be better known to him than to us, and it was no new thing in Greece to see men punished and exiled for this very thing, for being too acceptable to the people, Witness the ostracism and pedalism. Ostracism at Athens was banishment for 10 years. Pedalism at Syracuse was banishment for 5 years. There is yet in this place another accusation laid against Plutarch which I cannot well digest, where Bodin says that he has sincerely paralleled Romans with Romans, and Greeks amongst themselves, but not Romans with Greeks. Witness, says he, Demosthenes and Cicero, Cato and Aristides, Sylla and Lysander, Marcellus and Pelopidas, Pompey and Agesilaus, holding that he has favored the Greeks in giving them so unequal companions. This is really to attack what in Plutarch is most excellent and most to be commended. For in his Parallels, which is the most admirable part of all his works, and with which, in my opinion, he is himself the most pleased, the fidelity and sincerity of his judgments equal their depth and weight. He is a philosopher who teaches us virtue. Let us see whether we cannot defend him from this reproach of falsity and prevarication. All that I can imagine could give occasion to this censure is the great and shining luster of the Roman names which we have in our minds. It does not seem likely to us that Demosthenes could rival the glory of a consul, proconsul, and proctor of that great republic. But if a man consider the truth of the thing, and the men in themselves, which is Plutarch's chiefest aim, and will rather balance their manners, their natures and parts than their fortunes, I think, contrary to Bodin, that Cicero and the elder Cato come far short of the men with whom they are compared. I should sooner, for his purpose, have chosen the example of the younger Cato compared with Phocion, for in this couple there would have been a more likely disparity, to the Romans' advantage. As to Marcellus, Sylla, and Pompey, I very well discern that their exploits of war are greater and more full of pomp and glory than those of the Greeks, whom Plutarch compares with them. But the bravest and most virtuous actions any more in war than elsewhere are not always the most renowned. I often see the names of captains obscured by the splendor of other names of less desert, witness Labienus, Ventidius, Telesinus, and several others. And to take it by that, were I to complain on the behalf of the Greeks, could I not say that Camillus was much less comparable to Themistocles, the Gracchi to Auges and Cleomenes, and Numa to Lycurgus? But 'tis folly to judge, at one view, of things that have so many aspects. When Plutarch compares them, he does not, for all that, make them equal, who could more learnedly and sincerely have marked their distinctions. Does he parallel the victories, feats of arms, the force of the armies conducted by Pompey, and his triumphs with those of Agesilaus? I do not believe, says he, that Xenophon himself, if he were now living, though he were allowed to write whatever pleased him to the advantage of Agesilaus, would dare to bring them into comparison. Does he speak of paralleling Lysander to Sylla? There is, says he, no comparison, either in the number of victories or in the hazard of battles, for Lysander only gained 2 naval battles. This is not to derogate from the Romans, for having only simply named them with the Greeks, he can have done them no injury, what disparity soever there may be betwixt them, and Plutarch does not entirely oppose them to one another. There is no preference in general. He only compares the pieces and circumstances one after another, and gives of every one a particular and separate judgment. Wherefore, if anyone could convict him of partiality, he ought to pick out some one of those particular judgments, or say, in general, that he was mistaken in comparing such a Greek to such a Roman, when there were others more fit and better resembling to parallel him to. Chapter 33. The Story of Spurina. Philosophy thinks she has not ill employed her talent when she has given the sovereignty of the soul and the authority of restraining our appetites to reason. Amongst which they who judge that there is none more violent than those which spring from love, have this opinion also, that they seize both body and soul, and possess the whole man, so that even health itself depends upon them, and medicine is sometimes constrained to pimp for them. But one might, on the contrary, also say that the mixture of the body brings an abatement and weakening, for such desires are subject to satiety and capable of material remedies. Many, being determined to rid their soul from the continual alarms of this appetite, have made use of incision and amputation of the rebelling members. Others have subdued their force and ardor by the frequent application of cold things, as snow and vinegar. The sackcloths of our ancestors were for this purpose, which is cloth woven of horsehair, of which some of them made shirts, and others girdles, to torture and correct their reins. A prince, not long ago, told me that in his youth upon a solemn festival in the court of King Francis I, where everybody was finely dressed, he would needs put on his father's hair shirt, which was still kept in the house. But how great soever his devotion was, he had not patience to wear it till night, and was sick a long time after. Adding withal, that he did not think there could be any youthful heat so fierce that the use of this recipe would not mortify, and yet perhaps he never essayed the most violent. For experience shows us that such emotions are often seen under rude and slovenly clothes, and that a hair shirt does not always render those chaste who wear it. Xenocrates proceeded with greater rigor in this affair. For his disciples, to make trial of his continency, having slipped lies, that beautiful and famous courtesan, into his bed, quite naked, excepting the arms of her beauty and her wanton allurements, her philters. Finding that, in despite of his reason and philosophical rules, his unruly flesh began to mutiny, he caused those members of his to be burned that he found consenting to this rebellion. Whereas the passions which wholly reside in the soul, as ambition, avarice, and the rest, find the reason much more to do, because it cannot there be helped but by its own means. Neither are those appetites capable of satiety, but grow sharper and increase by fruition. The sole example of Julius Caesar may suffice to demonstrate to us the disparity of these appetites. For never was man more addicted to amorous delights than he. Of which one testimony is the peculiar care he had of his person, to such a degree as to make use of the most lascivious means to that end then in use, as to have all the hairs of his body twitched off, and to wipe all over with perfumes with the extremest nicety. And he was a beautiful person in himself, of a fair complexion, tall and sprightly, full-faced, with quick hazel eyes, if we may believe Suetonius, for the statues of him that we see at Rome do not in all points answer this description. Besides his wives, whom he 4 times changed, without reckoning the amours of his boyhood with Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, he had the maidenhead of the renowned Cleopatra, queen of Egypt, witness the little Cesario whom he had by her. He also made love to Juno, queen of Mauritania, and at Rome to Postumia, the wife of Servius Sulpicius, to Lalia, the wife of Gabinius, to Tertulla, the wife of Crassus, and even to Mucia, wife to the great Pompey. Which was the reason, the Roman historians say, that she was repudiated by her husband, which Plutarch confesses to be more than he knew. And the Curios, both father and son, afterwards reproached Pompey, when he married Caesar's daughter, that he had made himself son-in-law to a man who had made him cuckold, and one whom he himself was wont to call Aegisthus. Besides all these, he entertained Servilia, Cato's sister and mother to Marcus Brutus, whence, everyone believes, proceeded the great affection he had to Brutus, by reason that he was born at a time when it was likely he might be his son. So that I have reason, methinks, to take him for a man extremely given to this debauch, and of very amorous constitution. But the other passion of ambition, with which he was infinitely smitten, arising in him to contend with the former, it was boon compelled to give way. And here calling to mind Mohammed, who won Constantinople, and finally exterminated the Grecian name, I do not know where these two were so evenly balanced, equally an indefatigable lecher and soldier. But where they both meet in his life and jostle one another, the quarreling passion always gets the better of the amorous one. And this, though it was out of its natural season, never regained an absolute sovereignty over the other, till he had arrived at an extreme old age, and unable to undergo the fatigues of war. What is related for a contrary example of Ladislaus, king of Naples, is very remarkable. That being a great captain, valiant and ambitious, he proposed to himself for the principal end of his ambition, the execution of his pleasure, and the enjoyment of some rare and excellent beauty. His death sealed up all the rest. For having by a close and tedious siege reduced the city of Florence to so great distress that the inhabitants were compelled to capitulate about surrender, he was content to let them alone, provided they would deliver up to him a beautiful maid he had heard of in their city. They were forced to yield to it, and by a private injury to avert the public ruin. She was the daughter of a famous physician of his time, who, finding himself involved in so foul a necessity, resolved upon a high attempt. As everyone was lending a hand to trick up his daughter, and to adorn her with ornaments and jewels to render her more agreeable to this new lover, he also gave her a handkerchief most richly wrought, and of an exquisite perfume, an implement they never go without in those parts, which she was to make use of at their first approaches. This handkerchief, poisoned with his greatest art, coming to be rubbed between the chafed flesh and open pores, both of the one and the other, so suddenly infused the poison, that immediately converting their warm into a cold sweat, they presently died in one another's arms. But I return to Caesar. His pleasures never made him steal 1 minute of an hour, nor go one step aside from occasions that might any way conduce to his advancement. This passion was so sovereign in him over all the rest, and with so absolute authority possessed his soul, that it guided him at pleasure. In truth, this troubles me, when, as to everything else, I consider the greatness of this man, and the wonderful parts wherewith he was endued. Learned to that degree in all sorts of knowledge that there is hardly any one science of which he has not written. So great an orator that many have preferred his eloquence to that of Cicero, and he, I conceive, did not think himself inferior to him in that particular, for his 2 anti-catos were written to counterbalance the elocution that Cicero had expended in his cato. As to the rest, was ever soul so vigilant, so active, and so patient of labor as his? And doubtless it was embellished with many rare seeds of virtue, lively, natural, and not put on. He was singularly sober, so far from being delicate in his diet, that Oppius relates, how that having one day at table set before him medicated instead of common oil in some sauce, he ate heartily of it, that he might not put his entertainer out of countenance. Another time he caused his baker to be whipped for serving him with a finer than ordinary sort of bread. Cato himself was wont to say of him that he was the first sober man who ever made it his business to ruin his country. And as to the same Cato's calling him one day drunkard, it fell out thus being both of them in the Senate, at a time when Catiline's conspiracy was in question, of which Caesar was suspected. One came and brought him a letter sealed up. Cato, believing that it was something the conspirators gave him notice of, required him to deliver into his hand, which Caesar was constrained to do to avoid further suspicion. It was by chance a love letter that Servilia, Cato's sister, had written to him, which Cato having read, he threw it back to him, saying, "There, drunkard." This, I say, was rather a word of disdain and anger than an express reproach of this vice, as we often rate those who anger us with the first injurious words that come into our mouths, though nothing due to those we are offended at. To which may be added that the vice with which Cato upbraided him is wonderfully near akin to that wherein he had surprised Caesar. For Bacchus and Venus, according to the proverb, very willingly agree, but to me Venus is much more sprightly accompanied by sobriety. The examples of his sweetness and clemency to those by whom he had been offended are infinite. I mean, besides those he gave during the time of the civil wars, which, as plainly enough appears by his writings, he practiced to cajole his enemies, and to make them less afraid of his future dominion and victory. But I must also say that if these examples are not sufficient proofs of his natural sweetness, they, at least, manifest a marvelous confidence and grandeur of courage in this person. He has often been known to dismiss whole armies, after having overcome them, to his enemies, without ransom, or deigning so much as to bind them by oath, if not to favor him, at least no more to bear arms against him. He has 3 or 4 times taken some of Pompey's captains prisoners, and has often set them at liberty. Pompey declared all those to be enemies who did not follow him to the war. He proclaimed all those to be his friends who sat still and did not actually take arms against him. To such captains of his as ran away from him to go over to the other side, he sent, moreover, their arms, horses, and equipage. The cities he had taken by force he left at full liberty to follow which side they pleased, imposing no other garrison upon them but the memory of his gentleness and clemency. He gave strict and express charge, the day of his great battle of Pharsalia, that without the utmost necessity, no one should lay a hand upon the citizens of Rome. These, in my opinion, were very hazardous proceedings, and 'tis no wonder if those in our civil war, who, like him, fight against the ancient estate of their country, do not follow his example. They are extraordinary means, and that only appertain to Caesar's fortune, and to his admirable foresight in the conduct of affairs. When I consider the incomparable grandeur of his soul, I excuse victory that it could not disengage itself from him, even in so unjust and so wicked a cause. To return to his clemency, we have many striking examples in the time of his government, when, all things being reduced to his power, he had no more written against him which he had as sharply answered. Yet he did not soon after forbear to use his interest to make him consul. Caius Calvus, who had composed several injurious epigrams against him, having employed many of his friends to mediate a reconciliation with him, Caesar voluntarily persuaded himself to write first to him. And our good Catullus, who had so rudely ruffled him under the name of Mamera, coming to offer his excuses to him, he made the same day sit at his table. Having intelligence of some who spoke ill of him, he did no more, but only by a public oration declare that he had notice of it. He still less feared his enemies than he hated them. Some conspiracies and cabals that were made against his life being discovered to him, he satisfied himself in publishing by proclamation that they were known to him, without further prosecuting the conspirators. As to the respect he had for his friends, Caius Oppius, being with him upon a journey and finding himself ill, he left him the only lodging he had for himself, and lay all night upon a hard ground in the open air. As to what concerns his justice, he put a beloved servant of his to death for lying with a noble Roman's wife, though there was no complaint made. Never had man more moderation in his victory, nor more resolution in his adverse fortune. But all these good inclinations were stifled and spoiled by his furious ambition, by which he suffered himself to be so transported and misled that one may easily maintain that this passion was the rudder of all his actions. Of a liberal man, it made him a public thief to supply this bounty and profusion, and made him utter this vile and unjust saying, that if the most wicked and profligate persons in the world had been faithful in serving him towards his advancement, he would cherish and prefer them to the utmost of his power, as much as the best of men. It intoxicated him with so excessive a vanity as to dare to boast in the presence of his fellow citizens that he had made the great commonwealth of Rome a name without form and without body, and to say that his answers for the future should stand for laws, and also to receive the body of the Senate coming to him, sitting, to suffer himself to be adored, and to have divine honors paid to him in his own presence. To conclude, this sole vice, in my opinion, spoiled in him the most rich and beautiful nature that ever was, and has rendered his name abominable to all good men, in that he would erect his glory upon the ruins of his country and the subversion of the greatest and most flourishing republic the world shall ever see. There might, on the contrary, many examples be produced of great men whom pleasures have made to neglect the conduct of their affairs, as Mark Antony and others. But where love and ambition should be in equal balance, and come to jostle with equal forces, I make no doubt but the last would win the prize. To return to my subject, 'tis much to bridle our appetites by the argument of reason, or, by violence, to contain our members within their duty. But to lash ourselves for our neighbor's interest, and not only to divest ourselves of the charming passion that tickles us, of the pleasure we feel in being agreeable to others, and courted and beloved of everyone, but also to conceive a hatred against the graces that produce that effect, and to condemn our beauty because it inflames others. Of this, I confess, I have met with few examples, but this is one. Spurina, a young man of Tuscany. Qualis gemma micet, fulvum qui dividit orum, aut calo decus, aut cupidi. Vel quale per ardem inclusum buxo aut orisha terabintho lucit eber. As a gem shines enchased in yellow gold, or an ornament on the neck or head, or as ivory has luster, set by art in boxwood or Orician ebony. Enate, X 134. being endowed with a singular beauty, and so excessive that the chastest eyes could not chastely behold its rays. Not contenting himself with leaving so much flame and fever, as he everywhere kindled without relief, entered into a furious spite against himself, and those great endowments nature had so liberally conferred upon him, as if a man were responsible to himself for the faults of others, and purposely slashed and disfigured, with many wounds and scars, the perfect symmetry and proportion that nature had so curiously imprinted in his face. To give my free opinion, I more admire than honor such actions. Such excesses are enemies to my rules. The design was conscientious and good, but certainly a little defective in prudence. What if his deformity served afterwards to make others guilty of the sin of hatred or contempt, or of envy at the glory of so rare a recommendation, or of calumny, interpreting this humor a mad ambition? Is there any form from which vice cannot, if it will, extract occasion to exercise itself, one way or another? It had been more just, and also more noble, to have made of these gifts of God a subject of exemplary regularity and virtue. They who retire themselves from the common offices, from that infinite number of troublesome rules that fetter a man of exact honesty in civil life, are in my opinion very discreet, what peculiar sharpness of constraint soever they impose upon themselves in so doing. 'Tis in some sort a kind of dying to avoid the pain of living well. They may have another reward, but the reward of difficulty I fancy they can never have, nor, in uneasiness, that there can be anything more or better done than the keeping oneself upright amid the waves of the world, truly and exactly performing all parts of our duty. 'Tis, peradventure, more easy to keep clear of the sex than to maintain one's self aright in all points in the society of a wife. And a man may with less trouble adapt himself to entire abstinence than to the due dispensation of abundance. Use carried on according to reason has in it more of difficulty than abstinence. Moderation is a virtue that gives more work than suffering. The well-living of Scipio has 1,000 fashions, that of Diogenes but one. This as much excels the ordinary lives in innocence as the most accomplished excel them in utility and force. Chapter 34. Observation on the means to carry on a war according to Julius Caesar. 'Tis related of many great leaders that they have had certain books in particular esteem, as Alexander the Great, Homer; Scipio Africanus, Xenophon; Marcus Brutus, Polybius; Charles V, Philip Comines; and 'tis said that in our times Machiavelli is elsewhere still in repute. But the late Marshal Strozzi, who had taken Caesar for his man, doubtless made the best choice, seeing that it indeed ought to be the breviary of every soldier, as being the true and sovereign pattern of the military art. And moreover, God knows with that grace and beauty he has embellished that rich matter, with so pure, delicate, and perfect expression, that, in my opinion, there are no writings in the world comparable to his, as to that business. I will set down some rare and particular passages of his wars that remain in my memory. His army, being in some consternation upon the rumor that was spread of the great forces that King Juba was leading against him, instead of abating the apprehension which his soldiers had conceived at the news, and of lessening to them the forces of the enemy, having called them all together to encourage and reassure them. He took a quite contrary way to what we are used to do, for he told them that they need no more trouble themselves with inquiring after the enemy's forces. For that he was certainly informed thereof, and then told them of a number much surpassing both the truth and the report that was current in his army, following the advice of Cyrus in Xenophon. Forasmuch as the deception is not of so great importance to find an enemy weaker than we expected, than to find him really very strong, after having been made to believe that he was weak. It was always his use to accustom his soldiers simply to obey, without taking upon them to control, or so much as to speak of their captain's designs, which he never communicated to them but upon the point of execution. And he took a delight, if they discovered anything of what he intended, immediately to change his orders to deceive them. And to that purpose would often, when he had assigned his quarters in a place, pass forward and lengthen his day's march, especially if it was foul and rainy weather. The Swiss, in the beginning of his wars in Gaul, having sent to him to demand a free passage over the Roman territories, though resolved to hinder them by force, he nevertheless spoke kindly to the messengers, and took some respite to return an answer, to make use of that time for the calling his army together. These silly people did not know how good a husband he was of his time, for he often repeats that it is the best part of a captain to know how to make use of occasions, and his diligence in his exploits is, in truth, unheard of and incredible. If he was not very conscientious in taking advantage of an enemy under color of a treaty of agreement, he was as little so in this, that he required no other virtue in a soldier but valor only, and seldom punished any other faults but mutiny and disobedience. He would often after his victories turn them loose to all sorts of license, dispensing them for some time from the rules of military discipline, saying withal that he had soldiers so well trained up that, powdered and perfumed, they would run furiously to the fight. In truth, he loved to have them richly armed, and made them wear engraved, gilded, and damasked armor, to the end that the care of saving it might engage them to a more obstinate defense. Speaking to them, he called them by the name of fellow soldiers, which we yet use, which his successor, Augustus, reformed, supposing he had only done it upon necessity, and to cajole those who merely followed him as volunteers. Reni mihi Caesar in undis dux erat, hic socius, facinus quos inquinet equat. In the waters of the Rhine Caesar was my general, here at Rome he is my fellow. Crime levels those whom it polluted. Lucan, v. 289. But that this carriage was too mean and low for the dignity of an emperor and general of an army, and therefore brought up the custom of calling them soldiers only. With this courtesy Caesar mixed great severity to keep them in awe. The 9th legion having mutinied near Placentia, he ignominiously cashiered them, though Pompey was then yet on foot, and received them not again to grace till after many supplications. He quieted them more by authority and boldness than by gentle ways. In that place where he speaks of his passage over the Rhine to Germany, he says that, thinking it unworthy of the honor of the Roman people to waft over his army in vessels, he built a bridge that they might pass over dry foot. There it was that he built that wonderful bridge of which he gives so particular a description, for he nowhere so willingly dwells upon his actions as in representing to us the subtlety of his inventions in such kind of handiwork. I have also observed this, that he set a great value upon his exhortations to the soldiers before the fight. For where he would show that he was either surprised or reduced to a necessity of fighting, he always brings in this, that he had not so much as leisure to harangue his army. Before that great battle with those of Tournai, Caesar, says he, having given order for everything else, presently ran where fortune carried him to encourage his people, and meeting with the 10th legion, had no more time to say anything to them but this, that they should remember their wonted valor, not to be astonished, but bravely sustain the enemy's encounter. And seeing the enemy had already approached with an dart's cast, he gave the signal for battle. And going suddenly thence elsewhere, to encourage others, he found that they were already engaged. Here is what he tells us in that place. His tongue, indeed, did him notable service upon several occasions, and his military eloquence was, in his own time, so highly reputed, that many of his army wrote down his harangues as he spoke them, by which means there were volumes of them collected that existed a long time after him. He had so particular a grace in speaking, that his intimates, and Augustus amongst others, hearing those orations read, could distinguish even to the phrases and words that were not his. The first time that he went out of Rome with any public command, he arrived in 8 days at the river Rhone, having with him in his coach a secretary or two before him who were continually writing, and him who carried his sword behind him. And certainly, though a man did nothing but go on, he could hardly attain that promptitude with which, having been everywhere victorious in Gaul, he left it, and following Pompey to Brundusium, in 18 days' time he subdued all Italy, returned from Brundusium to Rome. From Rome went into the very heart of Spain, where he surmounted extreme difficulties in the war against Afranius and Petreius, and in the long siege of Marseilles. Thence he returned into Macedonia, beat the Roman army at Pharsalia, passed thence in pursuit of Pompey into Egypt, which he also subdued. From Egypt he went into Syria and the territories of Pontus, where he fought Pharnaces, thence into Africa, where he defeated Scipio and Juba, again returned through Italy, where he defeated Pompey's sons. Osir et Siliphiamus, et Tigride Feta. Swifter than lightning or the cub-bearing tigress. Lucan, v. 405. Ac veludi montis saxum de, virtus precepts cum rut avulsum vento, su turbitus imberpraluit, aut annis solvit sublepsa vetustas, furter in abruptum magno mons improbus actu, exultec solo, silvas armenta, virosque, involvens secum. And as a stone torn from the mountain's top by the wind or rain torrents, or loosened by age, falls massive with mighty force, bounds here and there, in its course sweeps from the earth with it woods, herds, and men. Aeneid, Roman 12. 684. Speaking of the siege of Avaricum, he says that it was his custom to be night and day with the pioneers in all enterprises of consequence. He always reconnoitered in person, and never brought his army into quarters till he had first viewed the place. And, if we may believe Suetonius, when he resolved to pass over into England, he was the first man that sounded the passage. He was wont to say that he more valued a victory obtained by counsel than by force, and in the war against Petreius and Afranius, fortune presenting him with an occasion of manifest advantage, he declined it, saying that he hoped, with a little more time, but less hazard, to overthrow his enemies. He there also played a notable part in commanding his whole army to pass the river by swimming, without any manner of necessity. Rapuic runes in praelia miles, quod fugiens timiuset, iter. Mox iuda receptis membra foven armies, gelidasca gurgate, cursu restituent artis. The soldier rushing through a way to fight which he would have been afraid to have taken in flight. Then with their armor they cover wet limbs, and by running restore warmth to their numbed joints. Lucan, Roman 4. 151. I find him a little more temperate and considerate in his enterprises than Alexander. For this man seems to seek and run headlong upon dangers like an impetuous torrent, which attacks and rushes against everything it meets, without choice or discretion. Sic toriformis volvitur ofidus, qui rigna doni perfluit apulae, dum sivit, horrendamp cultis diluvim meditator agris. So the biforked Ofidus, which flows through the realm of the Apulian Daunus, when raging, threatens a fearful deluge to the tilled ground. Horet, Ad Roman 4. 14:25. And indeed, he was a general in the flower and first heat of his youth, whereas Caesar took up the trade at a ripe and well-advanced age. To which may be added that Alexander was of a more sanguine, hot, and choleric constitution, which he also inflamed with wine, from which Caesar was very abstinent. But where necessary occasion required, never did any man venture his person more than he. So much so, that for my part, methinks I read in many of his exploits a determinate resolution to throw himself away to avoid the shame of being overcome. In his great battle with those of Tournai, he charged up to the head of the enemies without his shield, just as he was seeing the van of his own army beginning to give ground, which also several other times befell him. Hearing that his people were besieged, he passed through the enemy's army in disguise to go and encourage them with his presence. Having crossed over to Dyrrhachium with very slender forces, and seeing the remainder of his army which he had left to Antony's conduct slow in following him, he undertook alone to repass the sea in a very great storms, and privately stole away to fetch the rest of his forces, the ports on the other side being seized by Pompey, and the whole sea being in his possession. And as to what he performed by force of hand, there are many exploits that in hazard exceed all the rules of war. For with how small means did he undertake to subdue the kingdom of Egypt, and afterwards to attack the forces of Scipio and Juba, 10 times greater than his own? These people had, I know not what, more than human confidence in their fortune, and he was wont to say that men must embark, and not deliberate, upon high enterprises. After the battle of Pharsalia, when he had sent his army away before him into Asia, and was passing in one single vessel the Strait of the Hellespont, he met Lucius Cassius at sea with 10 tall men of war, when he had the courage not only to stay his coming, but to sail up to him and summon him to yield, which he did. Having undertaken that furious siege of Alexia, where there were 80,000 men in garrison, all Gaul being in arms to raise the siege, and having set an army on foot of 109,000 horse, and of 240,000 foot, what a boldness and vehement confidence was it in him that he would not give over his attempt, but resolved upon 2 so great difficulties which, nevertheless, he overcame. And, after having won that great battle against those without, soon reduced those within to his mercy. The same happened to Lucullus at the siege of Tigranocerta against King Tigranes, but the condition of the enemy was not the same, considering the effeminacy of those with whom Lucullus had to deal. I will here set down 2 rare and extraordinary events concerning this siege of Alexia. 1, that the Gauls, having drawn their powers together to encounter Caesar, after they had made a general muster of all their forces, resolved in their council of war to dismiss a good part of this great multitude, that they might not fall into confusion. This example of fearing to be too many is new, but, to take it right, it stands to reason that the body of an army should be of a moderate greatness, and regulated to certain bounds, both out of respect to the difficulty of providing for them, and the difficulty of governing and keeping them in order. At least it is very easy to make it appear by example that armies monstrous in number have seldom done anything to purpose. According to the saying of Cyrus in Xenophon, "'Tis not the number of men, but the number of good men, that gives the advantage, the remainder serving rather to trouble than assist." And Bajazet principally grounded his resolution of giving Tamerlane battle, contrary to the opinion of all his captains, upon this, that his enemy's numberless number of men gave him assured hopes of confusion. Skanderbeg, a very good and expert judge in such matters, was wont to say that 10 or 12,000 reliable fighting men were sufficient to a good leader to secure his regulation in all sorts of military occasions. The other thing I will here record, which seems to be contrary both to the custom and rules of war, is that Vercingetorix, who was made general of all the parts of the revolted Gaul, should go shut up himself in Alexia. For he who has the command of a whole country ought never to shut himself up, but in case of such last extremity that the only place he has left is in concern, and that the only hope he has left is in the defense of that city. Otherwise he ought to keep himself always at liberty, that he may have the means to provide, in general, for all parts of his government. To return to Caesar. He grew, in time, more slow and more considerate, as his friend Oppius witnesses, conceiving that he ought not lightly to hazard the glory of so many victories, which one blow of fortune might deprive him of. 'Tis what the Italians say, when they would reproach the rashness and foolhardiness of young people, calling them bisignosi d'honor, necessitus of honor, and that being in so great a want and dearth of reputation, they have reason to seek it at what price soever, which they ought not to do who have acquired enough already. There may reasonably be some moderation, some satiety, in this thirst and appetite of glory, as well as in other things, and there are enough people who practice it. He was far remote from the religious scruples of the ancient Romans, who would never prevail in their wars but by dint of pure and simple valor. And yet he was more conscientious than we should be in these days, and did not approve all sorts of means to obtain a victory. In the war against Ariovistus, whilst he was parleying with him, there happened some commotion between the horsemen, which was occasioned by the fault of Ariovistus, light horse, wherein, though Caesar saw he had a very great advantage of the enemy, he would make no use on't, lest he should have been reproached with a treacherous proceeding. He was always wont to wear rich garments, and of a shining color in battle, that he might be the more remarkable and better observed. He always carried a stricter and tighter hand over his soldiers when near an enemy. When the ancient Greeks would accuse anyone of extreme insufficiency, they would say, in common proverb, that he could neither read nor swim. He was of the same opinion that swimming was of great use in war, and himself found it so. For when he had to use diligence, he commonly swam over the rivers in his way, for he loved to march on foot, as also did Alexander the Great. Being in Egypt forced, to save himself, to go into a little boat, and so many people leaping in with him that it was in danger of sinking, he chose rather to commit himself to the sea, and swam to his fleet, which lay 200 paces off, holding in his left hand his tablets and drawing his coat armor in his teeth, that it might not fall into the enemy's hand. And at this time he was of a pretty advanced age. Never had any general so much credit with his soldiers. In the beginning of the civil wars, his centurions offered him to find everyone a man-at-arms at his own charge, and the foot soldiers to serve him at their own expense, those who were most at their ease, moreover, undertaking to defray the more necessitous. The late Admiral Chastelain. Gaspard de Coligny, assassinated in the St. Bartholomew Massacre, 24th August 1572. Showed us the like example in our civil wars. For the French of his army provided money out of their own purses to pay the foreigners that were with him. There are but rarely found examples of so ardent and so ready an affection amongst the soldiers of elder times, who kept themselves strictly to their rules of war. Passion has a more absolute command over us than reason. And yet it happened in the war against Hannibal, that by the example of the people of Rome and the city, the soldiers and captains refused their pay in the army, and in Marcellus' camp, those were branded with the name of mercenaries who would receive any. Having got the worst of it near Dyrrhachium, his soldiers came and offered themselves to be chastised and punished, so that there was more need to comfort than reprove them. One single cohort of his withstood 4 of Pompey's legions above 4 hours together, till they were almost all killed with arrows, so that there were 130,000 shafts found in the trenches. A soldier called Scaeva, who commanded at one of the avenues, invincibly maintained his ground, having lost an eye, with one shoulder and one thigh shot through, and his shield hit in 230 places. It happened that many of his soldiers being taken prisoners, rather chose to die than promise to join the contrary side. Granius Petronius was taken by Scipio in Africa. Scipio, having put the rest to death, sent him word that he gave him his life, for he was a man of quality and questor, to whom Petronius sent answer back that Caesar's soldiers were wont to give others their life, and not to receive it, and immediately with his own hand killed himself. Of their fidelity there are infinite examples amongst them, that which was done by those who were besieged in Salona, a city that stood for Caesar against Pompey, is not, for the rarity of an accident that there happened, to be forgotten. Marcus Octavius kept them close besieged, they within being reduced to the extremest necessity of all things, so that to supply the want of men, most of them being either slain or wounded, they had manumitted all their slaves, and had been constrained to cut off all the women's hair to make ropes for their war engines, besides a wonderful dearth of victuals, and yet continuing resolute never to yield. After having drawn the siege to a great length, by which Octavius was grown more negligent and less attentive to his enterprise, they made choice of one day about noon, and having first placed the women and children upon the walls to make a show, sallied upon the besiegers with such fury, that having routed the first, second, and third body, and afterwards the fourth and the rest, and beaten them all out of their trenches, they pursued them even to their ships, and Octavius himself was fain to fly to Dyrrhachium, where Pompey lay. I do not at present remember that I have met with any other example where the besieged ever gave the besieger a total defeat and won the field, nor that a sortie ever achieved the result of a pure and entire victory. Chapter 35. Of 3 Good Women. They are not by the dozen, as everyone knows, and especially in the duties of marriage, for that is a bargain full of so many nice circumstances that 'tis hard a woman's will should long endure such a restraint. Men, though their condition be something better under that tie, have yet enough to do. The true touch and test of a happy marriage have respect to the time of the companionship, if it has been constantly gentle, loyal, and agreeable. In our age, women commonly reserve the publication of their good offices and their vehement affection towards their husbands until they have lost them, or at least, till then defer the testimonies of their good will. A too slow testimony and unseasonable. By it they rather manifest that they never loved them till dead. Their life is nothing but trouble, their death full of love and courtesy. As fathers conceal their affection from their children, women likewise conceal theirs from their husbands to maintain a modest respect. This mystery is not for my palate. 'Tis to much purpose that they scratch themselves and tear their hair. I whisper in a waiting woman's or secretary's ear, "How were they, how did they live together?" I always have that good saying in my head. Jactantius moerent, qui minus dolent. They make the most ado who are least concerned. Or, they mourn the more ostentatiously, the less they grieve. Tacitus Annal, Roman 2, 77, writing of Germanicus. Their whimpering is offensive to the living and vain to the dead. We should willingly give them leave to laugh after we are dead, provided they will smile upon us whilst we are alive. Is it not enough to make a man revive in pure spite, that she, who spat in my face whilst I was in being, shall come to kiss my feet when I am no more? If there be any honor in lamenting a husband, it only appertains to those who smiled upon them whilst they had them. Let those who wept during their lives laugh at their deaths, as well outwardly as within. Therefore, never regard those blubbered eyes and that pitiful voice. Consider her deportment, her complexion, the plumpness of her cheeks under all those formal veils. 'Tis there she talks plain French. There are few who do not mend up on't, and health is a quality that cannot lie. That starched and ceremonious countenance looks not so much back as forward, and is rather intended to get a new husband than to lament the old. When I was a boy, a very beautiful and virtuous lady, who is yet living, the widow of a prince, wore somewhat more ornament in her dress than our laws of widowhood allow, and being reproached with it, she made answer that it was because she was resolved to have no more love affairs, and would never marry again. I have here, not at all dissenting from our customs, made choice of 3 women, who have also expressed the utmost of their goodness and affection about their husbands' deaths. Yet are they examples of another kind than are now MUs, and so austere that they will hardly be drawn into imitation. The younger Pliny had near a house of his in Italy a neighbor who was exceedingly tormented with certain ulcers in his private parts. His wife, seeing him so long to languish, entreated that he would give her leave to see, and at leisure to consider of the condition of his disease, and that she would freely tell him what she thought. This permission being obtained, and she having curiously examined the business, found it impossible he could ever be cured, and that all he had to hope for or expect was a great while to linger out a painful and miserable life, and therefore, as the most sure and sovereign remedy, resolutely advised him to kill himself. But finding him a little tender and backward in so rude an attempt, "Do not think, my friend," said she, "that the torments I see thee endure are not as sensible to me as to thyself, and that to deliver myself from them, I will not myself make use of the same remedy I have prescribed to thee. I will accompany thee in the cure as I have done in the disease. Fear nothing, but believe that we shall have pleasure in this passage that is to free us from so many miseries, and we will go happily together." Which having said, and roused up her husband's courage, she resolved that they should throw themselves headlong into the sea out of a window that overlooked it, and that she might maintain to the last the loyal and vehement affection wherewith she had embraced him during his life. She would also have him die in her arms. But lest they should fail, and should quit their hold in the fall through fear, she tied herself fast to him by the waist, and so gave up her own life to procure her husband's repose. This was a woman of mean condition, and amongst that class of people, 'tis no very new thing to see some examples of rare virtue. Extrema perilos justitia, excedens terris vestigia fecit. Justice, when she left the earth, took her last steps among them. Virgil Georg, Roman 2, 473. The other 2 were noble and rich, where examples of virtue are rarely lodged. Aurea, the wife of Caesina, a consular person, was the mother of another Aurea, the wife of Thrasea Paetus, he whose virtue was so renowned in the time of Nero, and by this son-in-law the grandmother of Fannia. For the resemblance of the names of these men and women and their fortunes have led to several mistakes. This first Aurea, her husband Caesina, having been taken prisoner by some of the Emperor Claudius' people after Scribonianus' defeat, whose party he had embraced in the war, begged of those who were to carry him prisoner to Rome, that they would take her into their ship, where she would be of much less charge and trouble to them than a great many persons they must otherwise have to attend her husband, and that she alone would undertake to serve him in his chamber, his kitchen, and all other offices. They refused, whereupon she put herself into a fisher boat she hired on the spot, and in that manner followed him from Sclavonia. When she had come to Rome, Junia, the widow of Scribonianus, having one day, from the resemblance of their fortune, accosted her in the emperor's presence. She rudely repulsed her with these words. I, said she, speak to thee, or give ear to anything thou sayest, to the in whose lap Scribonianus was slain, and thou art yet alive. These words, with several other signs, gave her friends to understand that she would undoubtedly dispatch herself, impatient of supporting her husband's misfortune. And Thrasea, her son-in-law, beseeching her not to throw away herself, and saying to her, What? If I should run the same fortune that Caesina has done, would you that your daughter, my wife, should do the same? Would I? Replied she. Yes, yes, I would, if she had lived as long and in as good understanding with thee as I have done with my husband. These answers made them more careful of her, and to have a more watchful eye to her proceedings. One day, having said to those who looked to her, "'Tis to much purpose that you take all this pains to prevent me. You may indeed make me die an ill death, but to keep me from dying is not in your power." She in a sudden frenzy started from a chair whereon she sat, and with all her force dashed her head against the wall, by which blow being laid flat in a swoon, and very much wounded, after they had again with great ado brought her to herself. "I told you," said she, "that if you refused me some easy way of dying, I should find out another, how painful soever." The conclusion of so admirable a virtue was this. Her husband Paetus, not having resolution enough of his own to dispatch himself, as he was by the emperor's cruelty enjoined, one day, amongst others, after having first employed all the reasons and exhortations which she thought most prevalent to persuade him to it, she snatched the poniard he wore from his side, and holding it ready in her hand, for the conclusion of her admonitions. "Do thus, Paetus," said she, and in the same instant giving herself a mortal stab in the breast, and then drawing it out of the wound, presented it to him, ending her life with this noble, generous, and immortal saying, "Pete, non dalit," having time to pronounce no more but those three never-to-be-forgotten words. "Paetus, it is not painful. Castus eu gladium cum traderit aurea pedo, quern divisoribus traxerat ipsa suis si qua fids, vulnus quod feci non dalit, inquit, sed quad to facies, id mihi, Pete dalit." When the chaste Aurea gave to Poetus the reeking sword she had drawn from her breast, "If you believe me," she said, "Paetus, the wound I have made hurts not, but 'tis that which thou wilt make that hurts me." Martial, I-14. The action was much more noble in itself, and of a braver sense than the poet expressed it. For she was so far from being deterred by the thought of her husband's wound and death and her own, that she had been their promotress and adviser. But having performed this high and courageous enterprise for her husband's only convenience, she had even in the last gasp of her life no other concern but for him, and of dispossessing him of the fear of dying with her. Paetus presently struck himself to the heart with the same weapon, ashamed, I suppose, to have stood in need of so dear and precious an example. Pompeia Paulina, a young and very noble Roman lady, had married Seneca in his extreme old age. Nero, his fine pupil, sent his guards to him to denounce the sentence of death, which was performed after this manner. When the Roman emperors of those times had condemned any man of quality, they sent to him by their officers to choose what death he would, and to execute it within such or such a time, which was limited, according to the degree of their indignation, to a shorter or a longer respite, that they might therein have better leisure to dispose their affairs, and sometimes depriving them of the means of doing it by the shortness of the time. And if the condemned seemed unwilling to submit to the order, they had people ready at hand to execute it either by cutting the veins of the arms and legs, or by compelling them by force to swallow a draught of poison. But persons of honor would not abide this necessity, but made use of their own physicians and surgeons for this purpose. Seneca, with a calm and steady countenance, heard their charge, and presently called for paper to write his will, which being by the captain refused, he turned himself towards his friends, saying to them, "Since I cannot leave you any other acknowledgment of the obligation I have to you, I leave you at least the best thing I have, namely, the image of my life and manners, which I entreat you to keep in memory of me, that by so doing you may acquire the glory of sincere and real friends." And therewithal, one while appeasing the sorrow he saw in them with gentle words, and presently raising his voice to reprove them. "What," said he, "are become of all our brave philosophical precepts? What are become of all the provisions we have so many years laid up against the accidents of fortune? Is Nero's cruelty unknown to us? What could we expect from him who had murdered his mother and his brother, but that he should put his tutor to death who had brought him up?" After having spoken these words in general, he turned himself towards his wife, and embracing her fast in his arms, as, her heart and strength failing her, she was ready to sink down with grief, he begged of her, for his sake, to bear this accident with a little more patience, telling her that now the hour was come wherein he was to show, not by argument and discourse, but effect, the fruit he had acquired by his studies, and that he really embraced his death, not only without grief, but moreover with joy. "Wherefore, my dearest," said he, "do not dishonor it with thy tears, that it may not seem as if thou lovest thyself more than my reputation. Moderate thy grief, and comfort thyself in the knowledge thou hast had of me and my actions, leading the remainder of thy life in the same virtuous manner thou hast hitherto done." To which Paulina, having a little recovered her spirits, and warmed the magnanimity of her courage with a most generous affection, replied, "No, Seneca," said she, "I am not a woman to suffer you to go alone in such a necessity. I will not have you think that the virtuous examples of your life have not taught me how to die, and when can I ever better or more fittingly do it, or more to my own desire, than with you? And therefore assure yourself I will go along with you." Then Seneca, taking this noble and generous resolution of his wife Goodpart, and also willing to free himself from the fear of leaving her exposed to the cruelty of his enemies after his death, "I have, Paulina," said he, "instructed thee in what would serve thee happily to live. But thou more covetest, I see, the honor of dying. In truth, I will not grudge it thee. The constancy and resolution in our common end are the same, but the beauty and glory of thy part are much greater." Which being said, the surgeons at the same time opened the veins of both their arms. But as those of Seneca were more shrunk up, as well with age as abstinence, made his blood flow too slowly, he moreover commanded them to open the veins of his thighs. And lest the torments he endured might pierce his wife's heart, and also to free himself from the affliction of seeing her in so sad a condition, after having taken a very affectionate leave of her, he entreated she would suffer them to carry her into her chamber, which they accordingly did. But all these incisions being not yet enough to make him die, he commanded Statius Annius, his physician, to give him a draught of poison, which had not much better effect. For by reason of the weakness and coldness of his limbs, it could not arrive at his heart. Wherefore they were forced to superad a very hot bath. And then, feeling his end approach, whilst he had breath, he continued excellent discourses upon the subject of his present condition, which the secretaries wrote down so long as they could hear his voice, and his last words were long after in high honor and esteem amongst men, and it is a great loss to us that they have not come down to our times. Then, feeling the last pangs of death, with the bloody water of the bath he bathed his head, saying, "This water I dedicate to Jupiter the deliverer." Nero, being presently informed of all this, fearing lest the death of Paulina, who was one of the best-born ladies of Rome, and against whom he had no particular unkindness, should turn to his reproach, sent orders in all haste to bind up her wounds, which her attendants did without her knowledge, she being already half dead, and without all manner of sense. Thus, though she lived contrary to her own design, it was very honorably, and befitting her own virtue, her pale complexion ever after manifesting how much life had run from her veins. These are my 3 very true stories, which I find as entertaining and as tragic as any of those we make out of our own heads wherewith to amuse the common people. And I wonder that they who are addicted to such relations do not rather cull out 10,000 very fine stories, which are to be found in books, that would save them the trouble of invention, and be more useful and diverting. And he who would make a whole and connected body of them would need to add nothing of his own, but the connection only, as it were the solder of another metal, and might by this means embody a great many true events of all sorts, disposing and diversifying them according as the beauty of the work should require, after the same manner, almost, as Ovid has made up his metamorphoses of the infinite number of various fables. In the last couple, this is, moreover, worthy of consideration, that Paulina voluntarily offered to lose her life for the love of her husband, and that her husband had formerly also forborne to die for the love of her. We may think there is no just counterpoise in this exchange, but, according to his stoical humor, I fancy he thought he had done as much for her, in prolonging his life upon her account, as if he had died for her. In one of his letters to Lucilius, after he has given him to understand that, being seized with an ague in Rome, he presently took coach to go to a house he had in the country, contrary to his wife's opinion, who would have him stay, and that he had told her that the ague he was seized with was not a fever of the body but of the place, it follows thus. She let me go, says he, giving me a strict charge of my health. Now I, who know that her life is involved in mine, begin to make much of myself, that I may preserve her. And I lose the privilege my age has given me, of being more constant and resolute in many things, when I call to mind that in this old fellow there is a young girl who is interested in his health. And since I cannot persuade her to love me more courageously, she makes me more solicitously love myself. For we must allow something to honest affections, and, sometimes, though occasions importune us to the contrary, we must call back life, even though it be with torment. We must hold the soul fast in our teeth, since the rule of living amongst good men is not so long as they please, but as long as they ought. He that loves not his wife nor his friend so well as to prolong his life for them, but will obstinately die, is too delicate and too effeminate. The soul must impose this upon itself, when the utility of our friends so requires. We must sometimes lend ourselves to our friends, and when we would die for ourselves, must break that resolution for them. 'Tis a testimony of grandeur of courage to return to life for the consideration of another, as many excellent persons have done. And 'tis a mark of singular good nature to preserve old age, of which the greatest convenience is the indifference as to its duration, and a more stout and disdainful use of life. When a man perceives that this office is pleasing, agreeable, and useful to some person by whom he is very much beloved. And a man reaps by it a very pleasing reward, for what can be more delightful than to be so dear to his wife, as upon her account he shall become dearer to himself? Thus has my Paulina loaded me not only with her fears, but my own. It has not been sufficient to consider how resolutely I could die, but I have also considered how irresolutely she would bear my death. I am enforced to live, and sometimes to live in magnanimity. These are his own words, as excellent as they everywhere are. Chapter 36. Of the most excellent men. If I should be asked my choice among all the men who have come to my knowledge, I should make answer, that methinks I find 3 more excellent than all the rest. One of them Homer. Not that Aristotle and Varro, for example, were not peradventure as learned as he, nor that possibly Virgil was not equal to him in his own art, which I leave to be determined by such as know them both. I who, for my part, understand but one of them can only say this, according to my poor talent, that I do not believe the Muses themselves could ever go beyond the Roman. Tale facit Carmen docta testudine, qual Cynthius impositus temperat articulize. He plays on his learned lute a verse such as Cynthian Apollo modulates with his imposed fingers. Propertius, Roman 2, 34-79. And yet in this judgment, we are not to forget that it is chiefly from Homer that Virgil derives his excellence, that he is guide and teacher, and that one touch of the Iliad has supplied him with body and matter out of which to compose his great and divine Aeneid. I do not reckon upon that, but mix several other circumstances that render to me this poet admirable, even as it were above human condition. And in truth, I often wonder that he who has produced, and by his authority, given reputation in the world to so many deities, was not deified himself. Being blind and poor, living before the sciences were reduced into rule and certain observation, he was so well acquainted with them, that all those who have since taken upon them to establish governments, to carry on wars, and to write either of religion or philosophy, of what sect soever, or of the arts, have made use of him as of a most perfect instructor in the knowledge of all things, and of his books as of a treasury of all sorts of learning. Qui quid sit pulchrum, quid terp, quid util, quid non, planius ac melius Chrysipo et crantor dicit. Who tells us what is good, what evil, what useful, what not more clearly and better than Chrysippus and Crantor? Horace, Ep. I 2-3. And as this other says, A quo seu font perenne, vadum puriis ora rigantur aquis. From which, as from a perennial spring, the lips of the poets are moistened by Pierian waters. Ovid, Amoi, Roman 3, 9-25. And the other, Ad heliconiatum comates, quorum unius Homerus sceptra potidis. Add the companions of the Muses, whose scepter Homer has solely obtained. Lucretius, Roman 3, 1050. And the other, Cujusque ex or profusos omnes, posteritas laedices in carmina duxit, amnemc in tenus ossa est deducere rivos, unius focunda bonus. From whose mouth all posterity has drawn out copious streams of verse, and has made bold to turn the mighty river into its little rivulets, fertile in the property of one man. Manilius, Istian, Roman 2, 8. 'Tis contrary to the order of nature that he has made the most excellent production that can possibly be, for the ordinary birth of things is imperfect. They thrive and gather strength by growing, whereas he rendered the infancy of poesy and several other sciences mature, perfect, and accomplished at first. And for this reason he may be called the first and the last of the poets, according to the fine testimony antiquity has left us of him, that as there was none before him whom he could imitate, so there has been none since that could imitate him. His words, according to Aristotle, are the only words that have motion and action, the only substantial words. Alexander the Great, having found a rich cabinet amongst Darius' spoils, gave order it should be reserved for him to keep his Homer in, saying, that he was the best and most faithful counselor he had in his military affairs. For the same reason it was that Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandridas, said that he was the poet of the Lacedaemonians, for that he was an excellent master for the discipline of war. This singular and particular commendation is also left of him in the judgment of Plutarch, that he is the only author in the world that never glutted nor disgusted his readers, presenting himself always another thing, and always flourishing in some new grace. That wanton Alcibiades, having asked one, who pretended to learning, for a book of Homer, gave him a box of the ear because he had none, which he thought as scandalous as we should if we found one of our priests without a breviary. Xenophanes complained one day to Hiero, the tyrant of Syracuse, that he was so poor he had not wherewithal to maintain 2 servants. What? Replied he, Homer, who is much poorer than thou art, keeps above 10,000, though he is dead. What did Panidius leave unsaid when he called Plato the Homer of the philosophers, besides what glory can be compared to his? Nothing is so frequent in men's mouths as his name and works, nothing so known and received as Troy, Helen, and the war about her, when perhaps there was never any such thing. Our children are still called by names that he invented above 3,000 years ago. Who does not know Hector and Achilles? Not only some particular families, but most nations also seek their origin in his inventions. Mohammed, the second of that name, Emperor of the Turks, writing to our Pope Pius Roman II. I am astonished, says he, that the Italians should appear against me, considering that we have our common descent from the Trojans, and that it concerns me as well as it does them to revenge the blood of Hector upon the Greeks, whom they countenance against me. Is it not a noble farce wherein kings, republics, and emperors have so many ages played their parts, and to which the vast universe serves for a theater? 7 Grecian cities contended for his birth, so much honor even his obscurity helped him to. Smyrna, Rhodos, Colophon, Salamis, Chios, Argos, Athenum. The other is Alexander the Great. For whoever will consider the age at which he began his enterprises, the small means by which he effected so glorious a design, the authority he obtained in such mere youth with the greatest and most experienced captains of the world, by whom he was followed, the extraordinary favor wherewith fortune embraced and favored so many hazardous, not to say rash, exploits. Impellens quicquid sibi summa potenti absterit, gaudensque viam fessus ruins. Bearing down all who sought to withstand him, and pleased to force his way by ruin. Lucan, I 149. That greatness, to have at the age of 33 years, passed victorious through the whole habitable earth, and in half a life to have attained to the utmost of what human nature can do. So that you cannot imagine its just duration and the continuation of his increase in valor and fortune, up to a due maturity of age, but that you must withal imagine something more than man. To have made so many royal branches to spring from his soldiers, leaving the world, at his death, divided amongst 4 successors, simple captains of his army, whose posterity so long continued and maintained that vast possession. So many excellent virtues as he was master of, justice, temperance, liberality, truth in his word, love towards his own people, and humanity towards those he overcame. For his manners, in general, seem in truth incapable of any manner of reproach, although some particular and extraordinary actions of his may fall under censure. But it is impossible to carry on such great things as he did within the strict rules of justice, such as he are to be judged in gross by the main end of their actions. The ruin of Thebes and Persepolis, the murder of Menander and of Ephestion's physician, the massacre of so many Persian prisoners at one time, of a troop of Indian soldiers not without prejudice to his word, and of the cautions, so much as to the very children, are indeed sallies that are not well to be excused. For, as to Clitus, the fault was more than redeemed, and that very action, as much as any other whatever, manifests the goodness of his nature, a nature most excellently formed to goodness, and it was ingeniously said of him that he had his virtues from nature, his vices from fortune. As to his being a little given to bragging, a little too impatient of hearing himself ill spoken of, and as to those mangers, arms, and bits he caused to be strewed in the Indies, all those little vanities, methinks, may very well be allowed to his youth, and the prodigious prosperity of his fortune. And who will consider with all his so many military virtues, his diligence, foresight, patience, discipline, subtlety, magnanimity, resolution, and good fortune, wherein, though we had not had the authority of Hannibal to assure us, he was the first of men, the admirable beauty and symmetry of his person, even to a miracle, his majestic port and awful mien, in a face so young, ruddy, and radiant. Quales, ubi oceani perfusus Lucifer unda, quem Venus ante alios astrorum diligit ens, extulit os sacrum silo, tenebrasque resolvit. As when, bathed in the waves of ocean, Lucifer, whom Venus loves beyond the other stars, has displayed his sacred countenance to the heaven, and disperses the darkness Aeneid, Roman 3. 589. The excellence of his knowledge and capacity, the duration and grandeur of his glory, pure, clean, without spot or envy, and that long after his death it was a religious belief that his very medals brought good fortune to all who carried them about them, and that more kings and princes have written his actions than other historians have written the actions of any other king or prince whatever. And that to this very day the Mohammedans, who despise all other histories, admit of and honor his alone by a special privilege. Whoever, I say, will seriously consider these particulars, will confess that all these things put together, I had reason to prefer him before Caesar himself, who alone could make me doubtful in my choice. And it cannot be denied that there was more of his own in his exploits, and more of fortune in those of Alexander. They were in many things equal, and peradventure Caesar had some greater qualities. They were two fires, or two torrents, overrunning the world by several ways. Esse velet emissi diversis partibus ens erentem in silvam, et vergulta sonantia laro, aut ubi decursu rapido de montibus altis, dant sonitum spumosi amnes, et in equora currunt, quisque suum populatus iter. And as fires applied in several parts to a dry wood and crackling shrubs of laurel, or as with impetuous fall from the steep mountains, foaming torrents pour down to the ocean, each clearing a destructive course. Aeneid, Roman 12, 521. But though Caesar's ambition had been more moderate, it would still be so unhappy, having the ruin of his country and universal mischief to the world for its abominable object, that, all things raked together and put into the balance, I must needs incline to Alexander's side. The third, and in my opinion the most excellent, is Epaminondas. Of glory he is not near so much as the other two, which, for that matter, is but a part of the substance of the thing. Of valor and resolution, not of that sort which is pushed on by ambition, but of that which wisdom and reason can plant in a regular soul, he had all that could be imagined. Of this virtue of his, he has, in my idea, given as ample proof as Alexander himself or Caesar. For although his warlike exploits were neither so frequent nor so full, they were yet, if duly considered in all their circumstances, as important, as bravely fought, and carried with them as manifest testimony of valor and military conduct, as those of any whatever. The Greeks have done him the honor, without contradiction, to pronounce him the greatest man of their nation, and to be the first of Greece is easily to be the first of the world. As to his knowledge, we have this ancient judgment of him, that never any man knew so much and spake so little as he. Plutarch on the Demon of Socrates, c. 23, for he was of the Pythagorean sect, but when he did speak, never any man spake better, an excellent orator, and of powerful persuasion. But as to his manners and conscience, he infinitely surpassed all men who ever undertook the management of affairs. For in this one thing, which ought chiefly to be considered, which alone truly denotes us for what we are, and which alone I make counterbalance all the rest put together, he comes not short of any philosopher whatever, not even of Socrates himself. Innocence, in this man, is a quality peculiar, sovereign, constant, uniform, incorruptible, compared with which it appears in Alexander subject to something else subaltern, uncertain, variable, effeminate, and fortuitous. Antiquity has judged that in thoroughly sifting all the other great captains, there is found in every one some peculiar quality that illustrates his name. In this man only there is a full and equal virtue throughout, that leaves nothing to be wished for in him, whether in private or public employment, whether in peace or war, whether to live gloriously and grandly, and to die. I do not know any form or fortune of man that I so much honor and love. 'Tis true that I look upon his obstinate poverty, as it is set out by his best friends, as a little too scrupulous and nice. And this is the only feature, though high in itself and well worthy of admiration, that I find so rugged as not to desire to imitate, to the degree it was in him. Scipio Aemilianus alone could one attribute to him as brave and magnificent an end, and as profound and universal a knowledge might be put into the other scale of the balance. Oh, what an injury has time done me to deprive me of the sight of two of the most noble lives which, by the common consent of all the world, one of the greatest of the Greeks and the other of the Romans, were in all Plutarch. What a matter, what a workman! For a man that was no saint, but, as we say, a gentleman of civilian and ordinary manners and of a moderate ambition, the richest life that I know, and full of the richest and most to be desired parts, all things considered, is, in my opinion, that of Alcibiades. But as to what concerns Epaminondas, I will here, for the example of an excessive goodness, add some of his opinions. He declared that the greatest satisfaction he ever had in his whole life was the contentment he gave his father and mother by his victory at Leuctra, wherein his deference is great, preferring their pleasure before his own, so just and so full of so glorious an action. He did not think it lawful, even to restore the liberty of his country, to kill a man without knowing a cause, which made him so cold in the enterprise of his companion Pelopidas for the relief of Thebes. He was also of opinion that men in battle ought to avoid the encounter of a friend who was on the contrary side, and to spare him. And his humanity, even towards his enemies themselves, having rendered him suspected to the Boeotians, for that, after he had miraculously forced the Lacedaemonians to open to him the pass which they had undertaken to defend at the entrance into the Mora near Corinth, he contented himself with having charged through them, without pursuing them to the utmost. He had his commission of general taken from him, very honorably upon such an account. And for the shame it was to them, upon necessity afterwards, to restore him to his command, and so to manifest how much upon him depended their safety and honor, victory like a shadow attending him wherever he went. And indeed the prosperity of his country, as being from him derived, died with him. Chapter 37. Of the resemblance of children to their fathers. This fagoting up of so many divers pieces is so done that I never set pen to paper, but when I have too much idle time, and never anywhere but at home, so that it is compiled after divers interruptions and intervals, occasions keeping me sometimes many months elsewhere. As to the rest, I never correct my first by any second conceptions. I, peradventure, may alter a word or so, but tease only to vary the phrase, and not to destroy my former meaning. I have a mind to represent the progress of my humours, and that every one may see each piece as it came from the forge. I could wish I had begun sooner, and had taken more notice of the course of my mutations. A servant of mine whom I employed to transcribe for me, thought he had got a prize by stealing several pieces from me, wherewith he was best pleased. But it is my comfort that he will be no greater a gainer than I shall be a loser by the theft. I am grown older by 7 or 8 years since I began, nor has it been without same new acquisition. I have, in that time, by the liberality of years, been acquainted with the stone. Their commerce and long converse do not well pass away without some such inconvenience. I could have been glad that of other infirmities age has to present long-lived men withal, it had chosen some one that would have been more welcome to me, for it could not possibly have laid upon me a disease for which, even from my infancy, I have had so great a horror. And it is, in truth, of all the accidents of old age, that of which I have ever been most afraid. I have often thought with myself that I went on too far, and that in so long a voyage I should at last run myself into some disadvantage. I perceived, and have often enough declared, that it was time to depart, and that life should be cut off in the sound and living part, according to the surgeon's rule in amputations, and that nature made him pay very strict usury who did not in due time pay the principal. And yet I was so far from being ready, that in the 18 months' time or thereabout that I have been in this uneasy condition, I have so inured myself to it as to be content to live on in it, and have found wherein to comfort myself, and to hope is so much are men enslaved to their miserable being, that there is no condition so wretched they will not accept, provided they may live. Hear me, Cenas. Debilum facito manu, debilum pede, coxa lubricos quate dens, vita dum superest bene est. Cripple my hand, foot, hip, shake out my loose teeth, while there's life tease well. Apud Seneca ep. 101. And Tamerlane, with a foolish humanity, palliated the fantastic cruelty he exercised upon lepers, when he put all he could hear of to death, to deliver them, as he pretended, from the painful life they lived. For there was not one of them who would not rather have been thrice a leper than be not. And Antisthenes the Stoic, being very sick and crying out, "Who will deliver me from these evils?" Diogenes, who had come to visit him, "This," said he, presenting him a knife, "soon enough, if thou wilt." "I do not mean from my life," he replied, "but from my sufferings. The sufferings that only attack the mind, I am not so sensible of as most other men. And this partly out of judgment, for the world looks upon several things as dreadful or to be avoided at the expense of life, that are almost indifferent to me. Partly, through a dull and insensible complexion, I have in accidents which do not point-blank hit me, and that insensibility I look upon as one of the best parts of my natural condition. But essential and corporeal pains I am very sensible of. And yet, having long since foreseen them, though with a sight weak and delicate, and softened with the long and happy health and quiet that God has been pleased to give me the greatest part of my time, I had in my imagination fancied them so insupportable, that in truth, I was more afraid than I have since found I had cause. By which I am still more fortified in this belief, that most of the faculties of the soul, as we employ them, more trouble the repose of life than they are any way useful to it. I am in conflict with the worst, the most sudden, the most painful, the most mortal, and the most irremediable of all diseases. I have already had the trial of 5 or 6 very long and very painful fits, and yet I either flatter myself, or there is even in this state what is very well to be endured by a man who has his soul free from the fear of death, and of the menaces, conclusions, and consequences which physic is ever thundering in our ears. But the effect even of pain itself is not so sharp and intolerable as to put a man of understanding into rage and despair. I have at least this advantage by my stone, that what I could not hitherto prevail upon myself to resolve upon, as to reconciling and acquainting myself with death, it will perfect, for the more it presses upon and importunes me, I shall be so much the less afraid to die. I had already gone so far as only to love life for life's sake, but my pain will dissolve this intelligence. And God grant that in the end, should the sharpness of it be once greater than I shall be able to bear, it does not throw me into the other no less vicious extreme to desire and wish to die. Summum nec metuas diem nec ops. Neither to wish nor fear to die, or thou shouldest neither fear nor desire the last day. Martial X7. They are two passions to be feared, but the one has its remedy much nearer at hand than the other. As to the rest, I have always found the precept that so rigorously enjoins a resolute countenance and disdainful and indifferent comportment in the toleration of infirmities to be ceremonial. Why should philosophy, which only has respect to life and effects, trouble itself about these external appearances? Let us leave that care to actors and masters of rhetoric, who set so great a value upon our gestures. Let her allow this vocal frailty to disease, if it be neither cordial nor stomachic, and permit the ordinary ways of expressing grief by sighs, sobs, palpitations, and turning pale, that nature has put out of our power. Provided the courage be undaunted, and the tones not expressive of despair, let her be satisfied. What matter the wringing of our hands, if we do not wring our thoughts? She forms us for ourselves, not for others, to be, not to seem. Let her be satisfied with governing our understanding, which she has taken upon her the care of instructing, that, in the fury of the colic, she maintain the soul in a condition to know itself, and to follow its accustomed way, contending with and enduring, not meanly truckling under pain, moved and heated, not subdued and conquered in the contention, capable of discourse and other things to a certain degree. In such extreme accidents, 'tis cruelty to require so exact a composedness. 'Tis no great matter that we make a wry face, if the mind plays its part well. If the body find itself relieved by complaining, let it complain. If agitation ease it, let it tumble and toss at pleasure. If it seem to find the disease evaporate, as some physicians hold that it helps women in delivery in making loud outcries, or if this do but divert its torments, let it roar as it will. Let us not command this voice to sally, but stop it not. Epicurus not only forgives his sage for crying out in torments, but advises him to it. Pugiles etiam, quum feriunt, injactandis sistibus ingemiscunt, quia profundenda voce omni corpus intenditur, venic plaga vehementior. Boxers also, when they strike, groan in the act, because with the strength of voice the whole body is carried, and the blow comes with the greater vehemence. Cicero, Tusc. Quas, Roman 2, 23. We have enough to do to deal with the disease, without troubling ourselves with these superfluous rules. Which I say in excuse of those whom we ordinarily see impatient in the assaults of this malady. For as to what concerns myself, I have passed it over hitherto with a little better countenance, and contented myself with groaning without roaring out. Not, nevertheless, that I put any great constraint upon myself to maintain this exterior decorum, for I make little account of such an advantage. I allow herein as much as the pain requires. But either my pains are not so excessive, or I have more than ordinary patience. I complain, I confess, and am a little impatient in a very sharp fit, but I do not arrive to such a degree of despair as he who with Ijulatu, questu, gemitu, fremitibus resonando, multum flebals voces refert. Howling, roaring, groaning with 1,000 noises, expressing his torment in a dismal voice. Or, wailing, complaining, groaning, murmuring much avail lugubrious sounds. Verses of Aetius in his Philoctetes, quoted by Cicero de Finib, Roman 2, 29, Tusc. Quis, Roman 2, 14. I try myself in the depth of my suffering, and have always found that I was in a capacity to speak, think, and give a rational answer as well as at any other time, but not so firmly, being troubled and interrupted by the pain. When I am looked upon by my visitors to be in the greatest torment, and that they therefore forbear to trouble me, I often essay my own strength, and myself set some discourse on foot, the most remote I can contrive from my present condition. I can do anything upon a sudden endeavor, but it must not continue long. Oh, what pity tease I have not the faculty of that dreamer in Cicero, who dreaming he was lying with a wench, found he had discharged his stone in the sheets. My pains strangely deaden my appetite that way. In the intervals from this excessive torment, when my ureters only languish without any great dolour, I presently feel myself in my wonted state, forasmuch as my soul takes no other alarm but what is sensible and corporal, which I certainly owe to the care I have had of preparing myself by meditation against such accidents. Laborum nulla mihi nova nunc facies inopenave surgit omnia presepi, atque animo mecum antiperigi. No new shape of suffering can arise new or unexpected. I have anticipated all, and acted them over beforehand in my mind. Aeneid, Romans 6, 103. I am, however, a little roughly handled for an apprentice, and with a sudden and sharp alteration, being fallen in an instant from a very easy and happy condition of life into the most uneasy and painful that can be imagined. For besides that it is a disease very much to be feared in itself, it begins with me after a more sharp and severe manner than it is used to do with other men. My fits come so thick upon me that I am scarcely ever at ease. Yet I have hitherto kept my mind so upright that, provided I can still continue it, I find myself in a much better condition of life than 1,000 others, who have no fewer nor other disease but what they create to themselves for want of meditation. There is a certain sort of crafty humility that springs from presumption, as this, for example, that we confess our ignorance in many things, and are so courteous as to acknowledge that there are in the works of nature some qualities and conditions that are imperceptible to us, and of which our understanding cannot discover the means and causes. By this so honest and conscientious declaration, we hope to obtain that people shall also believe us as to those that we say we do understand. We need not trouble ourselves to seek out foreign miracles and difficulties. Methinks, amongst the things that we ordinarily see, there are such incomprehensible wonders as surpass all difficulties of miracles. What a wonderful thing it is that the drop of seed from which we are produced should carry in itself the impression not only of the bodily form, but even of the thoughts and inclinations of our fathers. Where can that drop of fluid matter contain that infinite number of forms? And how can they carry on these resemblances with so precarious and irregular a process that the son shall be like his great-grandfather, the nephew like his uncle? In the family of Lepidus at Rome, there were 3, not successively, but by intervals, who were born with the same eye covered with a cartilage. At Thebes, there was a race that carried from their mother's womb the form of the head of a lance, and he who was not born so was looked upon as illegitimate. And Aristotle says that in a certain nation, where the women were in common, they assigned the children to their fathers by their resemblance. 'Tis to be believed that I derive this infirmity from my father, for he died wonderfully tormented with a great stone in his bladder. He was never sensible of his disease till the 67th year of his age, and before that had never felt any menace or symptoms of it, either in his reins, sides, or any other part, and had lived, till then, in a happy, vigorous state of health, little subject to infirmities, and he continued 7 years after in this disease, dragging on a very painful end of life. I was born about 25 years before his disease seized him, and in the time of his most flourishing and healthful state of body, his third child in order of birth. Where could his propension to this malady lie lurking all that while? And he being then so far from the infirmity, how could that small part of his substance wherewith he made me carry away so great an impression for its share? And how so concealed, that till 45 years after, I did not begin to be sensible of it? Being the only one to this hour, amongst so many brothers and sisters, and all by one mother, that was ever troubled with it. He that can satisfy me in this point, I will believe him in as many other miracles as he pleases, always provided that, as their manner is, he do not give me a doctrine much more intricate and fantastic than the thing itself for current pay. Let the physicians a little excuse the liberty I take, for by this same infusion and fatal insinuation it is that I have received a hatred and contempt of their doctrine. The antipathy I have against their art is hereditary. My father lived 64 years, my grandfather 69, my great-grandfather almost 80 years, without ever tasting any sort of physic. And with them, whatever was not ordinary diet was instead of a drug. Physic is grounded upon experience and examples, so is my opinion, and is not this an express and very advantageous experience? I do not know that they can find me in all their records 3 that were born, bred, and died under the same roof, who have lived so long by their conduct. They must here of necessity confess that if reason be not, fortune at least is on my side, and with physicians fortune goes a great deal further than reason. Let them not take me now at a disadvantage. Let them not threaten me in the subdued condition wherein I now am, that were treachery. In truth, I have enough the better of them by these domestic examples, that they should rest satisfied. Human things are not usually so constant. It has been 200 years, save 18, that this trial has lasted, for the first of them was born in the year 1402. 'Tis now, indeed, very good reason that this experience should begin to fail us. Let them not, therefore, reproach me with the infirmities under which I now suffer. Is it not enough that I, for my part, have lived 47 years in good health, though it should be the end of my career? 'Tis of the longer sort. My ancestors had an aversion to physic by some occult and natural instinct, for the very sight of drugs was loathsome to my father. The Seigneur de Gaviac, my uncle by the father's side, a churchman and a valetudinary from his birth, and yet who made that crazy life hold out to 67 years, being once fallen into a furious fever, it was ordered by the physicians he should be plainly told that if he would not make use of help, for so they call that which is very often an obstacle, he would infallibly be a dead man. That good man, though terrified with this dreadful sentence, yet replied, I am then a dead man. But God soon after made the prognostic false. The last of the brothers there were 4 of them, and by many years the last, the Sieur de Bussigt, was the only one of the family who made use of medicine, by reason, I suppose, of the concern he had with the other arts. For he was a councillor in the court of Parliament, and it succeeded so ill with him, that being an outward appearance of the strongest constitution, he yet died long before any of the rest, save the Sieur de Saint Michel. 'Tis possible I may have derived this natural antipathy to physic from them, but had there been no other consideration in the case, I would have endeavored to have overcome it. For all these conditions that spring in us without reason are vicious. 'Tis a kind of disease that we should wrestle with. It may be I had naturally this propension, but I have supported and fortified it by arguments and reasons which have established in me the opinion I am of. For I also hate the consideration of refusing physic for the nauseous taste. I should hardly be of that humor who hold health to be worth purchasing by all the most painful cauteries and incisions that can be applied. And, with Epicurus, I conceive that pleasures are to be avoided, if greater pains be the consequence, and pains to be coveted, that will terminate in greater pleasures. Health is a precious thing, and the only one in truth, meriting that a man should lay out, not only his time, sweat, labor, and goods, but also his life itself to obtain it. Forasmuch as without it, life is wearisome and injurious to us, pleasure, wisdom, learning, and virtue, without it, wither away and vanish. And to the most labored and solid discourses that philosophy would imprint in us to the contrary, we need no more but oppose the image of Plato being struck with an epilepsy or apoplexy. And in this presupposition, to defy him to call the rich faculties of his soul to his assistance. All means that conduce to health can neither be too painful nor too dear to me. But I have some other appearances that make me strangely suspect all this merchandise. I do not deny but that there may be some art in it, that there are not amongst so many works of nature, things proper for the conservation of health. That is most certain. I very well know there are some simples that moisten, and others that dry. I experimentally know that radishes are windy, and senna leaves purging, and several other such experiences I have, as that mutton nourishes me, and wine warms me. And Solon said, that eating was physic against the malady hunger. I do not disapprove the use we make of things the earth produces, nor doubt, in the least, of the power and fertility of nature, and of its application to our necessities. I very well see that pikes and swallows live by her laws, but I mistrust the inventions of our mind, our knowledge and art, to countenance which we have abandoned nature and her rules, and wherein we keep no bounds nor moderation. As we call the piling up of the first laws that fall into our hands justice, and their practice and dispensation very often foolish and very unjust. And as those who scoff at and accuse it do not, nevertheless, blame that noble virtue itself, but only condemn the abuse and profanation of that sacred title. So in physic I very much honor that glorious name, its propositions, its promises, so useful for the service of mankind. But the ordinances it foists upon us, betwixt ourselves, I neither honor nor esteem. In the first place, experience makes me dread it, for amongst all my acquaintance, I see no people so soon sick, and so long before they are well, as those who take much physic. Their very health is altered and corrupted by their frequent prescriptions. Physicians are not content to deal only with the sick, but they will moreover corrupt health itself, for fear men should at any time escape their authority. Do they not, from a continual and perfect health, draw the argument of some great sickness to ensue? I have been sick often enough, and have always found my sicknesses easy enough to be supported, though I have made trial of almost all sorts, and as short as those of any other, without their help, or without swallowing their ill-tasting doses. The health I have is full and free, without other rule or discipline than my own custom and pleasure. Every place serves me well enough to stay in, for I need no other conveniences, when I am sick, than what I must have when I am well. I never disturb myself that I have no physician, no apothecary, nor any other assistance, which I see most other sick men more afflicted at than they are with their disease. What? Do the doctors themselves show us more felicity and duration in their own lives, that may manifest to us some apparent effect of their skill? There is not a nation in the world that has not been many ages without physic, and these the first ages, that is to say, the best and most happy. And the 10th part of the world knows nothing of it yet. Many nations are ignorant of it to this day, where men live more healthful and longer than we do here, and even amongst us the common people live well enough without it. The Romans were 600 years before they received it, and after having made trial of it, banished it from the city at the instance of Cato the censor, who made it appear how easy it was to live without it, having himself lived 85 years, and kept his wife alive to an extreme old age, not without physic, but without a physician. For everything that we find to be healthful to life may be called physic. He kept his family in health, as Plutarch says, if I mistake not, with hare's milk. As Pliny reports, that the Arcadians cured all manner of diseases with that of a cow. And Herodotus says, the Libyans generally enjoy rare health, by a custom they have, after their children are arrived to 4 years of age, to burn and cauterize the veins of their head and temples, by which means they cut off all defluxions of rheum for their whole lives. And the country people of our province make use of nothing, in all sorts of distempers, but the strongest wine they can get, mixed with a great deal of saffron and spice, and always with the same success. And to say the truth, of all this diversity and confusion of prescriptions, what other end and effect is there after all, but to purge the belly? Which 1,000 ordinary simples will do as well. and I do not know whether such evacuations be so much to our advantage as they pretend, and whether nature does not require a residence of her excrements to a certain proportion, as wine does of its lees to keep it alive. You often see healthful men fall into vomitings and fluxes of the belly by some extrinsic accident, and make a great evacuation of excrements, without any preceding need or any following benefit, but rather with hurt to their constitution. 'Tis from the great Plato that I lately learned that of 3 sorts of motions which are natural to us, purging is the worst, and that no man, unless he be a fool, ought to take anything to that purpose, but in the extremest necessity. Men disturb and irritate the disease by contrary oppositions. It must be the way of living that must gently dissolve and bring it to its end. The violent gripings and contest betwixt the drug and the disease are ever to our loss, since the combat is fought within ourselves, and that the drug is an assistant not to be trusted, being in its own nature an enemy to our health, and by trouble having only access into our condition. Let it alone a little. The general order of things that takes care of fleas and moles also takes care of men, if they will have the same patience that fleas and moles have, to leave it to itself. 'Tis to much purpose we cry out by whore, a term used by the Languedoc wagoners to hasten their horses' tis a way to make us hoarse, but not to hasten the matter. 'Tis a proud and uncompassionate order. Our fears, our despair displease and stop it from, instead of inviting it to, our relief. It owes its course to the disease as well as to health, and will not suffer itself to be corrupted in favor of the one to the prejudice of the other's right, for it would then fall into disorder. Let us, in God's name, follow it. It leads those that follow, and those who will not follow, it drags along, both their fury and physic together. Order a purge for your brain, it will there be much better employed than upon your stomach. One asking a Lacedaemonian what had made him live so long, he made answer, the ignorance of physic, and the Emperor Adrian continually exclaimed as he was dying that the crowd of physicians had killed him. A bad wrestler turned physician. Courage, says Diogenes to him, thou hast done well, for now thou wilt throw those who have formerly thrown thee. But they have this advantage, according to Nicocles, that the sun gives light to their success and the earth covers their failures. And besides, they have a very advantageous way of making use of all sorts of events. For what fortune, nature, or any other cause of which the number is infinite, products of good and healthful in us, it is the privilege of physic to attribute to itself. All the happy successes that happen to the patient must be thence derived. The accidents that have cured me, and 1,000 others who do not employ physicians, physicians usurp to themselves. And as to ill accidents, they either absolutely disown them, in laying the fault upon the patient, by such frivolous reasons as they are never at a loss for, as he lay with his arms out of bed, or he was disturbed with the rattling of a coach. Redarum transitus arcto vicorum inflexu. The passage of the wheels in the narrow turning of the street, Juvenal, Roman 3, 236. Or somebody had set open the casement, or he had lain upon his left side, or he had some disagreeable fancies in his head. In some, a word, a dream, or a look seems to them excuse sufficient wherewith to palliate their own errors, or, if they so please, they even make use of our growing worse, and do their business in this way which can never fail them, which is by buzzing us in the ear, when the disease is more inflamed by their medicaments, that it had been much worse but for those remedies. He, whom from an ordinary cold they have thrown into a double tertian ague, had but for them been in a continued fever. They do not much care what mischief they do, since it turns to their own profit. In earnest, they have reason to require a very favorable belief from their patients, and indeed, it ought to be a very easy one, to swallow things so hard to be believed. Plato said very well that physicians were the only men who might lie at pleasure, since our health depends upon the vanity and falsity of their promises. Aesop, a most excellent author, and of whom few men discover all the graces, pleasantly represents to us the tyrannical authority physicians usurp over poor creatures, weakened and subdued by sickness and fear, when he tells us that a sick person, being asked by his physician what operation he found of the potion he had given him, "I have sweated very much," says the sick man. "That's good," says the physician. Another time, having asked how he felt himself after his physic, "I have been very cold and have had a great shivering upon me," said he. "That is good," replied the physician. After the third potion, he asked him again how he did. "Why, I find myself swollen and puffed up," said he, "as if I had a dropsy." "That is very well," said the physician. One of his servants coming presently after to inquire how he felt himself, "Truly, friend," said he, "with being too well I am about to die." There was a more just law in Egypt, by which the physician, for the 3 first days, was to take charge of his patient at the patient's own risk and cost. But those 3 days being past, it was to be at his own. For what reason is it that their patron, Aesculapius, should be struck with thunder for restoring Hippolytus from death to life? Nam pater omnipotens, aliquam indignatus ob umbris mortalum infernis ad lumina surger vidi, ips repertorum medicini talis, et artis fulmine phobignam styges detrusit ad undas. Then the Almighty Father, offended that any mortal should rise to the light of life from the infernal shades, struck the son of Phobos with his forked lightning to the Stygian lake. Aeneid, Romans 7, 770. And his followers be pardoned, who send so many souls from life to death, a physician, boasting to Nicocles that his art was of great authority. "It is so, indeed," said Nicocles, "that can with impunity kill so many people. As to what remains, had I been of their counsel, I would have rendered my discipline more sacred and mysterious. They begun well, but they have not ended so. It was a good beginning to make gods and demons the authors of their science, and to have used a peculiar way of speaking and writing, notwithstanding that philosophy concludes it folly to persuade a man to his own good by an unintelligible way. Ut si quis medicus imperit, ut sumat. Terishnam, herbigratum domaportem sanguine cassum. Describing it by the epithets of an animal trailing with its slime over the herbage, without blood or bones, and carrying its house upon its back, meaning simply a snail. Cost. It was a good rule in their art, and that accompanies all other vain, fantastic, and supernatural arts, that the patient's belief should prepossess them with good hope and assurance of their effects and operation. A rule they hold to that degree, as to maintain that the most inexpert and ignorant physician is more proper for a patient who has confidence in him than the most learned and experienced whom he is not so acquainted with. Nay, even the very choice of most of their drugs is in some sort mysterious and divine. The left foot of a tortoise, the urine of a lizard, the dung of an elephant, the liver of a mole, blood drawn from under the right wing of a white pigeon. And for us who have the stone, so scornfully they use us in our miseries, the excrement of rats beaten to powder, and such like trash and fooleries which rather carry a face of magical enchantment than of any solid science. I omit the odd number of their pills, the destination of certain days and feasts of the year, the superstition of gathering their simples at certain hours, and that so austere and very wise countenance and carriage which Pliny himself so much derides. But they have, as I said, failed in that they have not added to this fine, beginning the making their meetings and consultations more religious and secret, where no profane person should have admission, no more than in the secret ceremonies of Aesculapius. For by the reason of this it falls out that their irresolution, the weakness of their arguments, divinations and foundations, the sharpness of their disputes, full of hatred, jealousy, and self-consideration, coming to be discovered by everyone, a man must be marvelously blind not to see that he runs a very great hazard in their hands. Who ever saw one physician approve of another's prescription without taking something away or adding something to it? By which they sufficiently betray their tricks, and make it manifest to us that they therein more consider their own reputation, and consequently their profit, than their patient's interest. He was a much wiser man of their tribe, who of old gave it as a rule that only one physician should undertake a sick person. For if he do nothing to purpose, one single man's default can bring no great scandal upon the art of medicine, and, on the contrary, the glory will be great if he happen to have success. Whereas, when there are many, they at every turn bring a disrepute upon their calling, forasmuch as they oftener do hurt than good. They ought to be satisfied with the perpetual disagreement which is found in the opinions of the principal masters and ancient authors of this science, which is only known to men well read, without discovering to the vulgar the controversies and various judgments which they still nourish and continue amongst themselves. Will you have one example of the ancient controversy in physic? Herophilus lodges the original cause of all diseases in the humours, Erasistratus in the blood of the arteries, Asclepiades in the invisible atoms of the pores, Alcmeon in the exuberance or defect of our bodily strength, Diocles in the inequality of the elements of which the body is composed and in the quality of the air we breathe, Strato in the abundance, crudity, and corruption of the nourishment we take, and Hippocrates lodges it in the spirits. There is a certain friend of theirs, whom they know better than I, who declares upon this subject, that the most important science in practice amongst us, as that which is entrusted with our health and conservation, is, by ill luck, the most uncertain, the most perplexed, and agitated with the greatest mutations. There is no great danger in our mistaking the height of the sun, or the fraction of some astronomical supputation. But here, where our whole being is concerned, 'tis not wisdom to abandon ourselves to the mercy of the agitation of so many contrary winds. Before the Peloponnesian War, there was no great talk of this science. Hippocrates brought it into repute. Whatever he established, Chrysippus overthrew. After that, Erasistratus, Aristotle's grandson, overthrew what Chrysippus had written. After these, the empirics started up, who took a quite contrary way to the ancients in the management of this art. When the credit of these began a little to decay, Herophilus set another sort of practice on foot, which Asclepiades in turn stood up against and overthrew. Then, in their turn, the opinions first of Themiso, and then of Musa, and after that those of Vectius Valens, a physician famous through the intelligence he had with Messalina, came in vogue. The empire of physic in Nero's time was established in Thessalis, who abolished and condemned all that had been held till his time. This man's doctrine was refuted by Crinas of Marseille, who first brought all medicinal operations under the ephemerides and motions of the stars, and reduced eating, sleeping, and drinking to hours that were most pleasing to Mercury and the moon. His authority was soon after supplanted by Charinus, a physician of the same city of Marseille, a man who not only controverted all the ancient methods of physic, but moreover the usage of hot baths that had been generally and for so many ages in common use. He made men bathe in cold water, even in winter, and plunged his sick patients in the natural waters of streams. No Roman till Pliny's time had ever vouchsafed to practice physic. That office was only performed by Greeks and foreigners, as 'tis now amongst us French, by those who sputter Latin. For, as a very great physician says, we do not easily accept the medicine we understand, no more than we do the drugs we ourselves gather. If the nations whence we fetch our guaiacum, sarsaparilla, and china wood have physicians, how great a value must we imagine, by the same recommendation of strangeness, rarity, and dear purchase, do they set upon our cabbage and parsley. For who would dare to contemn things so far-fetched, and sought out at the hazard of so long and dangerous a voyage? Since these ancient mutations in physic, there have been infinite others down to our own times, and for the most part, mutations entire and universal, as those, for example, produced by Paracelsus, Fioravanti, and Argentier. For they, as I am told, not only alter one recipe, but the whole contexture and rules of the body of physic, accusing all others of ignorance and imposition who have practiced before them. At this rate, in what a condition the poor patient must be, I leave you to judge. If we were even assured that, when they make a mistake, that mistake of theirs would do us no harm, though it did us no good, it were a reasonable bargain to venture the making ourselves better without any danger of being made worse. Aesop tells a story that one who had bought a Morisco slave, believing that his black complexion had arrived by accident and the ill usage of his former master, caused him to enter with great care into a course of baths and potions. It happened that the Moor was nothing amended in his tawny complexion, but he wholly lost his former health. How often do we see physicians impute the death of their patients to one another? I remember that some years ago there was an epidemical disease, very dangerous and for the most part mortal, that raged in the towns about us. The storm being over which had swept away an infinite number of men, one of the most famous physicians of all the country, presently after published a book upon that subject, wherein upon better thoughts, he confesses that the letting blood in that disease was the principal cause of so many mishaps. Moreover, their authors hold that there is no physic that has not something hurtful in it. And if even those of the best operation in some measure offend us, what must those do that are totally misapplied? For my own part, though there were nothing else in the case, I am of opinion that to those who loathe the taste of physic, it must needs be a dangerous and prejudicial endeavor to force it down at so incommodious a time, and with so much aversion, and believe that it marvelously distempers a sick person at a time when he has so much need of repose. And moreover, if we but consider the occasions upon which they usually ground the cause of our diseases, they are so light and nice, that I thence conclude a very little error in the dispensation of their drugs may do a great deal of mischief. Now, if the mistake of a physician be so dangerous, we are in but a scurvy condition, for it is almost impossible but he must often fall into those mistakes. He had need of too many parts, considerations, and circumstances rightly to level his design. He must know the sick person's complexion, his temperament, his humors, inclinations, actions, nay, his very thoughts and imaginations. He must be assured of the external circumstances, of the nature of the place, the quality of the air and season, the situation of the planets and their influences. He must know in the disease, the causes, prognostics, affections, and critical days. In the drugs, the weight, the power of working, the country, figure, age, and dispensation. And he must know how rightly to proportion and mix them together, to beget a just and perfect symmetry. Wherein, if there be the least error, if amongst so many springs there be but any one out of order, 'tis enough to destroy us. God knows with how great difficulty most of these things are to be understood. For example, how shall the physician find out the true sign of the disease, every disease being capable of an infinite number of indications? How many doubts and controversies have they amongst themselves upon the interpretation of urines? Otherwise, whence should the continual debates we see amongst them about the knowledge of the disease proceed? How could we excuse the error they so oft fall into, of taking fox for marten? In the diseases I have had, though there were ever so little difficulty in the case, I never found 3 of one opinion, which I instance, because I love to introduce examples wherein I am myself concerned. A gentleman at Paris was lately cut for the stone by order of the physicians, in whose bladder, being accordingly so cut, there was found no more stone than in the palm of his hand. And in the same place a bishop, who was my particular friend, having been earnestly pressed by the majority of the physicians whom he consulted, to suffer himself to be cut, to which also, upon their word, I used my interest to persuade him. When he was dead and opened, it appeared that he had no malady but in the kidneys. They are least excusable for any error in this disease, by reason that it is in some sort palpable. And 'tis thence that I conclude surgery to be much more certain, by reason that it sees and feels what it does, and so goes less upon conjecture. Whereas the physicians have no speculum matricis, by which to examine our brains, lungs, and liver. Even the very promises of physic are incredible in themselves. For, having to provide against divers and contrary accidents that often afflict us at one and the same time, and that have almost a necessary relation, as the heat of the liver and the coldness of the stomach, they will needs persuade us, that of their ingredients one will heat the stomach, and the other will cool the liver. One has its commission to go directly to the kidneys, nay, even to the bladder, without scattering its operations by the way, and is to retain its power and virtue through all those turns and meanders, even to the place to the service of which it is designed. By its own occult property this will dry the brain, that will moisten the lungs. Of all this bundle of things having mixed up a potion, is it not a kind of madness to imagine, or to hope that these differing virtues should separate themselves from one another in this mixture and confusion, to perform so many various errands? I should very much fear that they would either lose or change their tickets, and disturb one another's quarters. And who can imagine but that, in this liquid confusion, these faculties must corrupt, confound, and spoil one another? And is not the danger still more when the making up of this medicine is entrusted to the skill and fidelity of still another, to whose mercy we again abandon our lives? As we have doublet and breeches makers, distinct trades, to clothe us, and are so much the better fitted, seeing that each of them meddles only with his own business, and has less to trouble his head with than the tailor who undertakes all. And as in matter of diet, great persons, for their better convenience, and to the end they may be better served, have cooks for the different offices, this for soups and potages, that for roasting, instead of which if one cook should undertake the whole service, he could not so well perform it. So also as to the cure of our maladies. The Egyptians had reason to reject this general trade of physician, and to divide the profession, To each disease, to each part of the body, its particular workman. For that part was more properly, and with less confusion cared for, seeing the person looked to nothing else. Or are not aware that he who provides for all, provides for nothing, and that the entire government of this microcosm is more than they are able to undertake. Whilst they were afraid of stopping a dysentery, lest they should put the patient into a fever, they killed me a friend, who was worth more than the whole of them. They counterpoise their own divinations with the present evils, and because they will not cure the brain to the prejudice of the stomach, they injure both with their dissentient and tumultuary drugs. As to the variety and weakness of the rationale of this art, they are more manifest in it than in any other art. Appurative medicines are proper for a man subject to the stone, by reason that opening and dilating the passages, they help forward the slimy matter, whereof gravel and stone are engendered, and convey that downward which begins to harden and gather in the reins. Appurative things are dangerous for a man subject to the stone by reason that, opening and dilating the passages, they help forward the matter proper to create the gravel toward the reins, which by their own propension being apt to seize it, tease not to be imagined, but that a great deal of what has been conveyed thither must remain behind. Moreover, if the medicine happen to meet with anything too large to be carried through all the narrow passages it must pass to be expelled, that obstruction, whatever it is, being stirred by these appurative things and thrown into those narrow passages, coming to stop them, will occasion a certain and most painful death. They have the like uniformity in the counsels they give us for the regimen of life. It is good to make water often, for we experimentally see that, in letting it lie long in the bladder, we give it time to settle the sediment, which will concrete into a stone. It is good not to make water often, for the heavy excrements it carries along with it will not be voided without violence, as we see by experience that a torrent that runs with force washes the ground it rolls over much cleaner than the course of a slow and tardy stream. So, it is good to have often to do with women, for that opens the passages and helps to evacuate gravel. It is also very ill to have often to do with women, because it heats, tires, and weakens the reins. It is good to bathe frequently in hot water, forasmuch as that relaxes and mollifies the places where the gravel and stone lie. It is also ill by reason that this application of external heat helps the reins to bake, harden, and petrify the matter so disposed. For those who are taking baths, it is most healthful. To eat little at night, to the end that the waters they are to drink the next morning may have a better operation upon an empty stomach. On the other hand, it is better to eat little at dinner, that it hinder not the operation of the waters, while it is not yet perfect, and not to oppress the stomach so soon after the other labor, but leave the office of digestion to the night, which will much better perform it than the day, when the body and soul are in perpetual moving and action. Thus do they juggle and trifle in all their discourses at our expense, and they could not give me one proposition against which I should not know how to raise a contrary of equal force. Let them, then, no longer exclaim against those who, in this trouble of sickness, suffer themselves to be gently guided by their own appetite and the advice of nature, and commit themselves to the common fortune. I have seen in my travels almost all the famous baths of Christendom, and for some years past have begun to make use of them myself, for I look upon bathing as generally wholesome, and believe that we suffer no little inconveniences in our health by having left off the custom that was generally observed, in former times, almost by all nations, and is yet in many, of bathing every day. And I cannot imagine but that we are much the worse by, having our limbs crusted and our pores stopped with dirt. And as to the drinking of them, fortune has in the first place rendered them not at all unacceptable to my taste. And secondly, they are natural and simple, which at least carry no danger with them, though they may do us no good, of which the infinite crowd of people of all sorts and complexions who repair thither I take to be a sufficient warranty. And although I have not there observed any extraordinary and miraculous effects, but that on the contrary, having more narrowly than ordinary inquired into it, I have found all the reports of such operations that have been spread abroad in those places ill-grounded and false, and those that believe them, as people are willing to be gulled in what they desire, deceived in them. Yet I have seldom known any who have been made worse by those waters. And a man cannot honestly deny but that they beget a better appetite, help digestion, and do in some sort revive us, if we do not go too late and in too weak a condition, which I would dissuade every one from doing. They have not the virtue to raise men from desperate and inveterate diseases, but they may help some light indisposition or prevent some threatening alteration. He who does not bring along with him so much cheerfulness as to enjoy the pleasure of the company he will there meet, and of the walks and exercises to which the amenity of those places invite us, will doubtless lose the best and surest part of their effect. For this reason I have hitherto chosen to go to those of the most pleasant situation, where there was the best conveniency of lodging, provision, and company, as the baths of Bagners in France, those of Plombières on the frontiers of Germany and Lorraine, those of Baden in Switzerland, those of Lucca in Tuscany, and especially those of Della Villa, which I have the most, and at various seasons frequented. Every nation has particular opinions touching their use, and particular rules and methods in using them, and all of them, according to what I have seen, almost with like effect. Drinking them is not at all received in Germany. The Germans bathe for all diseases, and will lie dabbling in the water almost from sun to sun. In Italy, where they drink 9 days, they bathe at least 30, and commonly drink the water mixed with some other drugs to make it work the better. Here we are ordered to walk to digest it. There we are kept in bed after taking it till it be wrought off, our stomachs and feet having continually hot cloths applied to them all the while. And as the Germans have a particular practice generally to use cupping and scarification in the bath, so the Italians have their doxy, which are certain little streams of this hot water brought through pipes, and with these bathe an hour in the morning, and as much in the afternoon, for a month together, either the head, stomach, or any other part where the evil lies. There are infinite other varieties of customs in every country, or rather there is no manner of resemblance to one another. By this you may see that this little part of physic to which I have only submitted, though the least depending upon art of all others, has yet a great share of the confusion and uncertainty everywhere else manifest in the profession. The poets put what they would say with greater emphasis and grace witness these 2 epigrams: Alcin hesterno signum Jovis attigit, ille quamvis marmorius vim patiter medici, ex hodi, jussus transferi ex iad vetusta efferter, quamvis sit deus ac lapis. Alcin yesterday touched Jove's statue. He, although marble, suffers the force of the physician. Today ordered to be transferred from the old temple where it stood, it is carried out, although it be a god and a stone. Ausonius, ep. 74. And the other: Lotus nobiscum est, hilaris coenavit, et item inventus main est mordus andragoras, tam subiti mortis causam, Faustine, requiris, insomnis medicum vidret hermocratum. Andragoras bathed with us, supped gaily, and in the morning the same was found dead. Dost thou ask, Faustinus, the cause of this so sudden death? In his dreams he had seen the physician Hermocrates, Martial, Romans 6, 53. Upon which I will relate 2 stories. The Baron de Copine in Chalos and I have betwixt us the advowson of a benefice of great extent, at the foot of our mountains, called Lahontan. It is with the inhabitants of this angle, as Tees said of those of the Val d'Angrogny. They lived a peculiar sort of life, their fashions, clothes, and manners distinct from other people, ruled and governed by certain particular laws and usages, received from father to son, to which they submitted, without other constraint than the reverence to custom. This little state had continued from all antiquity in so happy a condition that no neighboring judge was ever put to the trouble of inquiring into their doings. No advocate was ever retained to give them counsel, no stranger ever called in to compose their differences, nor was ever any of them seen to go a-begging. They avoided all alliances and traffic with the outer world, that they might not corrupt the purity of their own government. Till, as they say, one of them, in the memory of man, having a mind spurred on with a noble ambition, took it into his head, to bring his name into credit and reputation, to make one of his sons something more than ordinary, and having put him to learn to write in a neighboring town, made him at last a brave village notary. This fellow, having acquired such dignity, began to disdain their ancient customs, and to buzz into the people's ears the pomp of the other parts of the nation. The first prank he played was to advise a friend of his, whom somebody had offended by sawing off the horns of one of his goats, to make his complaint to the royal judges thereabout, and so he went on from one to another, till he had spoiled and confounded all. In the tale of this corruption, they say, there happened another, and of worse consequence by means of a physician, who, falling in love with one of their daughters, had a mind to marry her and to live amongst them. This man first of all began to teach them the names of fevers, colds, and imposthumes, the seat of the heart, liver, and intestines, a science till then utterly unknown to them. And instead of garlic, with which they were wont to cure all manner of diseases, how painful or extreme soever, he taught them, though it were but for a cough or any little cold, to take strange mixtures, and began to make a trade not only of their health, but of their lives. They swear till then they never perceived the evening air to be offensive to the head, that to drink when they were hot was hurtful, and that the winds of autumn were more unwholesome than those of spring. That, since this use of physic, they find themselves oppressed with a legion of unaccustomed diseases, and that they perceive a general decay in their ancient vigor, and their lives are cut shorter by the half. This is the first of my stories. The other is, that before I was afflicted with the stone, hearing that the blood of a he-goat was with many in very great esteem, and looked upon as a celestial manna rained down upon these latter ages for the good and preservation of the lives of men, and having heard it spoken of by men of understanding for an admirable drug and of infallible operation, I, who have ever thought myself subject to all the accidents that can befall other men, had a mind, in my perfect health, to furnish myself with this miracle, and therefore gave order to have a goat fed at home according to the recipe. For he must be taken in the hottest month of all summer, and must only have aperitive herbs given him to eat, and white wine to drink. I came home by chance the very day he was to be killed, and some one came, and told me that the cook had found 2 or 3 great balls in his paunch, that rattled against one another amongst what he had eaten. I was curious to have all his entrails brought before me, where, having caused the skin that enclosed them to be cut, there tumbled out 3 great lumps as light as sponges, so that they appeared to be hollow, but as to the rest, hard and firm without, and spotted and mixed all over with various dead colors. One was perfectly round, and of the bigness of an ordinary ball, the other 2 something less, of an imperfect roundness, as seeming not to be arrived at their full growth. I find, by inquiry of people accustomed to open these animals, that it is a rare and unusual accident. 'Tis likely these are stones of the same nature with ours, and if so, it must needs be a very vain hope in those who have the stone, to extract their cure from the blood of a beast that was himself about to die of the same disease. For to say that the blood does not participate of this contagion, and does not thence alter its wonted virtue, it is rather to be believed that nothing is engendered in a body, but by the conspiracy and communication of all the parts. The whole mass works together, though one part contributes more to the work than another, according to the diversity of operations. Wherefore it is very likely that there was some petrifying quality in all the parts of this goat. It was not so much for fear of the future, and for myself, that I was curious in this experiment, but because it falls out in mine, as it does in many other families, that the women store up such little trumperies for the service of the people, using the same recipe in 50 several diseases, and such a recipe as they will not take themselves, and yet triumph when they happen to be successful. As to what remains, I honor physicians, not according to the precept for their necessity, for to this passage may be opposed another of the prophet reproving King Essais for having recourse to a physician, but for themselves, having known many very good men of that profession, and most worthy to be beloved. I do not attack them. 'Tis their art I inveigh against, and do not much blame them for making their advantage of our folly, for most men do the same. Many callings, both of greater and of less dignity than theirs, have no other foundation or support than public abuse. When I am sick I send for them if they be near, only to have their company and pay them as others do. I give them leave to command me to keep myself warm, because I naturally love to do it, and to appoint leeks or lettuce for my broth, to order me white wine or claret, and so as to all other things, which are indifferent to my palate and custom. I know very well that I do nothing for them in so doing, because sharpness and strangeness are incidents of the very essence of physic. Lycurgus ordered wine for the sick Spartans. Why? Because they abominated the drinking it when they were well. As a gentleman, a neighbor of mine, takes it as an excellent medicine in his fever, because naturally he mortally hates the taste of it. How many do we see amongst them of my humor, who despise taking physic themselves, are men of a liberal diet and live a quite contrary sort of life to what they prescribe others. What is this, but flatly to abuse our simplicity? For their own lives and health are no less dear to them than ours are to us, and consequently they would accommodate their practice to their rules if they did not themselves know how false these are. 'Tis the fear of death and of pain, impatience of disease, and a violent and indiscreet desire of a present cure, that so blind us. 'Tis pure cowardice that makes our belief so pliable and easy to be imposed upon, and yet most men do not so much believe as they acquiesce and permit. For I hear them find fault and complain as well as we, but they resolve at last, what should I do then? As if impatience were of itself a better remedy than patience. Is there any one of those who have suffered themselves to be persuaded into this miserable subjection, who does not equally surrender himself to all sorts of impostures? Who does not give up himself to the mercy of whoever has the impudence to promise him a cure? The Babylonians carried their sick into the public square. The physician was the people. Everyone who passed by being in humanity and civility obliged to inquire of their condition, gave some advice according to his own experience. We do little better. There is not so simple a woman, whose gossips and drenches we do not make use of, and according to my humor, if I were to take physic, I would sooner choose to take theirs than any other, because at least, if they do no good, they will do no harm. What Homer and Plato said of the Egyptians, that they were all physicians, may be said of all nations. There is not a man amongst any of them who does not boast of some rare recipe, and who will not venture it upon his neighbor, if he will let him. I was the other day in a company where one, I know not who, of my fraternity brought us intelligence of a new sort of pills made up of 100 and odd ingredients. It made us very merry, and was a singular consolation, for what rock could withstand so great a battery? And yet I hear from those who have made trial of it, that the least atom of gravel deign not to stir for't. I cannot take my hand from the paper, before I have added a word concerning the assurance they give us of the certainty of their drugs, from the experiments they have made. The greatest part, I should say above 2/3 of the medicinal virtues, consist in the quintessence or occult property of simples, of which we can have no other instruction than use and custom. For quintessence is no other than a quality of which we cannot by our reason find out the cause. In such proofs, those they pretend to have acquired by the inspiration of some demon, I am content to receive, for I meddle not with miracles. And also the proofs which are drawn from things that, upon some other account, often fall into use amongst us. As if in the wool, wherewith we are wont to clothe ourselves, there has accidentally some occult desiccative property been found out of curing kibed heels, or as if in the radish we eat for food there has been found out some appurative operation. Galen reports that a man happened to be cured of a leprosy by drinking wine out of a vessel into which a viper had crept by chance. In this example, we find the means and a very likely guide and conduct to this experience, as we also do in those that physicians pretend to have been directed to by the example of some beasts. But in most of their other experiments, wherein they affirm they have been conducted by fortune, and to have had no other guide than chance, I find the progress of this information incredible. Suppose man looking round about him upon the infinite number of things, plants, animals, metals, I do not know where he would begin his trial. And though his first fancy should fix him upon an elk's horn, wherein there must be a very pliant and easy belief, he will yet find himself as perplexed in his second operation. There are so many maladies and so many circumstances presented to him, that before he can attain the certainty of the point to which the perfection of his experience should arrive, human sense will be at the end of its lesson. And before he can, amongst this infinity of things, find out what this horn is. Amongst so many diseases, what is epilepsy? The many complexions in a melancholy person, the many seasons in winter, the many nations in the French, the many ages in age. The many celestial mutations in the conjunction of Venus and Saturn, the many parts in man's body, nay, in a finger, and being, in all this, directed neither by argument, conjecture, example, nor divine inspirations, but merely by the sole motion of fortune, it must be by a perfectly artificial, regular, and methodical fortune. And after the cure is performed, how can he assure himself that it was not because the disease had arrived at its period or an effect of chance, or the operation of something else that he had eaten, drunk, or touched that day, or by virtue of his grandmother's prayers? And moreover, had this experiment been perfect, how many times was it repeated, and this long beadroll of haps and concurrences strung anew by chance to conclude a certain rule? And when the rule is concluded, by whom, I pray you? Of so many millions, there are but 3 men who take upon them to record their experiments. Must fortune needs just hit one of these? What if another, and 100 others, have made contrary experiments? We might, peradventure, have some light in this, were all the judgments and arguments of men known to us. But that 3 witnesses, 3 doctors, should lord it over all mankind, is against reason. It were necessary that human nature should have deputed and chosen them out, and that they were declared our controllers by express procuration. To Madame de Duras. Marguerite de Grammont, widow of Jean de Durfort, Seigneur de Duras, who was killed near Leghorn, leaving no posterity. Montaigne seems to have been on terms of considerable intimacy with her, and to have tendered her some very wholesome and frank advice in regard to her relations with Henry Roman IV. Madame, the last time you honored me with a visit, you found me at work upon this chapter. And as these trifles may one day fall into your hands, I would also that they testify in how great honor the author will take any favor you shall please to show them. You will there find the same air and mien you have observed in his conversation, and though I could have borrowed some better or more favorable garb than my own, I would not have done it. For I require nothing more of these writings, but to present me to your memory such as I naturally am. The same conditions and faculties you have been pleased to frequent and receive with much more honor and courtesy than they deserve, I would put together, but without alteration or change, in one solid body, that may peradventure continue some years or some days after I am gone, where you may find them again when you shall please to refresh your memory, without putting you to any greater trouble. Neither are they worth it. I desire you should continue the favor of your friendship to me, by the same qualities by which it was acquired. I am not at all ambitious that anyone should love and esteem me more dead than living. The humor of Tiberius is ridiculous, but yet common. Who was more solicitous to extend his renown to posterity than to render himself acceptable to men of his own time? If I were one of those to whom the world could owe commendation, I would give out of it one half to have the other in hand. Let their praises come quick and crowding about me, more thick than long, more full than durable, and let them cease, in God's name, with my own knowledge of them, and when the sweet sound can no longer pierce my ears. It were an idle humor to essay, now that I am about to forsake the commerce of men, to offer myself to them by a new recommendation. I make no account of the goods I could not employ in the service of my life. Such as I am, I will be elsewhere than in paper. My art and industry have been ever directed to render myself good for something, my studies to teach me to do and not to write. I have made it my whole business to frame my life. This has been my trade and my work. I am less a writer of books than anything else. I have coveted understanding for the service of my present and real conveniences, and not to lay up a stock for my posterity. He who has anything of value in him, let him make it appear in his conduct, in his ordinary discourses, in his courtships and his quarrels, in play, in bed, at table, in the management of his affairs, in his economics. Those whom I see make good books in ill breeches should first have mended their breeches, if they would have been ruled by me. Ask a Spartan whether he had rather be a good orator or a good soldier. And if I was asked the same question, I would rather choose to be a good cook, had I not one already to serve me, my God. Madam, how should I hate such a recommendation of being a clever fellow at writing, and an ass and an inanity in everything else? Yet I had rather be a fool both here and there than to have made so ill a choice wherein to employ my talent. And I am so far from expecting to gain any new reputation by these follies, that I shall think I come off pretty well if I lose nothing by them of that little I had before. For besides that this dead and mute painting will take from my natural being, it has no resemblance to my better condition, but is much lapsed from my former vigor and cheerfulness, growing faded and withered. I am towards the bottom of the barrel, which begins to taste of the lees. As to the rest, madame, I should not have dared to make so bold with the mysteries of physic, considering the esteem that you and so many others have of it, had I not had encouragement from their own authors. I think there are of these among the old Latin writers but two, Pliny and Celsus. If these ever fall into your hands, you will find that they speak much more rudely of their art than I do. I but pinch it, they cut its throat. Pliny, amongst other things, twits them with this, that when they are at the end of their rope, they have a pretty device to save themselves, by recommending their patients, whom they have teased and tormented with their drugs and diets to no purpose, some to vows and miracles, others to the hot baths. Be not angry, madame, he speaks not of those in our parts which are under the protection of your house and all Gramontins. They have a third way of saving their own credit, of ridding their hands of us and securing themselves from the reproaches we might cast in their teeth of our little amendment, when they have had us so long in their hands that they have not one more invention left wherewith to amuse us, which is to send us to the better air of some other country. This, madam, is enough. I hope you will give me leave to return to my discourse, from which I have so far digressed, the better to divert you. It was, I think, Pericles, who being asked how he did, "You may judge," says he, "by these," showing some little scrolls of parchment he had tied about his neck and arms, by which he would infer that he must needs be very sick when he was reduced to a necessity of having recourse to such idle and vain fopperies, and of suffering himself to be so equipped. I dare not promise but that I may one day be so much a fool as to commit my life and death to the mercy and government of physicians. I may fall into such a frenzy. I dare not be responsible for my future constancy. But then, if anyone ask me how I do, I may also answer, as Pericles did, "You may judge by this," showing my hand clutching 6 drams of opium. It will be a very evident sign of a violent sickness. My judgment will be very much out of order. If once fear and impatience get such an advantage over me, it may very well be concluded that there is a dreadful fever in my mind. I have taken the pains to plead this cause, which I understand indifferently, a little to back and support the natural aversion to drugs and the practice of physic I have derived from my ancestors, to the end it may not be a mere stupid and inconsiderate aversion, but have a little more form. And also, that they who shall see me so obstinate in my resolution against all exhortations and menaces that shall be given me, when my infirmity shall press hardest upon me, may not think 'tis mere obstinacy in me, or anyone so ill-natured as to judge it to be any motive of glory. For it would be a strange ambition to seek to gain honor by an action my gardener or my groom can perform as well as I. Certainly, I have not a heart so tumorous and windy, that I should exchange so solid a pleasure as health for an airy and imaginary pleasure. Glory, even that of the 4 sons of Iman, is too dear bought by a man of my humor, if it cost him 3 swinging fits of the stone. Give me health, in God's name. Such as love physic may also have good, great, and convincing considerations. I do not hate opinions contrary to my own. I am so, far from being angry to see a discrepancy betwixt mine and other men's judgments, and from rendering myself unfit for the society of men, from being of another sense and party than mine, that on the contrary, the most general way that nature has followed being variety, and more in souls than bodies, forasmuch as they are of a more supple substance, and more susceptible of forms, I find it much more rare to see our humors and designs jump and agree. And there never were, in the world, 2 opinions alike, no more than 2 hairs or 2 grains. Their most universal quality is diversity. Book the Third. Chapter 1. Of Profit and Honesty. No man is free from speaking foolish things, but the worst on't is, when a man labors to play the fool. Ne ist magno, canatu magnas nugas dixerit. Truly he, with a great effort, will shortly say a mighty trifle. Terence Hute, Act 3, S4. This does not concern me. Mine slip from me with as little care as they are of little value, and tease the better for them. I would presently part with them for what they are worth, and neither buy nor sell them, but as they weigh. I speak on paper, as I do to the first person I meet, and that this is true, observe what follows. To whom ought not treachery to be hateful, when Tiberius refused it in a thing of so great importance to him? He had word sent him from Germany that if he thought fit, they would rid him of Arminius by poison. This was the most potent enemy the Romans had, who had defeated them so ignominiously under Varus, and who alone prevented their aggrandizement in those parts. He returned answer, that the people of Rome were wont to revenge themselves of their enemies by open ways, and with their swords in their hands, and not clandestinely and by fraud, wherein he quitted the profitable for the honest. You will tell me that he was a braggadocio. I believe so too, and 'tis no great miracle in men of his profession. But the acknowledgment of virtue is not less valid in the mouth of him who hates it, forasmuch as truth forces it from him, and if he will not inwardly receive it, he at least puts it on for a decoration. Our outward and inward structure is full of imperfection, but there is nothing useless in nature, not even in utility itself. Nothing has insinuated itself into this universe that has not therein some fit and proper place. Our being is cemented with sickly qualities. Ambition, jealousy, envy, revenge, superstition, and despair have so natural a possession in us that its image is discerned in beasts. Nay, and cruelty, so unnatural a vice. For even in the midst of compassion we feel within, I know not what tart-sweet titillation of ill-natured pleasure in seeing others suffer. And the children feel it. Suave mari magno, turbantibus equor aventis, e terra magnum alterius specter laborum. It is sweet, when the winds disturb the waters of the vast sea, to witness from land the peril of other persons. Lucretius, Roman 2. I. Of the seeds of which qualities, whoever should divest man, would destroy the fundamental conditions of human life. Likewise, in all governments there are necessary offices, not only abject, but vicious also. Vices there help to make up the seam in our piecing, as poisons are useful for the conservation of health. If they become excusable because they are of use to us, and that the common necessity covers their true qualities, we are to resign this part to the strongest and boldest citizens, who sacrifice their honor and conscience, as others of old sacrificed their lives, for the good of their country. We, who are weaker, take upon us parts both that are more easy and less hazardous. The public weal requires that men should betray, and lie, and massacre. Let us leave this commission to men who are more obedient and more supple. In earnest, I have often been troubled to see judges, by fraud and false hopes of favor or pardon, allure a criminal to confess his fact, and therein to make use of cozenage and impudence. It would become justice, and Plato himself, who countenances this manner of proceeding, to furnish me with other means more suitable to my own liking. This is a malicious kind of justice, and I look upon it as no less wounded by itself than by others. I said not long since to some company in discourse, that I should hardly be drawn to betray my prince for a particular man, who should be much ashamed to betray any particular man for my prince. And I do not only hate deceiving myself, but that anyone should deceive through me. I will neither afford matter nor occasion to any such thing. In the little I have had to mediate betwixt our princes between the King of Navarre, afterwards Henry Roman 4, and the Duc de Guise. See de thou, de vita sua, Roman 3. 9. In the divisions and subdivisions by which we are at this time torn to pieces, I have been very careful that they should neither be deceived in me nor deceive others by me. People of that kind of trading are very reserved, and pretend to be the most moderate imaginable and nearest to the opinions of those with whom they have to do. I expose myself in my stiff opinion, and after a method, the most my own. A tender negotiator, a novice, who had rather fail in the affair than be wanting to myself. And yet it has been hitherto with so good luck, for fortune has doubtless the best share in it, that few things have passed from hand to hand with less suspicion or more favor and privacy. I have a free and open way that easily insinuates itself and obtains belief with those with whom I am to deal at the first meeting. Sincerity and pure truth, in what age soever, pass for current, and besides, the liberty and freedom of a man who treats without any interest of his own is never hateful or suspected, and he may very well make use of the answer of Hyperides to the Athenians, who complained of his blunt way of speaking. Messieurs, do not consider whether or no I am free, but whether I am so without a bribe or without any advantage to my own affairs. My liberty of speaking has also easily cleared me from all suspicion of dissembling by its vehemency, leaving nothing unsaid, how home and bitter soever, so that I could have said no worse behind their backs, and in that it carried along with it a manifest show of simplicity and indifference. I pretend to no other fruit by acting than to act, and add to it no long arguments or propositions. Every action plays its own game, win if it can. As to the rest, I am not swayed by any passion, either of love or hatred, towards the great, nor has my will captivated either by particular injury or obligation. I look upon our kings with an affection simply loyal and respectful, neither prompted nor restrained by any private interest, and I love myself for it. Nor does the general and just cause attract me otherwise than with moderation, and without heat. I am not subject to those penetrating and close compacts and engagements. Anger and hatred are beyond the duty of justice, and are passions only useful to those who do not keep themselves strictly to their duty by simple reason. Uter motto animi, qui uti ration non potest. He may employ his passion who can make no use of his reason. Cicero, Tusc, Quas, Roman 4, 25. All legitimate intentions are temperate and equable of themselves. If otherwise, they degenerate into seditious and unlawful. This is it which makes me walk everywhere with my head erect, my face and my heart open. In truth, and I am not afraid to confess it, I should easily, in case of need, hold up one candle to Saint Michael and another to his dragon, like the old woman. I will follow the right side even to the fire, but exclusively if I can. Let Montaigne be overwhelmed in the public ruin if need be. But if there be no need, I should think myself obliged to fortune to save me, and I will make use of all the length of line my duty allows for his preservation. Was it not Atticus who, being of the just but losing side, preserved himself by his moderation in that universal shipwreck of the world, amongst so many mutations and diversities? For private man, as he was, it is more easy, and in such kind of work, I think a man may justly not be ambitious to offer and insinuate himself. For a man, indeed, to be wavering and irresolute, to keep his affection unmoved and without inclination in the troubles of his country and public divisions, I neither think it handsome nor honest. E non media, sed nulla via est, velat eventum expectantium, quo fortuni concilia sua applacent. That is not a middle way, but no way to await events by which they refer their resolutions to fortune. Livy, Roman 32, 21. This may be allowed in our neighbors' affairs, and thus Gelo, the tyrant of Syracuse, suspended his inclination in the war betwixt the Greeks and barbarians, keeping a resident ambassador with presence at Delphos to watch and see which way fortune would incline, and then take fit occasion to fall in with the victors. It would be a kind of treason to proceed after this manner in our own domestic affairs, wherein a man must of necessity be of the one side or the other. Though for a man who has no office or express command to call him out, to sit still I hold it more excusable. And yet I do not excuse myself upon these terms than in foreign expeditions, to which, however, according to our laws, no man is pressed against his will. And yet even those who wholly engage themselves in such a war may behave themselves with such temper and moderation, that the storm may fly over their heads without doing them any harm. Had we not reason to hope such an issue in the person of the late Bishop of Orleans, the Sieur de Morvilliers? An able negotiator, who, though protected by the Guises and strongly supporting them, was yet very far from persecuting the Reformists. He died 1577. And I know, amongst those who behave themselves most bravely in the present war, some whose manners are so gentle, obliging, and just that they will certainly stand firm, whatever event heaven is preparing for us. I am of opinion that it properly belongs to kings only to quarrel with kings, And I laugh at those spirits who, out of lightness of heart, lend themselves to so disproportioned disputes. For a man has never the more particular quarrel with a prince, by marching openly and boldly against him for his own honor and according to his duty. If he does not love such a person, he does better, he esteems him. And notably the cause of the laws and of the ancient government of a kingdom has this always annexed to it, that even those who, for their own private interest, invade them, excuse, if they do not honor, the defenders. But we are not, as we nowadays do, to call peevishness and inward discontent, that spring from private interest and passion, duty, nor a treacherous and malicious conduct, courage. They call their proneness to mischief and violent zeal. 'Tis not the cause, but their interest, that inflames them. They kindle and begin a war, not because it is just, but because it is war. A man may very well behave himself commodiously and loyally too amongst those of the adverse party. Carry yourself, if not with the same equal affection, for that is capable of different measure, at least with an affection moderate, well-tempered, and such as shall not so engage you to one party, that it may demand all you are able to do for that side. Content yourself with a moderate proportion of their favor and goodwill, and to swim in troubled waters without fishing in them. The other way, of offering a man's self and the utmost service he is able to do, both to one party and the other, has still less of prudence in it than conscience. Does not he to whom you betray another, to whom you were as welcome as to himself, know that you will at another time do as much for him? He holds you for a villain, and in the meantime hears what you will say, gathers intelligence from you, and works his own ends out of your disloyalty. Double-dealing men are useful for bringing in, but we must have a care they carry out as little as is possible. I say nothing to one party that I may not, upon occasion, say to the other with a little alteration of accent, and report nothing but things either indifferent or known, or what is of common consequence. I cannot permit myself, for any consideration, to tell them a lie. What is entrusted to my secrecy, I religiously conceal, but I take as few trusts of that nature upon me as I can. The secrets of princes are a troublesome burthen to such as are not interested in them. I very willingly bargain that they trust me with little, but confidently rely upon what I tell them. I have ever known more than I desired. One open way of speaking introduces another open way of speaking, and draws out discoveries, like wine and love. Philippides, in my opinion, answered King Lysimachus very discreetly, who, asking him what of his estate he should bestow upon him, "What you will," said he, "provided it be none of your secrets." I see every one is displeased if the bottom of the affair be concealed from him wherein he is employed, or that there be any reservation in the thing. For my part, I am content to know no more of the business than what they would have me employ myself in, nor desire that my knowledge should exceed or restrict what I have to say. If I must serve for an instrument of deceit, let it be at least with a safe conscience. I will not be reputed a servant either so affectionate or so loyal as to be fit to betray anyone. He who is unfaithful to himself is excusably so to his master. But they are princes who do not accept men by halves, and despise limited and conditional services. I cannot help it. I frankly tell them how far I can go, for a slave I should not be, but to reason, and I can hardly submit even to that. And they also are to blame to exact from a freeman the same subjection and obligation to their service that they do from him they have made and bought, or whose fortune particularly and expressly depends upon theirs. The laws have delivered me from a great anxiety. They have chosen a side for me, and given me a master. All other superiority and obligation ought to be relative to that, and cut off from all other. Yet this is not to say that if my affection should otherwise incline me, my hand should presently obey it. The will and desire are a law to themselves, but actions must receive commission from the public appointment. All this proceeding of mine is a little dissonant from the ordinary forms. It would produce no great effects, nor be of any long duration. Innocence itself could not, in this age of ours, either negotiate without dissimulation or traffic without lying. And indeed, public employments are by no means for my palate. What my profession requires, I perform after the most private manner that I can. Being young, I was engaged up to the ears in business, and it succeeded well, but I disengaged myself in good time. I have often since avoided meddling in it, rarely accepted, and never asked it, keeping my back still turned to ambition, but if not like rowers who so advance backward, yet so, at the same time, that I am less obliged to my resolution than to my good fortune, that I was not wholly embarked in it. For there are ways less displeasing to my taste, and more suitable to my ability, by which, if she had formerly called me to the public service, and my own advancement towards the world's opinion, I know I should, in spite of all my own arguments to the contrary, have pursued them. Such as commonly say, in opposition to what I profess, that what I call freedom, simplicity, and plainness in my manners is art and subtlety, and rather prudence than goodness, industry than nature, good sense than good luck, do me more honor than disgrace. But certainly they make my subtlety too subtle. And whoever has followed me close and pried narrowly into me, I will give him the victory, if he does not confess that there is no rule in their school that could match this natural motion, and maintain an appearance of liberty and license, so equal and inflexible, through so many various and crooked paths, and that all their wit and endeavor could never have led them through. The way of truth is one and simple, that of particular profit, and the commodity of affairs a man is entrusted with is double, unequal, and casual. I have often seen these counterfeit and artificial liberties practiced, but for the most part, without success. They relish of Aesop's ass who, in emulation of the dog, obligingly clapped his 2 forefeet upon his master's shoulders. But as many caresses as the dog had for such an expression of kindness, twice so many blows with a cudgel had the poor ass for his compliment. Id maxime quemque disset, quod est cujusque suum maxime. That best becomes every man which belongs most to him. Cicero de Offic, I 31. I will not deprive deceit of its due. That were but ill to understand the world. I know it has often been of great use, and that it maintains and supplies most men's employment. There are vices that are lawful, as there are many actions, either good or excusable, that are not lawful in themselves. The justice which in itself is natural and universal is otherwise and more nobly ordered than that other justice which is special, national, and constrained to the ends of government. Veri juris Germanique justitii, solidum et expressum effigem nullum tenemus, umbra et imaginibus udimer. We retain no solid and express portraiture of true right and germane justice, we have only the shadow and image of it. Cicero de Offic, Roman 3, 17. Insomuch that the sage Dandames, hearing the lives of Socrates, Pythagoras, and Diogenes read, judged them to be great men every way, excepting that they were too much subjected to the reverence of the laws, which, to second and authorize, true virtue must abate very much of its original vigor. Many vicious actions are introduced, not only by their permission, but by their advice. Ex senatus consultis, plebiscitis celera exercenter. Crimes are committed by the decrees of the Senate and the popular assembly. Seneca, Ep. 95. I follow the common phrase that distinguishes betwixt profitable and honest things, so as to call some natural actions that are not only profitable but necessary, dishonest, and foul. But let us proceed in our examples of treachery. 2 pretenders to the kingdom of Thrace were fallen into dispute about their title. The emperor hindered them from proceeding to blows, but one of them, under color of bringing things to a friendly issue by an interview, having invited his competitor to an entertainment in his own house, imprisoned and killed him. Justice required that the Romans should have satisfaction for this offense, but there was a difficulty in obtaining it by ordinary ways. What, therefore, they could not do legitimately, without war and without danger, they resolved to do by treachery. And what they could not honestly do, they did profitably. For which end, one Pomponius Flaccus was found to be a fit instrument. This man, by dissembled words and assurances, having drawn the other into his toils, instead of the honor and favor he had promised him, sent him bound hand and foot to Rome. Here one traitor betrayed another, contrary to common custom, for they are full of mistrust, and 'tis hard to overreach them in their own art. Witness the sad experience we have lately had. Montaigne here probably refers to the feigned reconciliation between Catherine de' Medici and Henry, Duc de Guise, in 1588. Let who will be Pomponius Flaccus, and there are enough who would. For my part, both my word and my faith are, like all the rest, parts of this common body. Their best effect is the public service. This I take for presupposed. But should one command me to take charge of the courts of law and lawsuits, I should make answer that I understood it not. Or the place of a leader of pioneers, I would say that I was called to a more honorable employment. So likewise, he that would employ me to lie, betray, and forswear myself, though not to assassinate or to poison, for some notable service, I should say, if I have robbed or stolen anything from any man, send me rather to the galleys. For it is permissible in a man of honor to say, as the Lacedaemonians did, Plutarch, Difference between a Flatterer and a Friend, c. 21, having been defeated by Antipater, when just upon concluding an agreement. You may impose as heavy and ruinous taxes upon us as you please, but to command us to do shameful and dishonest things, you will lose your time, for it is to no purpose. Every one ought to make the same vow to himself that the kings of Egypt made their judges solemnly swear, that they would not do anything contrary to their consciences, though never so much commanded to it by themselves. In such commissions there is evident mark of ignominy and condemnation, and he who gives it at the same time accuses you, and gives it, if you understand it right, for a burden and a punishment. As much as the public affairs are bettered by your exploit, so much are your own the worse, and the better you behave yourself in it, 'tis so much the worse for yourself. And it will be no new thing, nor, peradventure, without some colour of justice, if the same person ruin you who set you on work. If treachery can be in any case excusable, it must be only so when it is practiced to chastise and betray treachery. There are examples enough of treacheries, not only rejected, but chastised and punished by those in favor of whom they were undertaken. Who is ignorant of Fabricius' sentence against the physician of Pyrrhus? But this we also find recorded, that some persons have commanded a thing, who afterward have severely avenged the execution of it upon him they had employed, rejecting the reputation of so unbridled an authority, and disowning so abandoned and base a servitude and obedience. Jaropolk, Duke of Russia, tampered with a gentleman of Hungary to betray Boleslaus, King of Poland, either by killing him or by giving the Russians opportunity to do him some notable mischief. This worthy went ably to work. He was more assiduous than before in the service of that king, so that he obtained the honor to be of his council, and one of the chiefest in his trust. With these advantages, and taking an opportune occasion of his master's absence, he betrayed Wislica, a great and rich city, to the Russians, which was entirely sacked and burned. And not only all the inhabitants of both sexes, young and old, put to the sword, but moreover a great number of neighboring gentry, whom he had drawn thither to that end. Jaropolk, his revenge being thus satisfied and his anger appeased, which was not indeed without pretense, for Boleslaus had highly offended him, and after the same manner, and sated with the fruit of this treachery, coming to consider the fullness of it, with a sound judgment and clear from passion, looked upon what had been done with so much horror and remorse that he caused the eyes to be bored out, and the tongue and shameful parts to be cut off of him who had performed it. Antigonus persuaded the Argyraspides to betray Eumenes, their general, his adversary, into his hands. But after he had caused him, so delivered to be slain, he would himself be the commissioner of the divine justice for the punishment of so detestable a crime, and committed them into the hands of the governor of the province, with express command, by whatever means, to destroy and bring them all to an evil end, so that of that great number of men, not so much as one ever returned again into Macedonia. The better he had been served, the more wickedly he judged it to be, and meriting greater punishment. The slave who betrayed the place where his master, P. Sulpicius, lay concealed, was, according to the promise of Sylla's proscription, manumitted for his pains. But according to the promise of the public justice, which was free from any such engagement, he was thrown headlong from the Tarpeian rock. Our King Clovis, instead of the arms of gold he had promised them, caused 3 of Carere's servants to be hanged after they had betrayed their master to him, though he had debauched them to it. He hanged them with the purse of their reward about their necks. After having satisfied his second and special faith, he satisfied the general and first. Mohammed Roman II. Having resolved to rid himself of his brother, out of jealousy of state, according to the practice of the Ottoman family, he employed one of his officers in the execution, who, pouring a quantity of water too fast into him, choked him. This being done to expiate the murder, he delivered the murderer into the hands of the mother of him he had so caused to be put to death, for they were only brothers by the father's side. She, in his presence, ripped up the murderer's bosom, and with her own hands rifled his breast for his heart, tore it out, and threw it to the dogs. And even to the worst people, it is the sweetest thing imaginable, having once gained their end by a vicious action, to foist, in all security, into it some show of virtue and justice, as by way of compensation and conscientious correction. To which may be added, that they look upon the ministers of such horrid crimes as upon men who reproach them with them, and think by their deaths to erase the memory and testimony of such proceedings. Or if, perhaps, you are rewarded, not to frustrate the public necessity for that extreme and desperate remedy, he who does it cannot for all that, if he be not such himself, but look upon you as an accursed and execrable fellow, and conclude you a greater traitor than he does, against whom you are so. For he tries the malignity of your disposition by your own hands, where he cannot possibly be deceived, you having no object of preceding hatred to move you to such an act. But he employs you as they do condemned malefactors in executions of justice, an office as necessary as dishonorable. Besides the baseness of such commissions, there is, moreover, a prostitution of conscience. Seeing that the daughter of Sejanus could not be put to death by the law of Rome, because she was a virgin, she was, to make it lawful, first ravished by the hangman and then strangled. Not only his hand, but his soul is slave to the public convenience. When Amurath I, more grievously to punish his subjects who had taken part in the parricide rebellion of his son, ordained that their nearest kindred should assist in the execution, I find it very handsome in some of them to have rather chosen to be unjustly thought guilty of the parricide of another than to serve justice by a parricide of their own. And where I have seen, at the taking of some little fort by assault in my time, some rascals who, to save their own lives, would consent to hang their friends and companions, I have looked upon them to be of worse condition than those who were hanged. T said, that Witold, Prince of Lithuania, introduced into the nation the practice that the criminal condemned to death should with his own hand execute the sentence, thinking it strange that a third person, innocent of the fault, should be made guilty of homicide. A prince, when by some urgent circumstance or some impetuous and unforeseen accident that very much concerns his state, compelled to forfeit his word and break his faith, or otherwise forced from his ordinary duty, ought to attribute this necessity to a lash of the divine rod. Vice it is not, for he has given up his own reason to a more universal and more powerful reason. But certainly 'tis a misfortune, so that if anyone should ask me what remedy. None, say I, if he were really racked between these two extremes. Sed videt, ni quoerat late be a perjurio, he must do it. But if he did it without regret, if it did not weigh on him to do it, 'tis a sign his conscience is in a sorry condition. If there be a person to be found of so tender a conscience as to think no cure whatever worth so important a remedy, I shall like him never the worse. He could not more excusably or more decently perish. We cannot do all we would, so that we must often, as the last anchorage, commit the protection of our vessels to the simple conduct of heaven. To what more just necessity does he reserve himself? What is less possible for him to do than what he cannot do, but at the expense of his faith and honor, things that, perhaps, ought to be dearer to him than his own safety, or even the safety of his people? Though he should, with folded arms, only call God to his assistance, has he not reason to hope that the divine goodness will not refuse the favor of an extraordinary arm to just and pure hands? These are dangerous examples, rare and sickly exceptions to our natural rules. We must yield to them, but with great moderation and circumspection. No private utility is of such importance that we should upon that account strain our consciences to such a degree. The public may be, when very manifest and of very great concern. Timoleon made a timely expiation for his strange exploit by the tears he shed, calling to mind that it was with a fraternal hand that he had slain the tyrant. And it justly pricked his conscience that he had been necessitated to purchase the public utility at so great a price as the violation of his private morality. Even the Senate itself, by his means delivered from slavery, durst not positively determine of so high a fact, and divided into two so important and contrary aspects. But the Syracusans, sending at the same time to the Corinthians to solicit their protection, and to require of them a captain fit to re-establish their city in its former dignity, and to clear Sicily of several little tyrants by whom it was oppressed, they deputed Timoleon for that service, with this cunning declaration: that according as he should behave himself well or ill in his employment, their sentence should incline either to favor the deliverer of his country, or to disfavor the murderer of his brother. This fantastic conclusion carries along with it some excuse, by reason of the danger of the example and the importance of so strange an action. And they did well to discharge their own judgment of it, and to refer it to others who were not so much concerned. But Timoleon's comportment in this expedition soon made his cause more clear. So worthily and virtuously he demeaned himself upon all occasions. And the good fortune that accompanied him in the difficulties he had to overcome in this noble employment seemed to be strewed in his way by the gods, favorably conspiring for his justification. The end of this matter is excusable, if any can be so. But the profit of the augmentation of the public revenue that served the Roman Senate for a pretense to the foul conclusion I am going to relate is not sufficient to warrant any such injustice. Certain cities had redeemed themselves and their liberty by money, by the order and consent of the Senate, out of the hands of Sylla. The business coming again in question, the Senate condemned them to be taxable as they were before, and that the money they had disbursed for their redemption should be lost to them. Civil war often produces such villainous examples that we punish private men for confiding in us when we were public ministers, and the selfsame magistrate makes another man pay the penalty of his change that has nothing to do with it. The pedagogue whips his scholar for his docility, and the guide beats the blind man whom he leads by the hand, a horrid image of justice. There are rules in philosophy that are both false and weak. The example that is proposed to us for preferring private utility before faith given has not weight enough by the circumstances they put to it. Robbers have seized you, and after having made you swear to pay them a certain sum of money, dismiss you. 'Tis not well done to say that an honest man can be quit of his oath without payment, being out of their hands. 'Tis no such thing. What fear has once made me willing to do, I am obliged to do it when I am no longer in fear. And though that fear only prevailed with my tongue without forcing my will, yet am I bound to keep my word. For my part, when my tongue has sometimes inconsiderately said something that I did not think, I have made a conscience of disowning it. Otherwise, by degrees, we shall abolish all the right another derives from our promises and oaths. Quasi viro forti viro vis possit adhibere. As though a man of true courage could be compelled. Cicero de Offic, Roman 3:30. And 'tis only lawful, upon the account of private interest, to excuse breach of promise, when we have promised something that is unlawful and wicked in itself. For the right of virtue ought to take place of the right of any obligation of ours. I have formerly placed Epaminondas in the first rank of excellent men, and do not repent it. How high did he stretch the consideration of his own particular duty? He who never killed a man whom he had overcome, who, for the inestimable benefit of restoring the liberty of his country, made conscience of killing a tyrant or his accomplices without due form of justice, and who concluded him to be a wicked man, how good a citizen soever otherwise, who amongst his enemies in battle spared not his friend and his guest. This was a soul of a rich composition. He married goodness and humanity, nay, even the tenderest and most delicate in the whole school of philosophy, to the roughest and most violent human actions. Was it nature or art that had ingenerated that great courage of his, so full, so obstinate against pain and death and poverty, to such an extreme degree of sweetness and compassion? Dreadful in arms and blood, he overran and subdued a nation invincible by all others but by him alone, and yet in the heat of an encounter could turn aside from his friend and guest. Certainly, he was fit to command in war who could so rein himself with the curb of good nature, in the height and heat of his fury, a fury inflamed and foaming with blood and slaughter. 'Tis a miracle to be able to mix any image of justice with such violent actions, and it was only possible for such a steadfastness of mind as that of Epaminondas therein to mix sweetness and the facility of the gentlest manners and purest innocence. And whereas one told the Mamertini that statutes were of no efficacy against armed men, and another told the tribune of the people that the time of justice and of war were distinct things, and a third said that the noise of arms deafened the voice of laws, this man was not precluded from listening to the laws of civility and pure courtesy. Had he not borrowed from his enemies the custom of sacrificing to the Muses when he went to war, that they might by their sweetness and gaiety soften his martial and rigorous fury? Let us not fear, by the example of so great a master, to believe that there is something unlawful, even against an enemy, and that the common concern ought not to require all things of all men, against private interest. Manet memoria, etiam indicidio publicorum foederum, privati juris. The memory of private right remaining even amid public dissensions. Livy, Roman 25, 18. Et nulla potentia vires prestandi, ni quid pexit amicus, habet. No power on earth can sanction treachery against a friend. Ovid, De Ponto, I 37. And that all things are not lawful to an honest man, for the service of his prince, the laws, or the general quarrel. Non enim patria prestat omnibus officiis, et ipsi conducit pios haber cives in parents. The duty to one's country does not supersede all other duties. The country itself requires that its citizens should act piously toward their parents. Cicero, De Offic, Roman 3, 23. 'Tis an instruction proper for the time wherein we live. We need not harden our courage with these arms of steel. 'Tis enough that our shoulders are inured to them. 'Tis enough to dip our pens in ink without dipping them in blood. If it be grandeur of courage, and the effect of a rare and singular virtue, to contemn friendship, private obligations, a man's word and relationship, for the common good and obedience to the magistrate, 'tis certainly sufficient to excuse us, that 'tis a grandeur that can have no place in the grandeur of Epaminondas' courage. I abominate those mad exhortations of this other discomposed soul. Dum telemicant, non vos pietatis imago ulla, nec adversa conspecti front parents commovint, vultus gladio turbate verendos. While swords glitter, let no idea of piety, nor the face even of a father presented to you, move you. Mutilate with your sword those venerable features. Lucan, Roman 7. 320. Let us deprive wicked, bloody, and treacherous natures of such a pretense of reason. Let us set aside this guilty and extravagant justice, and stick to more human imitations. How great things can time and example do! In an encounter of the civil war against Cinna, one of Pompey's soldiers having unawares killed his brother, who was of the contrary party, he immediately for shame and sorrow killed himself. And some years after, in another civil war of the same people, a soldier demanded a reward of his officer for having killed his brother. A man but ill proves the honor and beauty of an action by its utility, and very erroneously concludes that everyone is obliged to it, and that it becomes everyone to do it, if it be of utility. Omnia non pariter rerum, sunt omnibus apta. All things are not equally fit for all men. Propertius, Roman 3, 9, 7. Let us take that which is most necessary and profitable for human society. It will be marriage. And yet the counsel of the saints find the contrary much better, excluding from it the most venerable vocation of man. As we design those horses for stallions of which we have the least esteem.